New God in Marvel. Synopsis. A new god appears in Marvel. Will he save it or destroy it? Marvel World will have some changes to fit better with this story. I do not own Marvel. 1. New beginning. Here I am bleeding out in an abandoned warehouse like a common street dog. Jason Edwards, the richest man in the world, that's me. I had a hand in every sector of business you can imagine, from oil to food, even new energy. But, all the money in the world couldn't stop me from being depressed. Life had become boring in the last few years, just making money with no other hobby or activity to do in sight. I blame the boredom for all the wicked and messed up things I did to clear my boredom, from dealing drugs, killing for the fun of it. I did everything one could imagine. Wars were started by my hands in the shadows, just to see which country would win in the end. Created diseases that killed thousands just because why not? I have the name of the kindest man on earth. This is yet another form of entertainment for me. I mean, if they knew how many died because of my decision, they wouldn't call me by that name. That thought is what caused my current situation. I released the evidence of all the things I had done. Of course, the people were angry, but what could they do? I literally own the companies that produced what they ate, who built their houses, the appliances they used. Their lives would be over with my one decision. I watched them be forced to live with this knowledge for years on end, but it seemed I taught myself invincible. But that wasn't the case, as I was killed. It seems my employees had planned it well, getting my secretary to kill me, but I couldn't care less. I didn't fear death, and watching them suffer was getting boring anyway. I can only hope death has something entertaining for me. You are dead, child. It's time for you to move on. Oh, and tell me, where will I be moving on to? Asked Jason, looking around to spot nothing but darkness. To your next life. I thought I would go to hell, said Jason. Normally you would, but there is an open spot that needs to be filled, and you will fill that spot. Spot? Who are you? Asked Jason. You will find out what spot I'm speaking about in time. As for who I am, I'm the will of everything. All things were created from me, and all things will return to me one day. Okay, so you are God. No, those gods were created from me. Okay, so are you going to send me off now? Asked Jason. Yes, but you have 3 wishes. First, they can be anything, but be warned, any immediate power I give you will be the strongest you can get. It's best to pick something you can develop. Alright then, something that can grow, not immediate power. Got it. Quick question, will I keep my memory of my past life? Asked Jason. You will keep your memories. Jason becomes silent as he thinks of what to wish for. Child, be quick. The longer you take, the more power I send to manifest. Make the wishes I can grant you weaker. Hearing this, Jason doesn't wait any longer and announces his wishes. I want a system that does a multiverse gacha, where I can get tokens for the gacha every day. The more tokens used for the gacha, the better the results. Second, I want you to change my personality a little, just to the extent I won't be unable to be happy. Take away the part that finds boredom in everything. I would like to be able to kill millions if needed, but not just to clear my boredom. Third, I want to be born as Cole Borson with the divinities of space, magic, and destruction. As for where I want to be born in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Odin's younger brother, my appearance would be Poseidon from the record of Ragnarok. Very well, it shall be granted. Goodbye. With that, Jason was sucked into a portal, sent away. Only then did a woman appear from the darkness. I hope within the next billion years someone would be able to become my master. My power is depleting. It's time for me to enter sleep once again. I wonder what path he will take if he survives long enough, but seeing his personality, I doubt he would take any other path other than the origin. If so, another candidate for the position of my master would appear soon, says the woman as she disappears. 2. New life. As the being finished talking, Jason saw a flash of light before a force pulled him towards it, into which he disappeared. As he was flung through the light, a black hole appeared and sucked him in, transporting him to a different place. Jason, trying to collect himself as he thinks he can now relax, as he looks around, he sees that he appears to still be in the womb of his new mother, but before he can really understand his situation, a force pulls him downwards as comes to realize that he is being born. POV change. Deep inside an enormous golden castle, there is a woman lying on a blood-covered bed, sweating profusely while screaming in pain, trying to give birth to her second child. Your Majesty, just one more push and the second prince will be born, says the only other person in the room, a woman who stands ready to receive the child and make sure he and his mother survives. With one last push, the baby is born. Your Majesty, the child is handsome, she says as she looks at the newly born child, who seems to be watching her with eyes shining with intelligence, but that would be impossible, so she ignores it. The baby has blonde hair, light blue eyes with blacks around it, while his face displays no emotions. She takes the baby to his mother, who looks at him tenderly as she speaks. Your name shall be Cole Borson. You shall achieve whatever you set out, letting nothing stop you. As she is finished speaking, the door to the room slams open and a man walks in. Where is my child? He asks, finally spotting the baby. He walks toward the mother and child and looks at him full in his eyes, which Cole returns in full force with his ferocity he can muster. Slowly a smile makes its way onto the man's face. Ha ha ha, good, that gaze is what I expected from a son of mine, the son of Bor. After seeing Bor seemingly satisfied, Cole withdraws his gaze, ignoring the conversation that has started between his father and mother. He calls out to the system in his mind. Answering the host call. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age. Gacha tokens, 1. Race, Asgardian. Divinities, Fear, locked, Magic, locked, Destruction, locked, Space, locked. Abilities. Allspeak. Thanks to the Allspeak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but it's stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Seeing his status, Cole was surprised that he had an extra divinity than he asked for, but thinking it through, Cole was originally the god of fear, so he just got his original divinity. Deciding it best to save his tokens, Cole dismissed the system before a wave of sleepiness consumed him and he blacked out. Waking hours later, Cole finds himself in a crib in a room with another crib to his right. Looking closely, he notices that there is a baby in the crib, which he can only assume is his new brother Odin, the man who would be known as the All-Father. Soon days passed and all Cole could do was sleep and plan his future, as he could not control his body. He noticed his mother visited often and spent a lot of time with him and Odin even after breastfeeding them, while Bor visited a lot less, as to be expected of the king of Asgard. The day turned into months and the months years. It's been 5 years since Cole has been born. In the palace of Bor, walking down the golden hallway towards the throne, there is 2 young boys no older than 5 and 6. One of them has golden blonde hair and emotionless face, light blue eyes and a body with muscles beginning to form, while the other had sliver hair reaching his neck, black eyes. His body already had muscles and he emitted an aura of seriousness. This is none other than Cole and Odin. As the 2 entered the throne room, they saw their parents and keeled before Bor, who sat on the throne with his wife Bisla beside him. 3. Unlocking divinities. We greet the Lord of Asgard, said Cole and Odin in unison. Bor, hearing the greeting, stares at his children with an intense gaze, letting a bit of his boundless power flow out and suppress them both while looking at them closely, looking for any weakness. As the pressure he emitted increased, the bodies of both Cole and Odin started shaking, ready to buckle under the pressure. Luckily for them both, Bor pulled back his power that was suppressing them like it was never there, while looking at them like he was satisfied with the amount they had managed to endure. Cole and Odin, I have deemed that your progress thus far is satisfactory. It is now time for you two to unlock your divinities and claim your position as gods of Asgard. After saying this, Bor rose from his seat while beckoning for them to follow him. They walked out the throne room to an even deeper part of the palace before arriving at an open space with a tree in the middle. Go touch the tree to unlock your divinity. Hearing the tone of Bor that left no room for questions, Odin first walked forward towards the tree before touching it. After doing so, his eyes widened as he looked like he entered a trance-like state before a surge of energy shot out his body, changing the leader of Asgard. Winds picked up, creating storms, while thunder struck, leaving the people of Asgard to wonder what was happening. I am Odin Borson, the Asgardian god of the sky and wisdom. He shouted towards the sky, announcing the birth of a new Asgardian god. As if responding to his shout, the winds became even stronger and thunder struck even more before Odin pulled back the energy back into his body before walking back to his father and brother. It is done, father, he stated, then turned to look at Cole with a smile. Seeing this, Cole just looked away and walked towards the tree and opened his hand and touched the tree. As he did this, he felt a surge of uncontrollable energy flood his body, while information about the energy entered his mind and the basic use of his divinities became known to him. Outside of Cole's body, as soon as he touched the tree, energy exploded from his body twice as much as Odin's and twice as damaging. The space around him cracked while interacting with his energy, which was black and red. As it spread, it turned everything it touched to dust, while anyone not prepared started to feel afraid as if something was going to happen. Well, everyone except Bor, as this was nothing to him. Even as he was getting old and nearing the end of his life, this amount of divine energy was nothing to him. As it was nearing him and Odin, he just released his own energy, completely stopping Cole's in its tracks. I am Cole Borson, the Asgardian god of fear, magic, space, and destruction, he announced before withdrawing his divine energy. Learn how to and what it was from the information that he got. Looking towards his father, he speaks, I am finished, father. Bor just looks at him before announcing, you both will start really training starting tomorrow, learning hand-to-hand combat, weapon wielding and anything else I deem necessary. You both are dismissed. You will meet your teachers tomorrow. Hearing this, Cole decided to return to his room to check the system. Reaching his room, Cole activates the system. Yes, host. System, show me my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 5. Gacha tokens, 1825. Race, Asgardian. Divinities, fear, unlocked, magic, unlocked, destruction, unlocked, space, unlocked. Abilities. Allspeak. Thanks to the Allspeak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but it's stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear, you can feed on fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space, you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. you can use destruction energy. This type energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation, Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. 4. Not chapter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me, children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the vale of tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. My children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter me children. We must not fail. I told you all I'd reclaim you from the Vale of Tears, and so I have. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread my gospel across this tomb of a globe we remain trapped upon. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail. Show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. Crush their capitals. Bring their leaders to their knees. Make them beg for mercy. Always fear. Our time is at hand. Go forward in war and slaughter. 5. Plans and sparing. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 5. Gacha tokens, 1825. Race, Asgardian. Divinities, Fear, unlocked, Magic, unlocked, Destruction, unlocked, Space, unlocked. Abilities. Allspeak. Thanks to the Allspeak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but it's stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear you can feed on fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. You can use destruction energy. This type energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation. Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. Looking at his status, Cole knows that with the divinities he has he can become a being whose name is feared in all reaches of the Marvel Universe, and with the system he can become something even more. Carrying his gaze back to the number of tokens he has, he know it's still not enough to get him anything that can make him overpowered right now, but this should be enough to increase his chances of getting something at least useful. System: use all my tokens to make a draw. Yes, host: using all tokens has increased chances of getting a high-level prize. Drawing in process. Ding. Congratulations, you received Conqueror Haki. Conqueror Haki. Cole says in a voice of confusion. Seeing his prize, Cole was confused because he did not know what it was, but after the information on it was transferred to him from the system he was satisfied with this ability. It wouldn't make him super strong, but it had its uses, subduing weaker enemies and taking out cannon fodder, and he can even see some uses for it by combining it with fear divinity. The next draw will be made with 10,000 tokens that should get my chances of getting something even better higher, but first let's set some goals for myself, at least 4 short term and 1 big end goal. For the short term. 1. Survive until the Marvel Cinematic Canon. 2. Create my own realm leaving Asgard. 3. Populate my realm with my own race who are completely loyal. 4. Getting stronger. As for the big end goal, I'll figure that out as I go along. As for the vague goal of getting stronger, I find it best to leave it open instead of setting a goal, as I think this will actually help me grow faster. The next day, the streets of Asgard, you can see the happy people conversing about the 2 princes. As the announcement of their divinities was spread already, the people were happy that the princes would become strong. But in the training grounds of the palace, you can see the 2 princes standing in front of each other, looking at each other angrily. Cole, not because you have unlocked more divinities than I makes you better. I am the crown prince. I will one day rule and you will follow my orders. Odin shouts angrily at Cole. Odin, you are a fool. I still can't believe you are a god of wisdom and you spout such foolishness. The strong obey no one and we both know who's the stronger of the 2 of us. You arrogant fool, that was before I unlocked my divine energy. Odin answers back with even more anger than before. Odin, it seems then you are even more foolish than I gave you credit for. Remind me, didn't I also unlock my divine energy and didn't I have more than you? Cole questions Odin in a voice full of ridicule. Hearing Cole response, Odin, unable to hold back his anger, charges at Cole at full speed. That's it, fight me you bastard! Odin shouts as he charges. Seeing the approaching Odin, Cole dashes at him as well, throwing forward his right fist. 6. Sparring 2 and teacher. Boom. As their fist makes contact, a loud sound spreads out while Odin is pushed back 2 steps and Cole is forced back 3 steps. Ha, for all your talking, it looks like that was all it was talk, Odin says after seeing Cole pushed back 1 more step than him. Odin, enough talk, it won't happen again, Cole responds to Odin. As he is finished talking, a black wave erupts from him, carrying with it enormous pressure and presence enough to crush anyone with a will weaker than Cole's, expanding outwards covering Odin, stunning him for a moment, but this moment was enough for Cole. He sprints forward, delivering a kick to Odin's jaw, send him flying back before catching up and burying a fist into his stomach, slamming him into the ground. Leaving no chance for him to recover, Cole closes his eyes to gain connection to the space around Odin before opening his hand, forming 4 small holes near Odin's arms and legs, and closes his hand and says, Space shackles. As responding to his command, 4 chains shots out of them, each light purple and 5 inches thick, wrapping around Odin, holding him in place. Finally stopping his assault, Cole gets a good look at Odin to see that he is not hurt that much, just some scratches and blood dripping from his mouth. TCH, after all that he still isn't that injured. Those chains can't hold him for long either. After all, I haven't trained my divinity yet. Only one thing I can do now. Fear's embrace. Cole announces as black energy exits his body and completely surrounds Odin, slowly entering his body forcefully. Odin's POV. This is disgraceful. I, the crown prince of Asgard, strung up like some hunted animal, he should bow before me and follows my every word. That scum, wait till I break these chains, then I will break his neck, skin him alive, burn him to dust and torture his soul for eternity. Fear's embrace. The scum's voice pulls me from my thoughts as I see black divine energy forcefully try to enter my body. I, of course, stopped it with my own. Then I noticed it slowly move forward, gaining strength as that fool increases the amount of divine energy he supplies his attack. No, I won't win a drawn-out battle because of his ridicule's amount. I mobilize all my divine energy to my one all-out pushback effort. Golden divine energy clashes with black while mixing together, forming a vortex which is overtaken by gold as the black energy was swiftly pushed out. But as soon as that happened, another wave of black divine energy came in even greater amounts and strength, overtaking my energy, finally making me feel a trace of fear. But that was a mistake given what kind of god my brother is. That small trace of fear actually strengthened his attack, creating a snowball effect of increasing the amount of fear I felt, in turn making his attack stronger. Then all I could see was darkness, then a flash of light, then images. I was abandoned, weaker, bending to anyone's whim. I wasn't even the price of Asgard, just some weak creature that anyone could squash underfoot without any second thought or repercussion. As they flashed by, these images felt more and more real till I was living this life ready to give up. Odin POV end. As Cole watched as Odin slipped further into his deepest fear till he started to believe it was real, a smile formed on his face as he tried to steady his breathing after using so much of his divine energy to put a god of wisdom under what could be called an illusion, but one that shows your deepest fear and becomes stronger and even more realistic the more fear the person subjected to it feels. As he was about to walk away from Odin, he felt a spike of energy coming from Odin forcefully break him out of his illusion. Guess it was too hopeful to completely trap Odin in an illusion I haven't trained. His divinity of wisdom should have played a big help in him breaking out. Cole guesses as he watches Odin's eyes snap open as he tries to catch his breath as he is running low on divine energy as well. Well, I guess this is all the great crown prince of Asgard can amount to, Cole says to Odin in a voice dripping disdain. Before Odin could respond, a voice sounded. It seems the princes of Asgard are quite interesting, fighting amongst themselves already. Anyway, I am your martial arts and weapon wielding teacher, the name's Bard. 7. Time skip and sibling and news. After meeting Bard that day, Cole and Odin would go on to be beaten within an inch of their lives every day for the past 2 years, and with this beating came a lot of progress for the both of them. Their bodies have become weapon capable of the extreme and are both very good at hand-to-hand combat, not yet masters but good. They were even praised by Bard for their progress, and in the case of their divinity development they have both made tremendous growth by exploring and training them. While the relationship between the two did not get better, it did not get worse either, as there has been no fights between them since the first one. They both just tolerate the other. The other thing that happened was that they have two new brothers, Ve and Vili. When Cole learned of their births he entertained the thought of killing them to prevent Odin from getting the Odin Force, but then got rid of the idea as he was confident he would still be stronger than Odin when the time came. As even if right now they tolerate each other, Odin won't let him leave and create his own realm and race that could be a treat to Asgard without a fight. Inside the palace of Asgard you can see a blonde-haired young man walking toward the training grounds. This is Cole. He looks the same apart from RHE pronounced muscles that can be seen on his body, and he carries an aura of confidence. As he finally arrives at the training grounds he sees two people. One is Odin, who looks more mature than before, and a man standing there with a serious expression on his face. This is Bard. Look who finally came, the little prince. Bard said, looking at Cole. Bard, I told you before, don't call me that. Cole says in an annoyed tone. Your creed is that strong do what they want, so tell who is stronger, you or me. Bard responds with a grin, already knowing the answer. TCH is all he got in response. Over the years Bard and Cole have built a strange relationship that depends on them annoying the other, but the two have a mutual like for the other as the fact that they believe in the same thing, their own individual strength above all else. Today you two will finally choose your main weapon of choice and I will train you in how to use it. You will also choose two other weapons as backup to learn as well, so what will it be? Odin, you first. I will choose the Warhammer, the spear, and the double-edged sword. Odin answers. Good choices. Bard says. Kill go with the glaive, the sword, and a Warhammer. A glaive, a good choices either way. Now you will both use those weapons to fight me every day for the next couple years until I find your level suitable for me to give you both a pass. Now the king wants to see you both. Bard says as he turns and leaves. As hearing father wants to see us, we waste no time leaving and arriving at the throne room. We greet the Lord of Asgard. Odin and Cole say in unison. You may all leave. Bor says as he sit on the throne to the guards in the room, who swiftly exit. You both are growing well and will surely surpass me in strength, but you need to improve faster. You have 6 years to finish your training and develop your divinities the best you can. After that you will both leave Asgard to get experience for the coming war. Asgard is surrounded by enemy who look for the smallest hint of weakness to attack and invade, and the fire is approaching. As my life is coming to an end, you two will have no choice but to become strong enough to defend Asgard. Hearing the longest time Bor has spoken to them is to inform them of the upcoming war and his impending death, they were a little shocked but managed to keep their composure. You both may leave, do not slack off, only the strongest can rule, after all strength is everything. As they left they heard Bor say to them, as the message was very clear, they both head off to do their own thing. In Cole room you can see him staring out he window clearly in deep thought. My plans are going to have to be moved forward to accommodate father's death. I have no intent on ruling Asgard or even protecting it, but the war brings opportunity for me to grow and I might be able to collect a few things. Next chapter will dive deeper into Cole those 8 thoughts. Father's death, even if it 2,000 years away, would be too soon be, seeing as he told us I would say he has less time than that. I thought I would have time to grow to become stronger, order his protection. Well, that plan is gone. Right now I need to think about the ways I can get the most benefits. The war brings me a lot of freedom to move about to do my thing. I really need to build up my strength in these years to at least be able to fight full power Odin with the Odin Force. After all, I have no intention of staying in Asgard longer than I have to. If only those two brothers of mine did not exist I would not be in such a rush, but now they do. Odin will get the Odin Force, the way in which might change, but he will get it. But after Theseus 6 years there will be a lot of thing for me to do. Firstly, my realm, I need a location for it, and my race creating them from nothing would be hard even for me, but taking Asgardian, Frost Giant and maybe just maybe Olympian DNA as a base I could create something better than all three. Of course I will still be superior, but there is still a lot of problems with this plan for One Earth, or as it would be known as now Elysium. I am not so foolish as to think I can beat all the Olympians by myself after another 6 years of training. If I force my way in I better be ready for a fight, if it even the time of Zeus's rule as yet. In the war and need bodies, and you and any other precious metal I can find. Might need to kidnap a dwarf from Nidavellir for the purpose of making weapons for my realm. Right after father's death at the start of the war would be the perfect opportunity to robe his vault and taking anything of interest. But looking at my options objectively I can only go to Earth and finish my plans to create the worthy of the first generation there, but I will need 7 weapons to enchant. They will have to be made by a master. As for Odin and the other two I could care less, they will die giving Odin more power, that is all they will accomplish, but Odin could be a even bigger pain if he manages to gain another divinity in this coming war, because I'm sure he was a god of war. The more I think the more I find I have more things to do. I want father's body to take some of his blood and some of the fire giants, mostly Surtur, but all that will have to wait until I get strong enough. But after the 6 years I will go to Earth and I will get stronger there before I come back. Coming from his thoughts, Cole sits in the middle of his room and begins to meditate. Over the course of the 2 years he did this every day to gain insight into his divinities, and it worked to some degree, as comparing the strength of his divinities now to before would be a joke, and he can use all kinds of magic and moves with his other divinities, but he knows Odin has grown as well. To what extent he does not know. The earth will become the place where a lot of thing happen in the future, so let's place my realm there on top of a mountain. I'll also have to have some worshipper as well, you know, just for the heck of it. Short chapter. Next chapter. Another time skip and leaving Asgard. 9. New fanfic. Check out my new fanfic if you like Naruto. https://www.webnovel.com/book/becoming the strongest in the shinobi world _218352830061469005. 10. 6 years time skip. In an ancient-looking forest filled with enormous trees that make the forest look even more beautiful, you can find a completely black space that looks completely out of place in this forest, but in the middle of this space stood a man in the air looking at the land with a look of dissatisfaction. It's still not to the level I wanted, but this is still good progress right now. I'm sure I can at least survive on Midgard on matter the situation. Hopefully it's the era of Zeus. I've decided to make my realm either on the moon of Earth or on Earth itself. I'll have to deal with the gods of Earth if I decide to create it on Earth, as I doubt they would welcome me with open arms. Focusing back on what he was doing, Cole stretched out his right hand. Sealed space. He called out and instantly he was enveloped in a purple sphere that covered the entire black space below where he stood. Destruction cannon. As he stood there, dark red gathered in front of his still outstretched right hand, forming a 24-inch wide orb that started destroying the space around it before Cole pressed his hand forward and it speed towards the ground, breaking and destroying the space around it as it went. Boom. As it collided with the ground, it produced a deafening sound. Gore a second before everything went quiet and the space around where it hit started to disintegrate. Even the black land started to disintegrate as well as the space started to collapse. As he watched the results of his attack, he finally made a move. Stop. Responding to Cole's order, the destruction energy stopped and returned to him. Then he made another move. Space restore. Purple energy exits his body and starts repairing the damaged space, returning it to normal, but he was not finished. Restore. Finally, using his divinity of magic, he mobilized his magical energy using this spell to bring back the surrounding forest back to how it was before he started practicing here, growing back the grass and trees, bringing back, making the forest whole again. I've made a lot of progress in these 6 years. My space, fear, and magic divinities have developed well, and I can say I am confident in the power I can use with them. As for my destruction divinity, my destruction energy has stopped getting stronger in the last 2 years. I know this is now the strongest it can get. I just don't know what to do to improve it. Hopefully my time on Midgard will give me some sort of clue as to what I am supposed to do. Prince Cole, the king has called for you. Looking towards the voice that called for him, he see one of the guards of his father. Looking at the man clad in golden armor bowing to him, he can't help but think back to 3 years earlier when Bard was kneeling to him after pledging his loyalty to him. Flashback. In the training area of the Asgard Palace, you can see Cole and Bard currently sparring together, with Bard using a sword and Cole using a glaive. Rushing towards Bard, Cole swings his weapon towards Bard head, which he deflect to RHE side, then jumps towards Cole, kneeing him in the gut, pushing him back. Bard, I have a proposal for you. Less talking, more fighting, Cole. Say Bard as he swings at Cole's side with his sword, forcing Cole to step back, leaving Bard open. Seeing this, Cole fist connects to Bard's face, sending him flying back. Flipping in the air and landing, Bard waste no time rushing back to clash with Cole with a grin on his face. Cole, you're getting better and better, but you're still far from being able to beat me with only weapons. As they appeared and disappeared all over the training area, clashing their weapons in different positions each time. Bard, I am going to leave Asgard at some point in the future. I want you to come with me. Cole said as they continued to fight. Oh, why am I not surprised by this turn of events? So what are you going to do when you leave? Bard asked as his sword was heading towards Cole's head with great speed, luckily spinning his glaive and using the pole he was able to block it but was pushed back. I'm going to create my own realm and race to rule over, making it the strongest force in the universe. We will become feared and powerful, way more than what we can achieve staying in Asgard. So what do you say to becoming my second in command, Bard the Asgardian god of combat? 11. Bard's reasoning. Young prince, you have a vision that I'm sure that you can achieve it. My instincts tell me if I follow you there will be a lot of fighting to come and I would become stronger. Your offer is very enticing. Tell you what, if you can disarm me, I'll pledge my loyalty to you with now. I really can't believe things happened like how I thought they would, but this way is better than the alternative, and Cole needs to experience a lot of different things before he can rule over his own realm, or else there will be problems in the future. But I can say the same for Odin. The only things about them that has changed since the day I meet them is their age and appearance, and they have become stronger, but that's it. In terms of personality they are both the same as that day, and hearing Cole make me this offer makes me think back on what's happened since I meet them. Flashback. Day Bard meet Cole and Odin. Well, they both have talent, but their personalities could use some work, but it nothing time and experience can't handle. I say out loud as I watch the fight happening below, as I watch sitting on the wall to the side. Looks like the fight is over quicker than I thought it would be. Looking at the two princes breathing heavily, staring at each other, I decide to appear now before they start again. Jumping from the wall and appearing near both of them, I introduce myself. It seems the princes of Asgard are quite interesting, fighting amongst themselves already. Anyway, I am your martial arts and weapon wielding teacher, the name's Bard. And this is how it started. After that I would go on to teach them both hand-to-hand combat for 2 years, learning more about both of them and seeing both of their faults. Odin is full of pride and arrogance, thinking himself above everyone, while Cole displays his indifference to others' life and his ruthlessness open without trying to hide it. Over the years, through having the same views on power and mutual respect for each other's strength, Cole and I grew closer, while Odin with his growth in power became even more prideful and his arrogance grew to the sky. While they both are talented, it is clear to see that Cole is even more so. I have watched how their attitude towards each other has gone from open display of hatred to deeply hidden hatred and open indifference and tolerance towards each other, and while their hatred for each other has been hidden, it is still growing and becoming stronger to one day explode outwards, consuming everyone around them. With the end of the king long life approaching and a new king to be named, things could either go one of two ways. One, Asgard is divided into two by the fighting of the both of them, or one of them leaves, sparing Asgard an internal war that could leave us weak and vulnerable to its enemies. Knowing Cole and his lack of interest in the throne of Asgard and its people, the second option is more likely to happen, with the one leaving being Cole. But with how prideful Odin is, even that option will most likely lead to a fight between the two, which is a better solution as it won't weaken Asgard. Even if I have to choose it between the two, I would pick Cole 100% of the time. Flashback end. Bard looked at after answering him, and he could only hope during Cole's upcoming trip he would have a change in how he portrays himself to others. Even if he does not lose his original personality, he could at least lessen it to an extent, stopping him from becoming a tyrant. Very well, Bard, I will defeat you. Dashing towards Bard, Cole channels his destruction energy into the blade, turning it red before slashing downwards, releasing a crescent slash towards Bard. Glaive art, first stroke of destruction. Seeing the incoming attack, no trace of panic could be seen on Bard's face as he slashes his sword upwards. As the two attacks clash, Bard is pushed across the field. With a shout, he dug his foot into the ground, coming to a stop before his arms bulged out, deflecting Cole's attack into 5 sky above Asgard as it exploded, creating a deafening noise throughout Asgard as a shock wave spreads, frightening some of the weaker Asgardians. Cole and Bard, not even waiting for the aftermath, continue to fight, clashing over and over for the next week without break, before Bard finally lost due to running out of divine energy before Cole, who was also running low. I lost. Getting up off the ground, Bard knelt in front of Cole. I, Bard the Asgardian god of combat, pledge my never-ending loyalty to Cole Borson to help him in his endeavors and stand by his side as his sword and shield. 12. Goodbye. In the Asgardian throne room, you could see Cole, Odin, and Bor all standing looking at each other, the only people present in the room. My sons, where have you decided to go to gain experience? Ishiam. Both Odin and Cole answered at the same time. Ishiam. Good choice. Depending on what you do when you arrive there, you both will have a lot of opportunities to grow and change. There are many strong beings on Ishiam, but with both of your current strength and potential you will be fine. Now when it's time for you to return, you will know, and you will do it on your own. If you want to leave Ishiam and travel to a different world, you are to do it on your own as well. You both must remember before doing that there are enemies of Asgard everywhere, and Asgard will not offer you any help in this time. You both must bring glory to the Asgardian name as the son of Bor. Now leave and go to the Bifrost, where you will be sent to different areas of Ishiam. As both Odin and Cole left the throne room to gather what they would need, which would be their weapons and armor, they walked next to each other in silence towards each of their rooms. In his room, Cole walks over to the side where there is an armor attached to a mannequin. Come to me. The armor disappears from the mannequin, attaching itself to Cole's body. Now look at him. You could see him standing there with a black armor covered in golden lines that formed something akin to a path, covering his hands to his shoulders and torso, while his lower body he was now wearing black pants and black leather boots. The pants and boots may not look as good as they could, but one must know that everything Cole was currently wearing was enchanted by him, making them something to be valued highly and would offer him adequate protection. Now dressed in almost fully black, even Cole thought to add something different when an idea came to him, and he smiled. As the magic energy in his body stirred to life and shone on the top of his shoulder, it slowly moved downwards, leaving behind a green material that formed a cape flowing down his back, fully attached to his armor. But the most eye-catching thing about this cape was the detailed and frankly frightening image on it, a giant black serpent with a planet in its mouth. The image itself felt somehow like a premonition of something to come, while the image of the snake itself would strike deep-rooted fear into whoever saw it, while below the image was a sentence. Do not drive out fear, embrace it, for it shall strengthen all those who truly believe. This would be one of the many words of Cole that would be used by his future followers to create his divine writing and would be used as his teaching. Now fully dressed, Cole is ready for an adventure as he reviews all he needs to do with his time on Ishiam. Cole opens his right hand as a glaive materializes out of his personal storage space. The glaive itself is nothing special. Made with strong but common metals in Asgard, but it was also enchanted by Cole, making stronger and having some abilities of its own. Finally ready with everything he needed, Cole leaves the room, cape fluttering behind him, scaring all the workers in the castle as he passed. Cole walked for quite a while before finally reaching a door that looked even more majestic than normal in the palace. Looking deeply at the door, he sighed, then knock knock knock. Mother, it's me, I've come to say goodbye. As Cole was finished speaking, the door slammed open and his mother appeared before him. My son, can't you stay with your poor mother a little longer? No, I can't, I have to become stronger, and staying would only hamper that. Mother! Two shouts came from the room as his brother appeared. At the sight of his brother, Cole already cold facial expression became even colder. Noticing her son's change, Bisla stood them from coming any closer and turns to Cole. Son, I admit none of my children is perfect. You and Odin both have your faults, but I love you both the same still. I just hope that this adventure you both are going on will somehow make you both into better people. She says as she hugs Cole tightly, then turns and enters the room and closes the door. Seeing Bisla gone, Cole turns and leaves, heading now to the Bifrost, but as much as he would hate to admit it, he knows his mother knows the real him and she still loved him. It puzzled him to no end. After all, if she knew the real him, she would know he didn't care for anyone but himself. 13. Finally leaving end test. Now heading to the Bifrost, Cole's facial expression keeps getting colder and colder as he walked away from Bisla's room. It seems what she said and her behavior is bothering him more than he cares to admit. Boom. Exiting the palace, Cole takes to the sky with a sonic boom, speeding towards the Rainbow Bridge, as he just wants to leave Asgard even sooner now. As he flies, the bridge comes into sight in all its glory. He suddenly stops midair and drops onto the bridge. Boom. Landing straight on his feet, he looks at the bridge to see not even a scratch on it. I am really interested in the person who managed to build this thing, an impressive piece of work I must say, says Cole as he continues to walk to Heimanbjorg. As he arrived at his destination, he see his father, Odin, and Bard here seemingly waiting on him. Cole, you're here, good, so let's not waste time. You both will be seen to different locations on Ishiam at random. I care not what you do there as long as you bring no shame to the Asgardian race and return stronger than you left. Now a piece of information for that you may or may not know, on Ishiam there is another pantheon of gods present, but they are not a problem for you too, but you must look out for the elder gods as they have lived longer lives and that knowledge they have gathered in that time would be dangerous. When you enter the planet, all power with any knowledge will be able to sense your arrival and will either have interest in you and not act, or actively try to find and kill you, or there will be those with no interest in you. It does not matter, trust no one. Listening to what Bor said, they both just nodded in agreement with a serious face. Good, now Odin, you will leave first. As he said that, Odin was struck by a rainbow-colored light and then was gone. Cole, at your turn. Before you go, a test. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An enormous pressure appeared from Bor's body, engulfing the whole of Asgard, shake it to its core, forcing everyone to halt their breaths, unable to move or think as buildings around them fell and the sky turned black. In the very center of this pressure, you could see Bard kneeling on the floor, unable to stand, while Cole was struggling but was still standing. Show me how strong you are, Cole. Instantly an equally powerful presence spread out, only this time from Cole, as the sky was now filled with lightning and people started to lose consciousness as the father and son duo stared down each other as seconds passed. Cole's presence overwhelmed Bor's, and as soon as it happened they both calmed down and the pressure coming from them receded like a tide, leaving only quiet like it was never there to begin with. Cole, you have become stronger. It won't be long before you reach the power I had in my prime, maybe 500 years the most. I'm not so sure about that right now, I can't see to get stronger lately. Ha 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 ha. You're worried about that with your strength, with now you are stronger than many gods in Asgard. Don't worry so much, there is only so much the body can handle, even if the body is as strong as ours. If you want to increase your divine and magical energy, God would have to wait till you hit your growth spurt. When you do, your strength will skyrocket once more. Now time for you to go. As he said that, Cole was hit by a rainbow light and disappeared. In the rainbow-colored light, there was Cole. So I'm not getting stronger because of the limitations of the Asgardian race. Wait for a growth spurt, this is dumb. I need to start researching other strong races so my body can become stronger and I can leave these limits behind. If not, after a certain point my strength will start to be very hard to increase. I'll need a strong bloodline from the system at something, but right now it is not a priority. Before Cole even knew what was happening, he was already in the atmosphere of Ishiam, going crash into the ground in the middle of a forest. 14. Arrival and trouble. Boom. As the rainbow-colored light crashed down into the ground, creating a dust cloud. As the smoke cleared, all that was left on the ground was an intricate marking left deep within the ground. This forest feels weird, like it is alive and is observing me, Cole says to himself as he begins to walk through the forest, making sure to be careful to be aware of his surroundings, as phased at the tress that seems like they grew straight into the heavens themselves. These trees are very old and the height of them surely can't be normal. I can feel the strong vitality coming from them. This is not normal. As he could not find anyone else in the forest, he could only keep up his guard and keep moving, but he was sure that this forest was the home of something or someone powerful. As Cole walked through the forest, not minding if he was going deeper in or leaving, he kept feeling the same. Someone was watching him, but they were not in the area. They are watching him by using everything in the forest, trees, leaves, even the ground as eyes to track his movement. As he did not feel any malicious intent from the person watch him, he let it be for now. Growl. Growl. Took you long enough. Looking behind him, Cole spots two giant wolves easily over 20 meters tall, full white, with 4 golden eyes glaring right at him. Cole wasn't even surprised, they appeared seemingly out of nowhere. As a god of space who has made great strides in his connection with space, can feel everything around him for a very wide distance even when he isn't focused on doing so. You two pups aren't worth my time. As he said that, a suffocating pressure spread out from him as opened his palm facing them. This is something I saw somewhere and always wanted to try. Thank you for being my test dummies. He says this as red destruction energy accumulates on his open palm. Hawkeye, said Cole in a voice that sounded like a decree. Suddenly the two wolves were enveloped in destruction energy. Whimper. Whimper. The two giant wolves started turning into red particles as they were blown away by the wind. The whole process took about 5 minutes, and as the time went by, Cole's facial expression became uglier and uglier. What happening? My other divinities are progressing much faster than my destruction. I should be able to destroy them using that move in less than a minute, even if that move isn't the most practical yet. At this rate, just using my magic to turn them to dust would have been faster. Continuing to travel through the forest as he took in the view around him, while he had come to a conclusion on who exactly lived here or created this place, and it was someone he didn't want to meet right now, but it seemed more and more like it will happen even if he doesn't want it to. Cole walked for another 30 minutes, killing the animals that seemed to find him very easily even when Cole could sense they were very far away from him and just seemed to run directly at him, even if this provided him with a way to train his Hawkeye technique, but it was getting annoying. Cole arrives at a lake and takes a seat, just relaxing, thinking about the directions of his plans to come. It's been a while since I checked the system. System, show my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 13. Gacha tokens, 2920. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, locked or untriggered. Divinities, Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space. Abilities. All Speak. Thanks to the All Speak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but is stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear, you can feed on the fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space, you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. You can use destruction energy. This type of energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation. Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects, such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. Conquer Haki. Allow the user to exert his or her will onto another and can incapacitate individuals or simply dominate a person's psyche, making them unable to fight or more inclined to follow your orders. An advanced user can coat their attack with it, making them very much stronger. 15. Meeting and talking to Gia. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 13. Gacha tokens, 2920. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, locked or untriggered. Divinities, Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space. Abilities. All Speak. Thanks to the All Speak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but is stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear, you can feed on the fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space, you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. You can use destruction energy. This type of energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation. Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects, such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. Conquer Haki. Allow the user to exert his or her will onto another and can incapacitate individuals or simply dominate a person's psyche, making them unable to fight or more inclined to follow your orders. An advanced user can coat their attack with it, making them very much stronger. Looking at his status, even if it doesn't go in department of his improvements over the years, he likes it this way as, he already knows all the progress he's made over the years, but coming from his thoughts a wave of pure black energy spread out from his body as he looked straight ahead. You keep watching, aren't you going to show yourself, or do I need to destroy this forest before you do? Cole says in a deadly serious voice. See no movement. Cole follows through with his threat as he slams his foot on the ground as he pure destruction energy into the ground, as it starts to disintegrate, going wider and deeper, eventually starting to destroy trees, when a voice interrupts him. Enough, you've gotten my attention. As the voice sounds in his ears, Cole retracts his energy as the forest starts to repair itself, as he didn't make the energy too strong when he used it. So, I'm waiting, says Cole. A minute after he says that, the ground opens and a woman comes out of it, long brown hair, green eyes, beautiful white skin, as she wears a green dress flowing around all her curves, as she wears earring made of stones, as this stone gave off the feeling they were anything but ordinary. She wore nothing else, not even anything on her feet, as she looked at Cole. See the beauty that appeared before him. Cole had to admit she is extremely beautiful, but something else caught his attention, and that was the amount of power he could feel from her, even if from what he knows Gia should not be a fighter, but that doesn't mean she is not strong. Gia, why have you been watching me? Asks Cole. Gia stood there watching him before she spoke. Asgardian prince, would you not do the same if someone invaded your home? Answers Gia. This is your home. Well, you have my apology, I'll be leaving now, says Cole as he mobilizes his space divinity to teleport away. Ha 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 ha, why are you in such a rush? If I didn't know any better, I'd say one of the proud princes of Asgard is afraid. Hearing her, Cole stops and looks at her. Even if he doesn't show it, he is a prideful person, but he isn't stupid enough to attack her over something like this. Jia, what is it you want? We both know you won't just appear before anyone just because they entered your supposed home, even if that someone was a god. Asks Cole, clearly not believing Jia for a minute. Well, that's true. Appearing before every being that wants to meet me, or appears in my home would be a waste of time, but you are special after all. I've seen your futures, and let's just say I play a part in it. You've seen my future, tell me what did you see? Asks Cole, anticipation clear in his voice. Yes, I have, and I said futures, and are you sure you want to know? After all, this kind of knowledge will weigh heavily on a person. After all, I may have seen your death or you succeeding in whatever it is you have planned, but that kind of knowledge is not to be played with. So, are you sure you want to know? Hearing this, Cole falls into his thoughts. I have no idea if this is a trap of some kind, or if she saw my future. All the knowledge I know about Jia from my past life is kind of vague. I don't even remember if she really could see the future. Didn't she use this same thing on Zeus as well? I need to be careful. She is right. Depending on what she says, I might change my plans. But wait, if she saw the future, would she even waste time talking to me? Wouldn't she just kill me now, unless she wants me to make it happen? But she gains nothing from helping me become powerful enough to take one above all spot and exit this universe. But she might not have seen that far, of course, that taking into account I actually succeeded in my plans. Jia, I've decided 16. Information from Jia. Jia, I've decided I don't want to know. Having that information, real or not, would only bound me. I'll create my own future, good or bad. At least then I would be satisfied knowing I got wherever I got to without any outside influence. Ha 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 ha, that answer sounds exactly like I expected. A man of your destiny would need such resolve to get where you want to be. Since you don't want the information, I won't give it to you, but I'll give you some information that will help you. Oh, well then I'm listening. Before your time on this planet comes to an end, you will encounter a choice that will set your whole future in motion. One could say this decision will be the defining factor in if your plans come to fruition or if they end up being stopped halfway. The information I have for you is this: killing them all is not the best choice. After all, sealing them away might cause them more pain while painting you in a different light to those that might come across the information, she says in a serious voice. Oh, is that so? Am I to take from this that some sort of organization or group will ensure my wrath, and instead of killing them all you want me to seal them so I don't appear completely bent on destruction and bloodthirsty in the eyes of the other powerful beings in the universe? I won't give you a yes or no answer. You're smart enough to figure it out. TCH, just great. It would seem my lack of compassion and empathy will lead to some being joining force to get rid of me, or at least I think that what she is implying, but the question remains, why would she give me this information or try to help me? Fine, I'll figure it out on my own. Now if that's all you wanted to say to me, I'll take my leave now, says Cole as he once again gets ready to teleport away. Wait. Hey, what is it? Asks Cole, annoyed at being stopped for the second time. Well, why don't you stay in the forest for a while? After all, I have a feeling you won't go traveling around right away, and I can even give you some advice on how to advance with your destruction divinity. Hearing what she said, Cole was a little surprised that she knew he wanted to wait a couple of years before really starting his traveling, and staying in this forest would be good, but what really caught his attention was her being able to help him advance in his destruction divinity. Seeing Cole thinking deeply, she advances towards him as she strokes his cheek, jolting him out of his thoughts as he jumped back as his glaive appeared in his hand and shock clearly visible in his eyes, as he was not able to sense her movements and now he really studies her. He still can't feel that she here and can only see her, meaning when she was watching him she could have done so without him finding her. I don't trust you. You would be a fool if you did. And I'm supposed to stay in what I'm now coming to think is your domain. Of course, after all, you are smart enough to know what that means if you figured out that this is act like my domain, responds Gao with a smirk on her face. Yeah, as much as I would hate to admit it, Cole says as he relaxes but does not send away his weapon. So, you've decided to stay, states Jia. Sounds like you expected this outcome. Of course I did. So, just follow me back to my house. You can stay there for as long as you want. I said I would stay in the forest but not in your house, says Cole as he turns and walks away from Jia into a different part of the forest. As she looks at his disappearing figure, her attitude changes completely from the easygoing tone she had with Cole to one of seriousness as she says. Your future will not be easy no matter what choice you make, but that is a choice you've made. I just hope meeting you now will help you make the right choice when the time comes. As she says this, she disappears into the ground as a gust of wind blows by. 17. Correct mindset. Voting for Harem or not has closed and the chapter has been taken down. The winner was Harem 44 votes. Not Harem 40 votes. So Harem won. The women with the highest votes were Wanda 22. Death 20. Hela 20. Jia 17. So this will be the harem, including Black Widow. As a number of days go by, Cole has already used his control over magic to make himself a castle in which he will spend his time here in this forest. The main reason Cole had decided to stay in Jia domain, was since she had no malice towards him, it was a good place to stay for now, since he wanted to avoid interacting with anyone on this planet until he had made his latest spin from the system. He really hopes after accumulating at least 10,000 tokens he would draw something incredible. As Cole is now outside the castle, he made meditating on his destruction divinity. He feels a presence appear out of nowhere. Knowing it's Jia, he doesn't even open his eyes as he addresses her. Jia, why have you come? Are you going to finally help me in advancing my destruction divinity? Why are you in such a hurry to wield such power? You couldn't be thinking of causing some trouble, could you, little Cole? Jia asks in a playful voice as the ground around Cole starts to turn to nothing as his destruction energy starts to leak from his body. Alright, calm down, little Cole, solving your problem is really easy, but the consequences, if you are not able to control the power you have after, would be very dangerous, not only for me but also for you, and we can't have anything happen to you, no, can we? Says Jia as she looks at Cole. Hearing the annoying nickname she has been calling him for the past few days every time she comes to visit him, a vein appears on his forehead as he tries to calm himself down. Just tell me what I need to do, Jia, and stop with your games, says Cole in a frustrated voice. But this is no game. All you need to do to increase the power of your destruction energy is change the mindset you have. After all, accomplishing all you have with your destruction energy with your current mindset is already a major accomplishment. You may not know, but being who usually try controlling destruction energy usually end up being devoured by the energy itself, as to strength it one needs to fill their thoughts of destruction, which leads to them being consumed by that desire and in the end becoming something controlled by destruction energy and not the other way around. This goes on until they meet someone strong enough to kill them, then they die. So, all I need to do is change my mindset. Yes, but I'm sure you see the hidden danger in all this. Of course, I can, and before taking such a risk I'll look for other ways to increase my destruction energy strength. So have you found my brother yet? I have actually, and he seems to have the same idea as you. Right now he's just watching how the inhabitants of this world interact, but he hasn't made contact with anyone yet. That sounds about right. Well, it doesn't matter. I won't interfere in whatever he does while here as long it doesn't hurt my interest. One would not believe you both are brothers. That's good, because I do not think of him as my brother, just someone who will block my path eventually. I'll be leaving now, little Cole, says Jia as disappears. When she reappears, she is at the very center of the forest in front of her small house. She could make something bigger, after all this is her domain, but this was enough for her, and as she is there all her playfulness disappears as she once again begins to worry. The future isn't set in stone. No matter what I do, it all comes down to Cole. Back to Cole. Looking at the spot where Jia disappeared, he had a small but noticeable smile on his face even though he did not notice. I wonder why she is so quick to do what I ask of her for nothing in return. With all the knowledge she has collected over the years, I should try to learn something from her. I'll ask her the next time she visits. Says Cole as he goes back to meditating. 100 years. Time has passed by quickly as the seasons changed and creatures died. Life can end that life lived out its time. 100 years have passed since Cole has left Asgard with Odin and arrived in the forest Jia used as her domain. As time passed by, the forest remained unchanged, still as beautiful and full of life as before. While in a castle somewhere in the castle you could see a man sleeping in a large bed with a woman wrapped around him as she was completely naked. This was none other than Cole and Jia. As the two slept, the sun had already come out and made its way into the sky as it light neared the bed they were sleeping on, and as it shone upon them, Cole was the first to stir awake. While feeling the extra weight on his body, he sighed, as he knew what, or more precisely who it was, as Jia had started sneaking into his bed into last 50 years they spent together. The first time it happened he was so angry through destruction energy at her, which would have caused her some harm if she had not dodged in time, but after 4 years of this he finally just accepted it. For Cole, Jia is one of two people that Cole has seen who is willing to stick around and try to get to know him, been after how cold he acts towards them, the other being his mother, and for that Cole has grown to tolerate Jia and is now okay with her being in his personal space. Maybe if Cole had fully trusted Jia their relationship would have advanced further than it has, but he does not trust her completely. After 100 years of training, even more than he already had, Cole is now completely ready to venture out and get what he needs finished completed, but before that he has a lot of tokens to use and it's time to make some spins in the system. Raising out of bed as Jia's body rolls to the side, his clothes just appear on his body as he turns to look at the naked Jia and smiles before exiting the castle. When Cole reaches outside, a crack appears as he enters and he appears in a purple space that is completely empty. This is good enough for now. Nobody should be able to sense to hear without looking for me specially, and even then they would have to be way more powerful than I am to find me. System, open my panel. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 113. Gotcha tokens, 39,420. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, locked or untriggered. Divinities, Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space. Abilities. All Speak. Thanks to the All Speak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but is stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear you can feed on the fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. You can use destruction energy. This type of energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation. Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. Conquer Haki. Allow the user to exert his or her will onto another and can incapacitate individuals or simply dominate a person's psyche, making them unable to fight or more inclined to follow your orders. An advanced user can coat their attack with it, making them very much stronger. Looking at the number of tokens he had, Cole was excited as he was bound to get some good stuff this spin. System make 3 spins all with 10,000 tokens each. As the seconds passed by they felt like hours to Cole, and when the first draw stopped, it popped up as seeing the prize. Cole had one idea what it was, but he wasted no time and continued on with the second spin as he could now change the outcome. After what seemed even longer than the first one. Congratulations, you've won the ability Devourer. And for the last spin, the draw took even longer before finally. Seeing the last draw finished, Cole was satisfied even if he did not know what exactly the first two did. System, show me my remaining tokens. Tokens 9,420. System, make 2 more draws, one with 5,000 and the second with 4,000. For the first draw, Cole got. And the second gave him 19, leaving. As Cole stood there he was surprised to say the least, that he got a chunk of URU. He had already planned to go through a whole lot of different options just to get this medal, and he gets it just like that. I really can't complain about this draw. Let's just hope the abilities I got are powerful. System, show me the information on all the things I won. Annihilation Maker, Scared Gear, one of the original 13 Longinus. Annihilation Maker is considered to be one of the biggest bugs in the Sacred Gear system. Annihilation Maker has the ability to create monsters from the user's imagination. The more powerful the user's imagination, the stronger the creatures are upon creation. Creatures created are loyal to the user. Devourer, with this ability, anything the user eats will be assimilated into the user, while the user will gain the abilities of the person, animal, or object eaten. This ability can only be used on an opponent that can't fight back, as if they do it reduces the effect of the ability. Limited Future Sight. Using this ability the user can see into the future at a specific point in time of the user's choice for a limited time that is affected by the importance of the event. This will also impact how long the rest time between each use of this ability will be. URU is a metal ore from the first moon in existence and has existed since the beginning of the universe. It is purportedly unique to Nidavellir, one of the 10 worlds. It resembles stone, but it also appears to have metallic properties. It seems able to store most energies, particularly magic. Albeit very difficult to forge, weapons and items made from URU, especially enchanted ones, are resilient to most forms of damage. War Elephant Body Cultivation Technique. This technique grants the user the strength and durability of an ancient war elephant. By the end of the first volume the users would be durable enough to disregard hit, strong enough to destroy mountains while being able to lift 20 tons. As Cole read the description of the things he won, he was really excited as he saw no reason to make another draw for a while, so he could leave his tokens to build up. With the abilities he has now he would get even stronger at a quicker rate. He could also see the uses for all of these abilities. With the things he learned from Jia over the years, he already came up with a plan he is set to put into action as soon as he leaves Jia's domain. Gotten everything he needed, Cole opened a portal and left, appearing in front of his castle once again. I thought Jia would be awake already, says Cole as he focuses his attention on Jia, who is still in bed sleeping. Or is she? She can't be serious, says Cole as he disappears and reappears in the bedroom standing over the sleeping Jia. If you don't get up now and stop this foolishness I will leave now without saying goodbye. As soon as he said that, Jia jumped from the bed and looked at him. Do you really need to leave now? How about waiting another 100 years and spending some time with me? Asks Jia as she puts on a sad smile, trying to tug on Cole's feelings. Jia, I have already spent too much time here. I have things to accomplish. I will visit you sometimes and you could appear anywhere I am anyway, so I'm never far away. This is not goodbye but see you later. Says Cole as he disappears, finally leaving Jia's domain for the first time since he came to this world. Cole appears above a field as he feels a sudden rush of power course through his body from his fear enhancements. Casting a simple hiding spell on himself, Cole continues to observe his surrounding as he spots humans, even though they look way different from the modern day one he remembers, but that is to be expected. He sees houses made of straw and other signs leading him to believe it's at least 12,000 years before the canon. This makes sense. If I remember correctly, Odin had been through many reincarnations before the canon. As the Odin who took part in the canon was just the last reincarnation, he should have been around 10,000 years old before his death. 20. Starting the plan. As Cole floated above the small settlement, he waited and observed as the early humans interacted and went about their daily activities. As the day went and the darkness of night started to set in, Cole raised his spell as he stayed in his spot as he decided to use his new scared gear, even though he could do what he wanted without it. As his shadow became bigger and darker, pieces break off as they form into bats with a huge red eye in the middle of their head. I'll name you guys, Dream Bats. Your mission is easy, just go to the villagers while they sleep and alter their dreams to some that will make them develop worship for me, do it in any way, even the promise of power is fine, now go. This was the first stage of Cole plan to ultimately weaken the Olympian gods, as Jia had already told him that they decided to connect themselves with the humans, making them stronger the more the humans worshipped them, but it also had a downside which they didn't see, which was that they would be forced into a deep sleep when the worship decreased beyond a certain level. When she told Cole this, he had already guessed this was why they were not present in the Marvel Cinematic Canon, and even though this would not affect them now, Cole had no intention of fighting them now either. As he watched the dream bats get to work, he turned his attention on to other things, like creating his own realm. Cole had thought about it for a while and decided not to make it on Earth, but there would be several different entry points on Earth. The realm itself would not be on the planet. Then he turned and looked at the moon, then disappeared. Cole appeared in space as he looked down at Ishium. He was right above the planet, as he had decided to make his personal realm directly on the moon. Making his own dimension right now was easy for Cole. As he looked at the space in front of him, Cole's divine energy broke free, rushing out of his body stronger than ever. Wasting no time, Cole announced. Isolated dimension. The amount of divine energy rushing out of Cole's body dropped to half of what it was, as if it just vanished into the air by only turning everything dark. But Cole had a smile on his face. If one was really knowledgeable about space, they would realize rather Cole had just created a different dimension on the moon without affecting the moon itself directly. In the darkness, Cole's smile seemed to grow even brighter, as even though his dimension was empty now, it would soon be filled with the race he will create and all his other creations. But now he had to return to see how the bats were doing. Leaving his new and unnamed dimension, Cole returns to Earth above the settlement he had left, as he uses some simple magic to enter the mind of a random villager to see the dream the bat is creating for him. As Cole enters the unsuspecting villager's mind, he finds himself in a familiar village, the only difference being it now destroyed, as charred bodies littered the ground and no house was left standing. The only survivor of this event was a hunter returning to the settlement. When he saw the destroyed village, he ran to a house and started digging through everything looking for someone or something, as everything he touched was so fragile that it turned to dust as it came into contact with him, but this did not stop him from looking until finally, he found a body, or what was left of it, a head of what looked to be a woman, most likely the man's wife. In shock, the man froze in place as tears slowly dripped from his eyes, falling on the head below him, instantly turning it to dust. As he fell deeper and deeper into despair, he heard a voice filled with strength and authority, but this voice also brought the feeling of fear and destruction. You have fallen to the depths of despair, as your home has been destroyed, your family killed, and yet the gods you worship have done nothing to aid you. Hearing the loud voice, as if drawn to it the voice, he slowly raised his head as he saw something he would never forget. A gigantic snake was floating in the sky. Its head alone blocked out the whole sky, as it was impossible to see the end of its body no matter how hard you try, giving off the impression its length was limitless. 21. To the underworld. As the villager looked at the massive serpent in the sky, he was unable to even respond, as he could feel his entire being wanting him to kneel. I am the god of fear, Cole. Kneel before me and worship me, and spread my name, and I shall give you the power to stand before all man and gods, spoke the giant serpent. Hearing the words of the serpent, the villager looked around the destroyed village and couldn't bring himself to forgive those responsible, and seeing that this was the only way he could think of gaining the power he thought necessary to complete the task, it didn't take much longer for him to kneel of his own accord, as he felt his body filled with a strange energy and a snake tattoo appeared on his neck with the number 1 in the middle. Now go forth and spread my name. Remember, you are a proud servant of Cole, the god of magic, fear, destruction, and space. Bow to no man or god other than me, said the giant serpent as it floated higher into the sky until it finally disappeared. The villager was left there in the destroyed village, as he now had the power to exact his revenge. He would set out on a path of blood and death while spreading the name of his god, increasing the believers of Cole. As Cole saw this series of events, he had to admit, the dream bats did a good job, making him feel dependent on Cole, and even altering the feeling and the general way the people would think of the dream as they awoke. Seeing things going in a good direction, Cole left the villager's mind and returned to the sky. As he floated there, he knew it was time to move on to the next phase of his plan, as he had many places to go and things to acquire, and he had the perfect person to give him the information he needed. Cole floated down to the ground slowly as he called out a name. Jia. As he spoke, a figure came from the ground behind him, wrapping their arms around him, but Cole did not move or look alarmed, as the person was Jia. It seems you miss me already. How about we go back to the forest? Said Jia. I can't, I have things to do. Is that your plan? It won't cause much change in their power for some time, you know, said Jia, as in the short time she had arrived here she had already noticed the bats at work on the minds of the villagers. I am not planning on it, so make a difference now, and even if it didn't make the difference I want, I will become strong enough to take on all the Olympian gods on my own, said Cole. So, why did you call for me? I need information on how to get into the underworld and Tartarus, said Cole. Oh, what are you going to do in those places? I need a blacksmith, and let's just say I want to experience the feeling of Tartarus. You do know the ruler of the underworld Hades would be very much stronger in his domain, right? Do you think you can fight him there? I should be able to. Well, I guess you are going to meet my children the Cyclopes, as they are the only blacksmiths in Tartarus that could catch your eye, said Cole. And Tartarus is not separate from the underworld, it is just a region of the underworld where they send their enemies, you can access the underworld fairly easily, said Gia as she disappeared with Cole. When they reappeared they were in front of a cave. Just walk in this cave and you will reach the underworld, said Gia. Cole looked at the cave with no fear as he just started entering, leaving Gia there watching him leave. As Cole walked into the cave he noticed nothing special about it until he looked at the space around the cave itself. It was a mix of the planet space and the space of a pocket dimension, so the cave just acted as a teleportation channel, but Cole could figure out if this was on purpose or not. If it wasn't, he had to check his dimension when he returned from the underworld, but it wasn't a big deal as it was still empty. 22. The Underworld. As Cole ventured deeper into the cave he found himself in the Olympian underworld. He could feel the change in the air as every breath he took felt like it took so much more effort than before, but this did little to faze him as he kept going, looking at all the thing he passed, which was basically skeletons and rocks as the place was dark. And as Cole continued to walk he finally reached the river of Styx, finally stopping at the bank. Looking at the river, Cole couldn't find the words to describe what he felt when he saw it. It took hold of his entire attention as soon a boat soon came into vision with a skeleton wearing a robe rowing it across the river, and Cole immediately knew who this was: Charon the ferryman, as Cole waited for him to arrive near him. You have guts intruding on the territory of Hades. I'm just taking a stroll. How about you take me across the river and we all be on our way? I have no reason to listen to your demands. I would have loved if you had just done this the easy way instead of having me force you, but you leave me no choice. Saying this, Cole uses his fear manipulation, taking a spot in Charon's mind as his worst fears start playing out. In Charon's mind, Charon was currently going through the different visions of one and only one thing happening to him over and over, only in different ways, as his fear only included one thing, his death, and this made sense as working so closely with the god of death while having really nothing else, one would really cherish their life as they know what's to come. As Cole had caught him off guard and Charon was already engulfed in his fear as his body kept shaking as he began to mumble. Please stop. Let's go, says Cole as he boards the boat. Carry me straight to Tartarus. Cole had intended to search the underworld until he found Tartarus, but since a quicker and better choice had appeared he would rather take this route as Charon started rowing the boat along. As they advanced, Cole kept an eye on his surrounding. As they got deeper into the underworld, Cole knew normal there would be 3 paths where sports that entered the underworld would go after being judged. Those who were neither truly good nor truly evil in life are sent on the road back to the Asphodel fields. Those who were evil are condemned to Tartarus, a dark place of terrible punishments, where the Titan warriors are confined. The virtuous travel the path to Elysium, a beautiful and peaceful realm where they dwell happily. Cole had thought that it was all just one big separate dimension, but now it began to look like Tartarus and Elysium are both smaller separate dimensions attached to the underworld. We are here, said Charon, snapping Cole from his thoughts as he looks around and tries to sense the space around him, which proves what he taught to be true: Tartarus is a smaller separate dimension in the underworld. I'll be leaving now, says Charon. Cole knew that he would inform Hades of him being here and that Hades would come, but Cole didn't think Hades had the strength to kill even if they fought in the underworld, and he was also wanting an opponent to try and use his devour on. Cole had no intention of visiting the whole of Tartarus as he cast a spell and he disappeared and appeared in front of a giant cave opening. Cole walked in without fear as it got darker and darker as he went deeper, when suddenly, swoosh! Boom! A giant club was sung through the air and collided with Cole's now outstretched right hand as he slid back 3 meters as he noticed the strike in the last seconds before it connected. As he turned to face his attacker he immediately spoke when he saw who it was. My friend, calm down, I mean no harm, says Cole as the Cyclopes walks out of the shadows and looks seriously at Cole with it one eye. What are you doing in our home? I just want a weapon forged. What makes you think that we will do that for you? Because I will give you freedom. 23. Encounter with Hades. Ha 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 ha. Freedom? Didn't Zeus offer the same, and look where we are still. I'm not Zeus. Of course, you aren't. Let me ask you, if you could have found someone else to forge what you wanted with our level of skill before you came here, would you have still come here pretending to offer us freedom? Of course not, Cole answered without any hesitation. I mean, come on, you know how much risk I'm taking intruding on Hades' territory. Of course, if there was an easier way I would have done it, but your talent has made you important enough for me to turn my attention to you and risk coming here and offer you freedom for that talent, and as long as you have that talent I see no reason to lock you up when you could be of use to me and the kingdom I plan on building. At least you speak the truth. So will you show me where the rest of your race is so I can get a weapon forged? Fine, follow me, I make no promise that the other will agree to what you want. He says as he turns and continues to walk deeper into the cave. As Cole follows him he can't help but feel the changes in the space around them. The cave itself is responding to the Cyclops and changing the route with every step he takes. It seems to be some kind of enchantment geared to work only if a Cyclops is present. You look surprised by the enchantments. That's because I am. If you didn't know about the enchantment, how did you reach as far as you did? Just luck, I guess. Was what Cole said, but he had a different reason in mind, and it was Gia. After all, the Cyclops are her children and she was always sad that they were in Tamaras even from the times of Oceanus. As they continued to advance, Cole started feeling heat cooking from the front and the distant pounding out of steel, and he knew it had to be that they were forging something currently. As they exited the cave, they came to an open space where there were what looked to be houses built. Cole wasted no time as he followed the sound and arrived at one of these houses and entered, and when he did so he saw a cyclops forging what looked to be a sword. Cole stood there and watched the process from shaping to quenching to sharpening. When the cyclops was finished, he leaned the finished knife to the side, and just by looking at it Cole could tell it was a really good piece. "What is it you want, young god?" "I want a weapon forged." "You have the scent of Jia on you, did she send you?" "No, but she told me where to find you, knowing I would offer you freedom if you forge me a weapon." "All right, a weapon for freedom. But it would seem you have something to take care of first." As he said that, Cole felt the change in space and someone appears outside the main entrance of the cave, and Cole could only think of one person, Hades. "I'll be right back." Saying this, Cole disappeared and reappeared in front of Hades. "So you're the one who broke into my realm, a prince of Asgard. And you're the would-be ruler of the underworld, Hades. I hear the underworld didn't fully accept you," says Cole. "Boy, you should be begging for me not to kill you yet. Here you are making jokes. It would seem you don't fear death. You don't know how foolish you sound. Why would a god of fear be afraid of anything?" asked Cole. "Enough talk, I have things to do," says Hades as his dreadful aura descends onto the surroundings filled with wails of his victims. Not even a second after, a second aura appears, not as strong as the first, but you could feel the difference as Cole's aura was filled with dominance, pushing everything to submit. They stood there ready to fight. Hades pulled out 2 battle axes while Cole took out his glaive. 24. Fight! Boom! As the 2 gods finally collide, Cole's glaive covered in destruction energy while Hades' axes are covered in hellfire. Neither side is pushed back. As Cole spins his glaive around, knocking Hades back while he also backs up and glances at his glaive, he can't help but be angry, as after one clash between the two his weapon is already damaged while Hades' axes are still strong. It seems someone is in need of a new weapon. "Don't push your luck, Hades, by the end of this fight you will be no more." "Sure, anything is possible." Cole starts to augment his body with his magical energy as he doesn't want this fight to last too long. He pours even more destruction energy into his blade as he rushes forward again at Hades, this time not holding back. Hades answered in kind as he also augmented his body to keep up with Cole and upped his output of heal fire. Destruction glaive arts realm split. Ren slammed down his glaive on Hades as he blocks the strike with his 2 axes crossed, and the collision destroys everything in their immediate area. Not waiting for Hades to plan out his next moves, Cole covers his foot in Conqueror's Haki and kick Hades in the stomach, sending him flying back. But Cole refuses to let up as follows up, stabbing his glaive down in the spot Hades had landed, which is covered in smoke. But Cole feels something is wrong, but as he goes to jump back, it too late as Hades slashed him across his back, opening up a deep wound, but another axe comes for his neck as he is forced to use his space divinity and teleport to dodge it. Cole appeared away from Hades as he feels the blood running down his back. He knows he doesn't have time to heal it now, so teleports back to Hades and attacks from the side with his glaive, but the attack is blocked. But as soon as he disappeared, once again appearing above Hades, attacking from above, but this was also blocked, as he continues to disappear and reappears until he finally manages to cut Hades right across his chest with his blade coated in destruction energy. Blood spurts out as Hades tries to heal it, but the destruction energy destroys his natural heal factor and his magical energy when he tries, seeing this as an opportunity again. Destruction eclipse. Cole holds his hand up as giant balls of destruction energy rain down on the underworld, turning everything they touch to dust as Hades sees Tartarus being destroyed like this as he draws even more power from his realm. Hellfire C. Hellfire shoot from his hands, destroying most of the balls before they reach Tartarus, saving it from too much destruction. Cole once again teleports to him and this time manages to cut off one of his hands, and as blood spurts out, Hades on instinct kicks Cole away, knocking him into the ground. Boom! But Cole gets back up and teleport right back to Hades as he goes for his hand that was just cut off. Hawkeye. As Hades goes to pick his hand up, it turns to red particles and disappears before his eyes. Anger would be an understatement of what exactly Hades was feeling right now. Hades began to grow and his body became bigger and covered in hellfire. Cole knew he had gotten serious as Hades created huge weapons out of nothing but hellfire. He attacked Cole, and of course, Cole was able to block and dodge some, but the others that caught him dealt a lot of damage as his weapon was now destroyed and his armor barely hanging on now, but Cole had managed to inflict wounds on Hades during this time as Hades had another deeper wound across his chest and one of his eyes were missing, but as Hades could draw from the underworld as they were currently in his realm, Cole could draw from nothing, and as the fight ragged on, this became the factor that put Hades on the winning side. Whoosh! Hades formed one more axe out of hellfire and slammed it down on Cole, who was too tired to move. Boom! As the fire disappeared, Cole could be seen lying on the ground, bloodied but still concoyous, but barely, as it looked like he was about to faint. Looking down on the blood-covered Cole, Hades could not help but smile. As a god he was naturally prideful, so when a young god such as Cole came to his realm and showed no hint of fear or respect to him, of course it made him upset, but now that same upstart was now lying blood-covered in front of him. Even though it took him a lot of effort to get this result, Hades chose to overlook that fact. Cough. Cough. 25. Reason. I changed the ending of the last chapter. felt Hades went down to suddenly, and the transformation was also very sudden. The fight will still end the same. I'm just going to add some things in between now and the end to make it better. Next chapter out tomorrow. 26. Fight end. Cole spits up blood, but as he lays there on the ground the expression on his face remains the same, no hint of fear or regret could be seen. Boy, why don't you beg for your life, said Hades. In response, Cole smiled as he spoke. I see no reason to beg for something I am in no danger of losing. After saying this as if on command, Cole's body began to expand rapidly as his armor or what is left of it is destroyed. Soon Cole becomes unrecognizable as his body grows, scales and fangs protrude from his mouth, his hands and feet disappear, leaving an enormous serpent, with scales that seem to suck in all the light present floating in the air. As Hades looks at the serpent before him completely blocking out the sky of the underworld in an unknown length as he could not even see the end of it, he could only guess that this was some kind of magical transformation as he knew Asgardian gods didn't have a godly form. HS. A sharp and powerful hiss echoes through Tartarus, as Cole wastes no time and moves forward to try to get closer to Hades, but he materializes more weapons of hellfire, blasting them into Cole's enormous body, which has become an easy target. Cole is blasted back, as he stops and his body starts emitting an overwhelming feeling of fear that could drive anyone crazy, but Hades refuses to let this affect him. Cole opens his mouth as energy starts gathering quickly, forming a large amount of magical energy which he shot towards Hades. Hades saw the incoming attack and responded in kind, with a beam of hellfire. Boom! As the two attacks collided, the already destroyed and devastated area had become even more so. Cole didn't let up, as in this form he couldn't attack physically very easily, so he used his magic. Spears of what could only be light and lightning formed around his body under the use of magic. Each spear was filled with great power and each at least 10 meters long. Hiss! They shot forward, raining down on Hades. As he stood there looking at the incoming attacks, he swung his hand back using his connection with the underworld. He controlled space to send them away. Boom! Boom! From the distance, a gust of high-pressured wind blew in after the explosion went off. Hades rushed towards Cole as he swung his axe of hellfire, but Cole dodged it by moving his floating head to the side, but Hades continued to try as some connected, leaving shallow cuts. But as time passed and the fight continued, the situation changed. Even though he is connected to the underworld, Hades was still losing more energy as the fight went on, but Cole was getting strong. Attacks that worked in the beginning no longer worked, and the feeling of fear was getting stronger while it weighed on Hades's mind heavily. Cole was actually being helped by the people in Tartarus and other parts of the underworld who could see his enormous body and feel the effects of their fight, were afraid, and that fear was being absorbed by Cole, healing him, replenishing his energy, while Hades couldn't keep taking energy from the under infinitely. Why are you getting stronger? This is my realm! Shouted Hades in rage. It's simple, all things feel fear, even the dead. You too shall feel fear before this fight is done. Fear's embodiment, Cole speaks as his voice in this form seems to shake even the space around them. Cole takes all the fear he was currently getting and all his remaining divine energy, then pushes it into Hades' mind, destroying his mental defenses, forcefully trying to make fear take root in his mind. As Hades feels the danger, he immediately mobilizes all the energy he could to try and fight back, and as he does manage to endure the mental attack, Cole had managed to latch a small piece of that fear into his mind, but Hades didn't notice this as he felt Cole finally out of divine energy. This is finally over. I'm sure you regret coming here now. Regret? Why would I, after all, as you said the fight is over, you have lost. Fear take over, said Cole as he smiled. But Hades stood there, smile still on his face, looking at Cole as he thought nothing would happen as Cole was out of divine energy, but deep in his mind the piece of fear left suddenly began to take root and spread to all parts of Hades' mind until his fear becomes all-encompassing. As Hades looks at it, the enormous serpent before him, the smile on his face slowly disappears until it turns into a frown, then this eye slowly fills with fear and his giant body begins shaking until he slowly steps back nervously. Through the activation of that piece of fear, Hades' perception of Cole had just changed from just a young god who turned into an enormous serpent to the most terrifying thing he had ever seen that would haunt his memory for the rest of his life, but luckily for him Cole had no intention of letting him live much longer. Please leave, don't come any closer! Screamed Hades as Cole finally moves his enormous body forward, and in one quick motion he circles around Hades and begins to squeeze him tightly. Crack! Please stop! Bones were broken as Hades cried out, and not even a quarter of Cole's enormous body had circled him, squeezing him. I wonder what would happen if I devour a god. You will make a fine test sample. If only you had just stayed on your throne and ignored me, I would come and done what I needed and left, but since you're here you might as well become a stepping stone for me to become stronger, said Cole as his mouth opened and devoured the god of death Hades. As Hades entered Cole's mouth, his devour ability began breaking down everything, even Hades' soul, and merging it with Cole, but he felt no change, and as the last of what was left of Hades was devoured, it happened. Pain. Pain like no other he had ever felt struck his whole body as he began to shrink back to his normal form. Cole let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body convulsed, muscles torn apart, bones were broken, and that was only what was happening on the outside. On the inside, Cole's soul was forcefully absorbing Hades even though his conscience was gone. his soul was still strong and his divinity was also being changed, and all this caused him no shortage of pain. For the next 2 weeks, Cole divine energy would spike to heights it had never been, just to completely disappear and spike once again. His body would heal then break itself apart again in a repeating cycle, and his soul caused so much pain that he had long since stopped screaming. But the resident of the underworld, even if they be in Tartarus, Asphodel Fields, or even Elysium, they could feel the terrifying aura coming from Cole from time to time. Because of the strength of Hades and the Olympian blood in him, Cole's body found it hard to completely assimilate everything, causing his body and soul to go through these series of healing and destruction. If only he had a higher adaptation, it would have been a lot less painful for him. 2 weeks later. Suddenly the underworld that had been silent for the past day as Cole's aura hadn't erupted in a while. In Tartarus you could see Cole lying on the ground completely naked, eyes completely closed and his chest rising and falling barely, when suddenly his eyes snap open and a cold and powerful aura envelopes not only Tartarus but the whole underworld, pushing everyone else down and completely losing consciousness. Outside the entrance to the underworld, Gia was standing there waiting on Cole to emerge. As it had been 2 whole weeks, she had begun to become worried, as it wouldn't take that long for him to find her children and have them forge a weapon for him. She knew something must have happened, and the only person who could possibly harm him in the underworld was Hades. I can't wait any longer. As she was about to rush into the underworld, a powerful aura rushed out, and as she sensed it she had no choice but to stop, as she knew Hades wasn't this strong, but neither was Cole. But that aura, it felt like Cole. What happening? Says Gia, but she isn't idle, as she projects a barrier keeping the aura from escaping, alerting anyone, as someone of this strength would draw a lot of attention, and she knew that wasn't what Cole wanted. Back in Tartarus, Cole finally stands up and he could feel the difference in power he had now with the combination of Hades, and he had to admit right now he couldn't think of anyone on earth besides the elder gods who was his match. As I am right now, Hades is nothing more than a child, he says as he clenches his fist. Realizing his aura is running rampant, he tries to pull it back in, but it proves more difficult than he thought, but not impossible, as he manages to do it after multiple attempts, but soon realizes he would need to constantly use some effort to keep it from exploding outward until he had trained back up his control over his strength. Seeing himself naked, the thought of clothing runs through his mind, and as he was about to materialize some, they appear on him without him doing anything, which is he realizes the amount of information coming into his mind, and it is from nowhere else but the underworld. Cole stood there as he didn't expect this. He knows what this means, but to be sure he calls the system. System, show my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 113. Gacha tokens, 437. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, locked or untriggered, Olympian. Divinities, fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities. All speak. Thanks to the All Speak, Asgardians can communicate in all of the languages of the 9 realms, Earth's dialects, and various alien languages. Asgardian physiology. Cole has all the benefits brought on by has this physiology, but is stronger than a regular Asgardian because he is the son of Bor. Fear empowerment. As a god of fear you can feed on the fear of other people to strengthen and heal yourself. Space manipulation. As a god of space you can control space to do anything as long as you develop your connection to space and your divinity to the required level. Destruction energy. You can use destruction energy. This type of energy can destroy anything in the universe when strong enough. Magic manipulation. Cole can manipulate vast quantities of magic for nearly any effects, such as changing forms, raising the dead, creating separate spaces, healing, etc. Conquer Haki. Allow the user to exert his or her will onto another and can incapacitate individuals or simply dominate a person's psyche, making them unable to fight or more inclined to follow your orders. An advanced user can coat their attack with it, making them very much stronger. Annihilation Maker. Scared Gear. One of the original 13 Longinus, Annihilation Maker is considered to be one of the biggest bugs in the Sacred Gear system. Annihilation Maker has the ability to create monsters from the user's imagination. The more powerful the user's imagination, the stronger the creatures are upon creation. Creatures created are loyal to the user. Devourer. With this ability, anything the user eats will be assimilated into the user, while the user will gain the abilities of the person, animal, or object eaten. This ability can only be used on an opponent that can't fight back, as if they do it reduces the effect of the ability. Immortality. Like all Olympians, Cole is functionally immortal. He will not age after reaching adulthood and is immune to the effects of aging. He cannot die by any conventional means. He is also immune to all known earthly diseases and infections. Limited future sight. Using this ability the user can see into the future at a specific point in time of the user's choice for a limited time that is affected by the importance of the event. This will also impact how long the rest time between each use of this ability will be. Life Force Absorption. Cole is capable of draining the energy and life force from those that he touches, skin to skin, with his hand, even other gods. Control over life and death. As a god of death, Cole holds the power of life and death. Hellfire. He is capable of creating mystical flame, to which he himself is immune, or weapons of mystical flame such as a spear or sword, whose touch can paralyze an opponent, even gods. Death God. As a god of death, Cole can now make a pact with death, to collect the soul of his worshippers. Ruler of the underworld, Cole can control all aspects of the underworld and even use it during a fight to become stronger. Olympian physiology, Cole has all the benefits brought on by this physiology, even more so than other Olympian gods. 27. Not chapter. Chapters this week will be late. I am currently not feeling well, but I will be trying to put out at least one chapter today for all books I am currently doing. 28. New plans 1. Looking at his current status, Cole couldn't help but be surprised he gained a new divinity and even became the new ruler of the underworld. With this new power and realm, Cole's mind worked overtime thinking of the best course of action to take. Eventually, he smiled. It seems I could gain some powerful followers soon, but their loyalty would be questionable at best. I could always use some magic to mess with their minds, not much, just to add a loyalty factor. After all, using the prisoners from Tartarus as my followers without a backup plan would be foolish. Mumbles Cole. I can always think about this later. Right now I need to seal off the underworld from the outside world, says Cole as he closes his eyes and uses his connection to the underworld to find all the entrances. After getting back the information, Cole finds out there are only 2 entrances to the underworld, the one he used and one in Olympus, and he also senses Gia present. She looks worried. I better bring her here before I seal the place off, says Cole as with a swing of his hand a portal opens in front of him, and on the other side, Gia could be seen. Gia POV. Not long after Gia projected the barrier to stop Cole's aura from reaching away from the cave, she was now retracting the barrier as the aura had receded, but this only caused her to worry even more. Just as the green barrier completely disappeared, she sensed the space in front of her opening and connecting to somewhere else, forming a portal. Gia could feel the person doing this was the same one who released the aura she just stopped, and even now it felt like Cole, but not at the same time. It confused her, but as the portal completely formed on the other side, she could see Cole standing there looking right at her. You just going to stand there? Get in, said Cole. Gia was shocked when she laid eyes on Cole. Through the portal she could feel there was something different about him. She entered the portal and arrived in the underworld in front of Cole with the portal closing behind her. Cole, what happened here? Asks Gia as she studies the destroyed area around her. I just had a run-in with Hades, he's not a problem anymore. Cole answers. What? You killed him? Yet. Gia POV ends. Seeing Gia stop asking questions, Cole got back to what he was going to do. As he focuses back on his connection to the underworld, he first closes the entrance he used to enter the underworld before sealing it off. Then he turns to the other connected to Mount Olympus, and closing will alert the other Olympians, but to Cole this matters not as they won't be able to enter after he seals it, and that exactly what he did, now with the 2 entrances closed. Cole turns his attention back to Gia. Seeing her still standing there looking at him, he transports the 2 of them to the Cyclopes, who are still unconscious from the release of his aura earlier. With a wave of his hand in their direction, after a couple of minutes, the bodies of the Cyclopes started moving until they were all standing looking at both Gia and Cole. We greet the mother. Gia looked at the children she had failed. As they came about, their own father banished them to Tartarus, and even after Cronus defeated their father, their brother left them here, and they even helped Zeus and his siblings just to left here. Still, they have lived their whole life in Tartarus, and she couldn't help but feel sad and responsible for it. As she went deeper into these feelings, she suddenly felt a hand holding her, snapping her out of her thoughts. She turns, and with no surprise, it Cole holding her hand, snapping her out of her thoughts. It's not your fault. You tried many times to help them while maintaining your part of not interfering too much. You did the best you could, said Cole. To say Gia was surprised would be an understatement. She knew Cole cared about her, but for him to take the lead in being intimate in any way or comforting her was still a bit far off. At least that's how it was when he left for the underworld. It seems something has changed. It made her wonder if this was the same Cole. As Gia looked at Cole and really observed, she noticed even though he looked the same on the outside, the feeling he gave off before and the one he was currently giving off was different. Before he was completely cold and indifferent to everything and almost everyone, like what was happening around him had no effect on him and he was completely separate from it. But now she wouldn't call him warm, but he was different, though the coldest was now even colder and the indifference gave you the feeling he was above everything. She could see this wasn't for her, and when he looked at her earlier, even though there wasn't love in his eyes, there wasn't the usual coldness, there was tenderness. You seem confused. I guess it's because of my change. Go ahead, ask your questions, says Cole to Gia. What happened to Hades? Simply answer, I ate him. The more complicated explanation would be I absorbed him, taking all he had and was. Is that what caused your change? You could say that by absorbing Hades I got his memories, and going through it the past couple of days I have learned a lot. I need to change the way I am going to deal with the people I intend to have following me. If I continue how I was going, I would end up as a tyrant all alone with a sea of enemies ready to work together to get rid of me. This, of course, doesn't mean I will completely change who I am. I will only hold back a bit, otherwise I will end up like Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus. Being paranoid about betrayal will only lead me to make foolish decisions. I already have 3 people I know can trust, and you happen to be one of them. As Gia heard this, she was overcome with joy that Cole trusted her, that she didn't hear what followed, or if she did she ignored, thinking that it would never come to pass. I will trust you Jia, but if you betray me I will kill you in the most painful way possible. 29. New Plans 2. Cole moves his attention from Jia back to the group of Cyclopes before him. It was time to get back to business. I need 7 weapons forged. It matters not what they are as long as they are each one of a kind, and done to the best of your abilities, says Cole. It shall be done, it will only take a week to get it done. Good, I have some things to deal with in the meantime anyway, Jia stay here, I'll be back when I'm finished with what I have to do, says Cole as he suddenly disappears. Deep in space Cole could be seen floating with nothing around him, just the emptiness of space. It seems my teleportation range has increased more than I thought it had, but it doesn't matter where this is done. The realm I made on the moon was not completely separate from the moon itself. If I hadn't went to the underworld I probably wouldn't have noticed for a while, but now that I know I'll make it better this time. Cole stops restraining his energy and lets it flow out while also using his space divinity to connect with the surrounding space when suddenly the pace begins to detach from the surroundings, creating a small point of darkness that starts to expand with great speed. Cole seeing this floods it with divine energy, holding none in reserve, and as it comes in contact with his energy it absorbs it and grows even faster until it completely engulfs him and everything in sight. After constantly feeding his divine at the nun completely dark and empty space, he finally stops and closes his eyes, sensing if there is any connection between this new independent separate space and the out space, but he senses there isn't. Good, it is completely separate from everything else. It doesn't even have a fixed location. No one will be able to get into this space without getting help from someone who already knows and has permission to enter, but I'll connect it to the underworld. This will be done later, says Cole. This place also has a will of its own like the underworld, but since my energy was used to create it, the will should be completely loyal to me. I can sense it's still asleep, too weak to awaken. It will take a couple of years for it to wake from its sleep, but I can't just leave this place empty, it completely dark and empty. I should at least make a planet for the race I'm going to create to live on, but that seems so bland, and even though it's easy to do with magic I want to do it in a more exciting way. Let's see. Cole thinks out loud. Cole is a god of magic and a very powerful one at that, and after absorbing Hades, who was also talented in magic, even though he wasn't a god of magic, Cole's magic knowledge and power has grown a lot, especially in terms of earth magic, as Jia had made it her mission to teach it to him, and Cole, always looking for ways to get stronger, learned it, so it was very easy for Cole to create a planet in a separate space he has created and had full control over. As he stood there his shadow started getting bigger and bigger until finally, a giant 500-meter white dragon appeared charging out of his shadow, emitting a bright white light from every shining scale. Pick. Roar. Its roar managed to shake the immediate area around it. As its giant gold eyes snapped open it spotted Cole. I greet the great serpent, said the dragon as it lowered its head in submission. Cole looks at the giant dragon he had just created, and its aura he could tell it was about as stronger than he was when he fought Hades, but still far weaker than the current him. Its aura gave off a welcoming feeling, peace and tranquility, while also being powerful and full of pride. Compared to Cole's cold and destructive aura they were clear opposites. Matilda, the original dragon, the dragon of creation and justice, I have created you for the purpose of you creating planets, stars, suns, even my palace and anything else my realm shall need. I give you permission to create what you see fit, while also putting some rudimentary security in place. Any questions? Asked Cole. Yes my lord, as the realm has been created it may take longer than you want to do what you asked by myself. So you saying you want help, that's fine, let's see what should I create next. Once again Cole's shadow extended and got much bigger until a dark head popped out, then another and another. Until there were 9 in total, and now in the realm Cole had just created there was a dragon himself and a hydra. Pick. We greet the lord, said the hydra with its distorted voice, to Cole as all its heads bowed. Your name shall be Akli, the creature of darkness and chaos. You will help Matilda complete anything she cannot get done, says Cole. Akli hearing this turns to Matilda and a trace of disgust passes through his eyes. As Cole created him to represent darkness and chaos, Matilda represented the opposite, but even though the dislike he had for Matilda was already present he still said nothing and bowed him head deeper to Cole as Cole's orders were more important. Akli, give me a fang from each of your heads that control one of the elements. Yes, master. Saying that the fangs suddenly dropped out of said head's mouth as Cole stored them. Matilda, I will be leaving now, keep Akli in check, everything must be done when I visit again, says Cole as he disappears leaving the dragon and hydra alone. 30. New Plans 3. Matilda, I will be leaving now, keep Akli in check, everything must be done when I visit again, says Cole as he disappears leaving the dragon and hydra alone. After leaving his new separate space with his new subject doing the finishing touches, appears back in Tartarus, but he isn't with Jia and the Cyclops. Cole was currently having a stare-off with a prisoner of Tartarus. After all, he had decided to make some of them his subjects even if he had to use some mind magic to make them agree to follow him, and this was his first target, Typhon. Typhon, the Titian god of wind, banished from Olympus by Zeus after losing the final battle against him, thrown into Tartarus for eternity. I have an offer for you, said Cole as he began using mind magic to make Typhon more agreeable. Who are you, and what offer do you have for me, says Typhon as he could feel Cole's overbearing presence. He knew he was no match, it was best not to make an enemy he couldn't beat. My name is Cole Borson, a very powerful god as you have no doubt already guessed, and my offer to you is revenge and power as long as you serve me of course, said Cole as he still used his magic on Typhon without him noticing, due to him weakening and Cole being way more powerful than him. An Asgardian prince, and why should I believe you? I have already killed Hades haven't I? I'm sure you felt his energy spike then completely disappear. So it was you, I just thought he finally moved to betray Zeus and was dealt with, said Typhon. Fine I'll serve you, says Typhon, but Cole was well aware of what he was thinking. He wants to use me to deal with Zeus then find an opportunity to kill me, can't say I'm surprised not that those ideas will still be in his head a week from now, I'll slowly use mind magic on him to change his thoughts over the week and implant loyalty towards me other than that he can keep his personality. Good then let's go I have more people to find, says Cole as they begin to talk in a different direction. The next person was Kyknos, was the son of Ares and a mortal woman. He decided to build a temple for his father, but during this effort he was killed by Hercules, thus sparking Ares' long-standing rivalry with Hercules. After that it was Cottus. Cottus was one of the Centimons or hundred-handed conceived by Gaia and Ouranos, who later exiled these monstrous children to Tartarus. Next was someone Cole hadn't expected to find at all but was glad he did Argesh. Argesh and his brothers Brontes and Steropes were Cyclops sons of Gaia and Ouranos master smiths. The brothers crafted Zeus' thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident and Pluto's helmet of invisibility. The conversation he had was basically the same with all of them. With the help of mind magic they became a lot more agreeable. Cole had already planned to use the magic on them in earnest after they collected the last person he came for especially which led to Cole and his new group standing in front of Cronus. In all honesty, Cole had thought of devouring Cronus but he decided against it. For the time being, if his mind changed in the future he could do it then. As Cole looked at Cronus he knew Cronus would follow him by just making him a little more agreeable so he wasted no time and used his mind magic at full power implanting deep loyalty towards him inside Cronus' mind but not just Cronus but all the others if they had been at their peaks they would have been at least able to up some kind of resistance towards Cole but that wasn't the case they were all weak from being in Tartarus so long and Cole wouldn't waste this opportunity now. Finished they all fell down unconscious. Cole had been using mind magic on them for at least 4 hours. It could have been done sooner but Cole wanted to make sure he left no mistakes as it could be disastrous in the future. Right now the loyalty they felt for him was still something someone with better usage of mind magic could change, but if it was left long enough maybe over couple hundred years they would develop natural loyalty towards Cole so even if some did remove what Cole did by then it wouldn't matter. Finished his business here Cole levitated his new subjects as they disappeared. With Gaia. Gaia was currently overseeing the work done by her children for Cole as she suddenly felt Cole energy deep within Tartarus. Even though she was curious what he was doing she stayed and continued what she doing until she felt him arrive outside the forge she was currently in. Rushing outside she spots Cole standing there surrounded by some unconscious people some of whom she recognizes like her son Cronus. It wasn't hard to think of what Cole was going to do from what she knew about him. Mind magic? Asked Gaia. Yeah, it was necessary I need warriors until I create my own race and they will do for now, says Cole. Fine, but I will reinforce whatever you did since I am still better at that kind of magic than you. And what exactly are you going to do with the underworld? Thanks, Gaia. As for underworld as a god of death I need a place for my followers' soul to come and this will be it. I am going to connect it to my separate realm, but to collect souls I will need to meet with death, and I'm not doing that now, but I'll create a race to run the underworld so I can function without me, says Cole. Smart choice, get stronger before you try forming a contract with death, says Gaia. That's sad, and here I am visiting you. Says a voice interrupting their conversation. 31. Encounter with death. That's sad, and here I am visiting you. Says a voice interrupting their conversation. Hearing the voice both Cole and Gaia were alerted and ready to attack, but as the words spoken registered for the both of them Cole stood in front of Gaia as he looked around until his eyes landed on a girl standing before them. To any fool, they might just take this girl for what she looks like a harmless human, but Cole knew better as he looked at her he knew this could go many ways depending on which death he was dealing with. Interesting, you feel no fear for me? Said the girl as she looked at Cole. It would be foolish for a god of fear to give in to fear wouldn't it? Responded Cole. That's true, but you aren't only a god of fear are you? You are right I'm a god of magic, destruction, death, space, and fear. I know, I can see it you will be the cause of many souls entering my domain in the future, and your soul is beautiful. Thanks, may I ask why you have come here Death? Asked Cole meanwhile they are both having a conversation while Death ignores Gaia presence. Gaia has not taken her eyes off Death since she arrived, and even though she may not be shaking in fear her eyes were filled with caution. My contract with Hades was terminated because of his death, then I saw you and took an interest so here I am. Said Death as she walked closer to Cole. How about forming one with me, stated Cole getting down to business as he wanted Death gone as soon as possible. I thought you were going to wait until you got stronger, says Death in a voice filled with ridicule as she continued to approach Cole. Taking no offense to her tone of voice Cole responds. I would have, but here you are. I really want to know which version of death I'm talking to. If it's the version that played with Thanos and Deadpool, I really don't want to have anything to do with her. I'm going to just have to wait and see. You are very interesting. You don't strike me as the type to protect someone, yet here you are ready to do so. Being a god of destruction and fear, this is very out of character. Let me ask you, do you enjoy killing? Asked Death, completely ignoring Cole's talk about the contract. I have no problem killing, but I wouldn't say I enjoy it. Oh, that might change in time. What about the contract? Asked Cole. I have no problem forming a contract with you. I'm guessing you want to collect the souls of your followers, but you would have to offer me something in return. Says Death as she finally arrives before Cole and drags her finger across his face. What do you want in return? How about you do 3 favors for me? No, Cole responded firmly. Cole wasn't a fool to agree to do favors for gods in exchange for something much less a cosmic entity. This could and would most likely come back and hurt him in the long run. How about 2? No. 1. No, said Cole as he looked into Death's black eyes. You're not being flexible. I can do anything else but that. Fine, how about your soul? Death, be serious. I am. When you die, I want your soul to belong to me completely, with your consciousness becoming my slave, says Death. Deal, answers Damon. He had no intention of dying, so this deal was fine. For now, at least, when his power passed hers, he would break the contract. Good, the contract shall take effect now. I have stayed here long enough already. I shall return to my domain, but I look forward to the day you join me for eternity. And one last thing, you can only collect the souls of your followers and no other, says Death as her body turns transparent and disappears. After Death finally left, Gia finally spoke. Why? Why did you agree to that contract? Asked Gia. Relax, I have no intention of dying, but she really limited the souls I could collect. I planned on continuing collecting the souls of followers of all the Olympian gods, but that is impossible now since she made it specifically my followers, said Cole. Why not just establish yourself as Hades? What do you mean? I mean, take Hades' name as you own, creating a different aspect of yourself to take this role so you can collect souls of his followers, even though it won't be much more since not many worship gods of death. What are the side effects of this? Asked Cole. I'm not sure, since you don't rely on the faith of humans that can't alter you. At most, you would appear differently to those who worship you as Hades, as I do with all the different groups of followers I have. I see, I'll think about it. For now, let's take them inside and wait for the weapons to be finished forging, says Cole as he and Gia enter the forge with the other floating behind him. 32. Ending of Underworld. Hello, this is the author. I am taking name suggestion for the separate ream Cole created. Just comment on it here. Hey everybody, it's the author. If you guys did not know, I have 2 other fan FIC doing currently alongside this one, go check them out if you have time. Also, I have come to the decision to start a Patreon, so the 3 fan FICs I all currently doing will be finished on this site, but the ones after this will be released on Patreon first before being released on the web novel site. Thank you all for your continued support. Names of my other novels are Becoming the Strongest in the Shinobi World, Enjoying Life in Twilight, underscore 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 un. I see, I'll think about it. For now, let's take them inside and wait for the weapons to be finished forging, says Cole as he and Gia enter the forge with the other floating behind him. Entering the forge, Cole drops his new subordinates on the ground as he sits. Everything is coming together, the weapons will be finished, and with that, the worthy shall be formed. I was still not sure if I should send them out into the universe or keep them scattered on Earth, but the choice is clear. Thinking about the thing he has left to do, Cole feels Gia staring at him, so he addresses her. Ask what you want. That deal, was it really that good? I mean, you can only collect the souls of those that serve you. She most likely did that because you rejected her 3 earlier offers, says Gia as she sits in a chair facing Cole, and a serious expression could be seen on her face. I will admit the deal isn't ideal, bu. So why did you agree? Shout Gia, interrupting Cole. But, no deal I would have made with death would have been ideal. You know yourself I couldn't accept doing not even one favor for her. After all, agreeing to do a favor for her would be the same as entering another contract with her, and I would have no choice but to do what she asked, unless by the time she asked for it I was stronger than her to ignore the consequences, while now even though she gets my soul if I die, I have no intention of dying, so it's like I got it for nothing, and I could always ignore it once I become stronger than her, says Cole. So don't worry, I'll be fine, Cole says as he walks over to her and pulls her into his embrace. Gia, feeling comfortable, snuggles closer to him as she asks. Where did you go when you left the underworld? Seeing no reason to keep it from her, he answers truthfully. I went to create my separate dimension, it where you and I will live when I leave Asgard, and where the race I plan to create will live. Me? Asks Gia, clearly surprised he included her. Of course, or should I find someone else to rule with me? Asks Cole as he smirks at her. You want me to rule with you? Do you know what you are saying? This isn't a joke or something to be said so easily, Cole. Shouts Jia as she pushes Cole away. You should know me, Jia, this is no joke. I have known how you felt for a while now, and now I can say for sure I care for you deeply, more than I will probably ever feel for another. I wouldn't jump in front of anyone to protect them, so I'll ask you clearly, will you be my queen and rule beside my? Asked Cole. Jia stood there looking at Cole intensely. She knew if this was Cole before he had come to the underworld, even though she could tell he cared for her, he would never act how he has been acting, comforting her and even hugging her, and the tender look he gives her. The change happened suddenly, too sudden for her to adapt. I will be your queen and rule beside you, says Jia as she approaches Cole and wraps her hand around him, pulling him into a kiss. Cole was surprised by the sudden kiss from Jia, but it wasn't long before he returned it as his hand wrapped around her, pulling her closer, and their tongues intertwined. After a couple of minutes of kissing, they finally parted, as they stared at each other, their eyes burning with emotions, passion, tenderness, and a possessive light. As much as I would like to stay and enjoy your company some more, I have other things to do. I'll be back soon, says Cole as he kisses her forehead and disappears from her embrace. With Cole appearing in front of a gigantic black palace, Cole enters as he starts searching every room looking for Hades' vault where he would keep his treasure. Palace. After finding and going through Hades' vault, Cole found nothing that was really important. All that was there was gold and jewels. Now sitting on the throne of the underworld, Cole's shadow extended, and hundreds of shadows flew out and landed in front of him. We greet the Lord, they said as they kneeled down before him. Before Cole there were about 500 devils. They had the body of a human but had black demonic wings behind them, but some had more than the others. This signified a difference in strength. Wings. All of you have the information on what you need to do already, and the first chapter of the War Elephant cultivation method. Now go forth and do your job, become stronger, and reproduce. Cole had decided to use the cultivation method he had gotten this way as it was of no use to him. His physical strength had already passed 20 tons when he got, and now it had long far past that. The devils Cole created were in a sense very weak, and it was because they had no reason to be stronger for the job he gave to them, which was managing the affairs of the underworld, but they had the potential to become powerful, and any that did would be brought to his separate dimension to work directly under him, but for now, they would work for the devil he had chosen to leave in charge. After finishing at Hades' palace, Cole had already connected the underworld to his realm. A week later, Cole was now sitting as 7 weapons surrounding him. Now, when I enchant these weapons, things will get moving. The only thing I have planned to do are, creating my race, collecting blood for creating the said race, getting a blacksmith from the Nidavellir, even though I have the Cyclops another wouldn't hurt, gain more strength, and increase my amount of followers. Is there anything else for me to do on this planet? Thinks Cole as a smile appears on his face. 33. The Worthy. Now, when I enchant these weapons, things will get moving. The only thing I have planned to do are, creating my race, collecting blood for creating the said race, getting a blacksmith from the Nidavellir, even though I have the Cyclops another wouldn't hurt, gain more strength, and increase my amount of followers. Is there anything else for me to do on this planet? Thinks Cole as a smile appears on his face. Cole stood up and grabbed the spear from the group of weapons and also took out something from his personal storage. Looking closely, one would notice that this was one of the fangs he had gotten from the Hydra he created. The spear. Taking the fang, Cole placed it on the blade of the spear, and with the help of some magic he fused them together. There was no change in color or design of the spear, but the aura radiating off of it became many times stronger as gusts of wind gathered around it. Taking out the other fangs, Cole sends them flying into the other weapons as they as well merge and become stronger. The scythe now burned in black flames, the warhammer now made the earth tremble, the axe now froze the ground and air itself. There was a scimitar that dripped an extremely strong poison from its tip as it eroded the ground. There was a scepter that floated in the air as lightning could be seen shoot across it into the sky at different intervals, and lastly there was a sword that floated calmly. Looking at the 7 weapons, each giving off a different aura, but radiating so much power, Cole was tempted to keep one for himself, but it wasn't hard to push that feeling down since he had URU and would find someone to forge a weapon for him, but as Cole focused on the weapons, they calmed down. All reaction they had previously been giving off stopped. Picture of weapons. They were like obedient children before their fathers. Cole looked at the weapon and a smile of satisfaction bloomed on his face. Right now they weren't as powerful as they would be years later as they were connected to Akli, so as long as he continued to get stronger, the amount of power each weapon could use would continue to increase. Stretching out his hand, the spear floated over and Cole grabbed it. In my name, Cole Borson, the Great Serpent. I say whoever wields this spear shall have the power over the winds, and shall be able to path the heavens for as long as they bow their head and bend their knees to the Great Serpent, says Cole as a mark of a small black snake appears on the spear as Cole throw it into the sky and a portal opens and it flies through to some part of the universe. You went through the trouble of having them forged just to scatter them through the universe? A choice asked as a hand wrapped around Cole's waist from behind. Already knowing who it was, he responds. It's an idea that should both create more followers for me and make me more powerful, answers Cole. Oh, how so? Have you forgotten what kind of god I am? Of course not, you're a god of fear, magic, death, space, and destruction. Exactly, and a god of fear absorbs fear to become stronger, which is why it is so dangerous for a god of fear to feel fear. The moment that happens I will become weak if not powerless, says Cole. It's that serious? Asked Jia. It is, after all, it is easy for a god of fear to get stronger and this will help with that. I will send them throughout the universe and the wielder of each will become a servant of mine who will use the power to act in my name to either conquer planets and fight powerful enemies while spreading fear that will come back and be absorbed by me. Of course, they will act under the Great Serpent name, not Cole Borson. Asgard already has too many enemies, says Cole. Speaking of Asgard, when are you going to leave? After my father dies and the war is fought, I will leave, but the war provides many opportunities to collect blood and spread fear, which will make my plans to create my race finish faster and a good chance for me to become stronger, says Cole. Okay, but when are we going to have children? Whispers Jia in Cole's ears seductively. POV change. In Olympus, there is currently a meet happening as all the gods that had a seat had been summoned, except Hades as he was the topic of the meeting. What do you mean all entrances to the underworld have been cut off? Questions Poseidon. Just as I've said, it seems Hades is ready to make his move and has closed off the underworld to get ready for war. Zeus says angrily. Hades is the most powerful of all of us, but even he can't take us all on by himself. Hera, who sits beside Zeus, points out. There is Tartarus, he can recruit people with deep hatred us Olympus from there, offering all sorts of rewards and get an army. Points out Athena. We need to find a way to figure out what happening in the underworld. Has No still been unable to find Jia? Asked Zeus. No, we haven't found her. Last her energy appeared it was near the underworld entrance a while before it closed, says Athena. 34. Realm of Original Serpent. Cole had sent off his other weapons, each scattered randomly throughout the universe. The Spear of the Heavens. The Sword of the Origin Waters. The Axe of Lasting Ice. The Warhammer of the Earth Conquer. The Scythe of the Darkest Flame. The Scimitar of the World-Ending Poison. The Scepter of Heavenly Lightning. Each weapon held enormous power over the element the Fang Cole had merged with them carried, but that wasn't all the Fangs did. Being the outright untrusting person he was, Cole had connected the weapons to himself before sending them off, so he could know who used all of the weapons and they could not escape his sights. The next day, sleeping on a bed in the underworld, Cole opens his eyes as he turns over to see Jia still fast asleep with a smile on her face. Seeing her looking so peaceful and happy, Cole smiled as he got out of bed. Where are you going? I'm going to visit my separate realm and leave those guys I brought back there for a while. Also the Cyclops will be living there. Matilda and Akli should be done by now. Matilda and Akli. You'll meet them, aren't you coming with me? Of course I am, Jia says as she steps out of bed. Then let's go, they are already waiting for us, says Cole as he and Jia walk out of the house they had spent the night in, to see everyone waiting for them. Since everyone is here, let's go, Cole says as he stands at the front of the group holding Jia's hand as they become covered in purple light and disappear. When they appear again, they were already in Cole's realm, though it looked very different than how he had left it. There were planets, stars, and even a sun all within Cole's line of sight, and he knew this wasn't all. Welcome back, Master. A distorted voice sounded, filled with a cruelty that sent a shiver up all those present spines, only for them to get full on guard when Akli appeared before them, his enormous size and power putting them all en guard except Cole and Jia. Akli, can't you behave for once? Another voice is heard, not nearly as frightening as Akli, but still you could tell the owner wasn't any weaker than him when Matilda appears in all her glory. Welcome back, Master, things have been done as you like, Matilda says, lowering her head in submission. Good, I'll need a full rundown, but for now, transport them to the planet you made for them, Cole says, pointing to the Cyclops. As you wish, Master. Saying this, Matilda looked at the group and all the Cyclops disappeared. Master, it has been done, would you like to visit your palace? Sense change. Cole, Jia, and the group were now floating in front of an enormous golden palace that floated in space on a large piece of land that was bigger than America, yet you could still see the palace. In the distance, there were 4 planets, but something was strange. Cole could feel many enormous auras coming from 3 of them. Master, those are the planets we created life on. The white planet is where I reside with the dragons I made, the green one is where I sent the Cyclops, the black one happens to be where Akli and his children reside, and the other one is currently inhabited by a race Akli and I made together, Matilda says. You two made a race together? How did it turn out? Cole asks. We were unable to balance out our natures completely, hence the race either to an extreme evil or extreme justice. We haven't been able to make one just in the middle, other than that they are strong and have potential to grow, they are not fully dragons or hydras. Says Matilda. Have you made any other races? Yes, Master, as you instructed we made a total of 15 worlds, and scattered them throughout the space, each knowing and worshipping you as their god. Excluding the 4 you know, only 3 more are filled with intelligent life. The ghouls live on one planet, the humanoids live on one, and lastly the giants live on another. The other planets have animals but no intelligent life on them as you instructed, says Matilda. Good, you two can go back to what you were doing, Cole says to Akli and Matilda as they leave. The rest of you, find a section and create a castle for yourself to live in. Jia and I will be in the palace, train hard these coming year, we will be staying here without leaving for some time, when we leave we will be heading to Olympus to deal with the so-called gods, Cole says, after which he and Jia disappears. 35. Another 100 years. With Cole and his subordinates in his realm, time passed by waiting on no one, and soon 100 years had passed once again. Currently, inside Cole's palace, Cole could be seen sitting on his throne dressed in a new armor. The armor itself looked simple, but the power and impression it emitted was anything but simple. Made by the Cyclops as a sign of thanks for keeping his word, it was forged to the best of their abilities, and enhanced by Cole personally. Any attacks not powerful enough to destroy the armor would be reflected back with a 50% increase in strength. As Cole sits on his throne, one would notice he looked even more mature and the air around him was even heavier than before. 100 years was a lot of time Cole had put to good use training and bring his usage of all his divinities to new heights. Even the number of followers Cole has had increased dramatically in these years on ECM and in the universe as a whole. The weapons sent throughout the universe had already been through 2 generations of users, each building temples in his name on planets they visited, increasing his worshippers. This was also because Cole had been providing miracles to his followers, something based on the situation, and others seeing this started praying and believing in Cole, increasing the number of souls entering the underworld. In his realm, Cole has managed to fill out 4 more of the planets with intelligent life. One is the home of his many mounts, all of which possess their own intelligence. The second is filled with his current fight force, the demons. Their power is great but their physical appearance is anything but. The third is filled with dwarfs he made on his own. In any myth they are mentioned, they are blacksmiths, so he created them to supply his arm with armor and weapons, and they were very good. The final one has elves that grow divine fruits that have different effects on those who consume them. Coming from his thoughts, Cole speaks. System, do 3 draws. I should have enough tokens for 3 10,000 tokens pull. Affirmative. Draw starting. Congratulations, you have received. Perfect skill worthless. Congratulations, you have received. All powers of the new god Yuga Khan. Congratulations, you have received. A divinity sphere. Looking at the things he had gotten, Cole once again had no idea what they were as he called for his status. Status. System, show my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 213. Gotcha tokens, 6,937. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, locked or untriggered, Olympian. Divinities, Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space, Death. Abilities, All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation, Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Scared Gear, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology. Powers of the new god Yuga Khan, DC. He is the most powerful new god that ever existed and the original ruler of Apocalypse for a long time. He died due to trying to unravel the secrets of the source. His most noticeable powers would be energy absorption and reality alteration, though he had other powers from enhanced physical abilities to telekinesis and teleportation. Divinity Sphere is a special sphere made from the cores of thousands of divine beings. It is able to form connections with multiple divinities and give its owner the ability to completely stop, erase, or transfer a god's divinity to another without any consequences. Perfect Worthless. Worthless is a demonic power that allows the user to invalidate the special abilities or demonic powers of other individuals. Though the original had some weakness, the Perfect Worthless can make any form of magic or magic artifacts invalidate as long as the user has superior divine energy to the target. Would the host like to accept his rewards? Waving his hand, a purple sphere forms around Cole, taking up the entire throne room. I will accept them now. Beginning transfer of powers to host, the divinity sphere will be transported to your personal storage. It wasn't long before Cole felt it. Once again his body felt like it was melting, but the pain was nothing compared to when he absorbed Hades. He could only guess he was only gaining powers and not a bloodline, but he could feel his bones, muscles and skin. Even the cells in his body were changing, becoming stronger and better. He sat there in silence and endured the pain as his divine energy shot through the limits it had reached, climbing even higher. It wasn't long before the process was finished and the sphere surrounding the throne room disappeared and Cole's aura rushed out, spreading out, enveloping his entire realm, causing everyone to stop what they were doing, as they all had one thought. The king has become even stronger. All the subjects of Cole soon released their own aura in the joy of the new heights their leader had reached, but this also revealed how much stronger all of the subordinates of Cole were, as it was clear the strongest auras came from Matilda and Akli, and even though the others were far behind, they were still stronger than they were 100 years ago. It's time, assemble at the royal palace. A voice spoke, but only the member of the group Cole had brought from the underworld heard it as they disappeared from their respective castles and appeared one after the other outside the royal palace, kneeling. We have arrived, we await the decree of the heavenly serpent, they spoke in unison. It wasn't long before Cole appeared exiting the palace with Jia beside him, as they stopped right in front of the group. We will destroy Olympus today, you all will split up and take down the main gods. I want them alive, I will deal with Zeus. I expect this to be done quickly and for them to be brought before me on Olympus. Now go. Hearing Cole, smiles appeared on their faces as their bloodthirst leaked, and they disappeared to take their revenge, leaving Cole with Gia. Be careful, even though Zeus shouldn't be able to do much to you now, the amount of power you have now is incredible. You never know, I need you and so does our baby, Gia says as she rubs her stomach. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Father is calling us back anyway, so I need to deal with this quickly. Odin should have already returned, Cole says as he disappears. At Mount Olympus. 100 years have passed, and things have not been easy for the Olympians. The fact that Hades was still not to be seen, the threat of war and the humans' worship for them slowly dwindling away, the gods who had relied heavily on it have started to feel the effect as their power has begun to decrease. Of course, the problem could have been solved easily by them doing small miracles to enhance what the humans thought of them, but Zeus saw that as beneath him as he tried to use violence and threats, which only made the situation worse. Currently, Zeus could be seen sitting on his throne in deep thought when suddenly a portal opened and Cole existed stand before Zeus. Zeus looks at Cole with no surprise on his face as he asks. You are Cole Borson, aren't you? Cole didn't answer and continued to stare at Zeus. You killed Hades, and took his realm, now you're here to do the same. I won't let that happen. Zeus stood up as his lightning bolt appeared in his hand, and his aura spread, alerting all the other gods on Olympus. As the king of gods, his aura was heavy and powerful, it even reaches down to Ishium, shaking the planet as dark clouds blocked out the sky. As Zeus stood ready for battle, lightning covering his entire body, Cole stood there completely unfazed. With the power up he had just gotten, Cole had no need to fight Zeus. Letting his aura out, Zeus's previous powerful aura disappeared like a dream. As Cole's power consumed everything, their aura didn't clash. It was a complete joke, as they currently weren't in the same class. When Cole aura crashed down on Ishium, the continents started splitting and the seas tried to consume everything as his aura continued spreading through the solar system. Zeus was now finding it hard to even stand in Cole's presence as Cole pulled back his aura as the space holding Olympus had begun to crumble, but Cole didn't waste time. Worthless. Zeus's lightning bolt stopped emitting lightning as it now looked like just a piece of metal, and the lightning surrounding Zeus was gone. But that wasn't the only thing, as a sword appeared in Cole's hands and he separated Zeus' head from his body. The king of gods Zeus was now dead, as Worthless had made his immortality invalidate. All gods in Olympus assemble now. Cole's voice left no space for objection as he spoke and moved to sit on the throne of the late Zeus. It wasn't long before his subordinate arrived with Poseidon, Apollo, Ares, Athena, and Hera. They were beaten and bloody but still alive. You all did well. If I may. Go ahead. What are we waiting for, master? The other Olympians are probably trying to escape, but soon they will notice that they can't arrive here to beg for mercy, and if they take too long I will just kill them. As Cole said, it wasn't long before they started to assemble in the hall. As they all spotted the dead body of Zeus and the other beaten gods, they choose to stay quiet and wait. As the last Olympian god arrived, Cole spoke. You all will put a piece of your divinity in this sphere and leave this planet to live in my realm and serve me, Cole says as he throws the sphere down and it absorbs Zeus's divinity and hovers in the room waiting for the others. Can't W. A voice spoke but could finish as Cole's sword levitates and slices off the minor god's head, as he drops dead to the ground. Let's make this clear, your only choice is to obey, Cole says as his aura smashes down on all present. It wasn't long before the gods came to their senses and began doing what Cole had instructed. After they were all finished, Cole transported back to his realm where Matilda would put them on the continent of his palace for them to live from now on. Cole was the only person left on Olympus as he stretched out his hand and said, Hawkeye. And the whole realm disappeared as Cole appeared floating above Ishium. I have cleansed this planet of the ruthless gods that live on it. In the name of Cole Borson I rename this planet Midgard, so henceforth no gods may walk it again. Cole's voice spread across the entire planet as he disappeared back to Asgard. 36. Asgard once again. In the sky above the Asgardian palace, Cole could be seen floating there looking down on everything happening, and the longer he looked, one sentence popped into his mind. This place hasn't changed. Dropping to the ground, Cole walked forward as he enters the palace as the guards made way for their prince. It wasn't long before he arrived in the throne room, but as he entered he saw his family waiting for him. It seems I was the last to arrive, old man, you look terrible, Cole says as he and Bor make eye contact. Cole, you've become powerful, Bor says from his throne. Bor no longer had the great power leaking for his body, his face and eyes looked dead, even his body itself had gotten smaller, but one thing that didn't change was the authority in his voice. Cole moved his gaze to his mother and younger brothers. Seeing his mother looking the same as before, beautiful and elegant, Cole was satisfied. Everyone else could die but her, including his two brothers. Sensing the power they were letting off and held pride in, Cole smirked. They were nowhere near the talent Odin or he had, but they were still powerful in their own right. Speaking of Odin, Cole felt his gaze on him, probably trying to sense his power, so he turned to do the same, and Cole was surprised. Odin still had pride and arrogance, but least it had fallen some, but he was powerful, and from what Cole could sense he had a new divinity. What is it, magic? No, it's runes and war. God job, brother, Cole says while looking at Odin. Odin didn't look surprised as he responded. Thanks, Cole, or should I call you the Great Serpent? Ha 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 ha, I'm good. Cole is fine, I guess you encountered one of my followers in your journey. That's right. The both of them stared each other down as Odin's aura started leaking, pressing down on Cole, shaking the palace and city to its core. Cole stood there looking at Odin, no defense from the pressure as he smiled. Is this what you accomplished in 200 years? Cole asked, smile still present on his face. It's a lot, I'll be honest, but... Cole says as his aura completely changes and suddenly smashes down solely on Odin, slamming him into the floor and completely clearing up his aura, as Cole pulled back his also. Everyone present was surprised, they felt the divinity Cole had used, it was powerful and most of all it was only one, yet he managed to force Odin down so easily. How did you gain a divinity of death? Asked Boar. Who knows? Why have you called? Cole asks. You two would not have known, but the war will start soon. When you two had left, our enemies had tried many times to invade, testing the waters to see my reaction, and after 200 years of not doing anything they have decided I'm dying, which would be right. Said Boar. I'm guessing, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim are the ones we will be dealing with first. Says Cole. Yes, they seem to be the ones who want the war the most. What about the Vanir? They haven't made any movements yet. So what is the plan? Asked Cole. Before that, shouldn't you name your successor father? Asked Odin as the room was now silent as all focused on Boar. Even Ve and Vili looked hopeful, which Cole found foolish but said nothing, but Bisla looked sad. She knew this day would come as she knew the decision would most likely worsen the relationship between her first two sons, it may even lead to one of their deaths. The throne will be passed down to the person, who I find most fitting, the ruler of Asgard must be the strongest to keep its enemies in check while also having the wisdom to rule correctly. Of all my sons, the two of you are the strongest and have the most experience and wisdom, Boar says, looking at Cole and Odin, clearly never taking the other two into consideration. Cole, Odin, you both would make great ruler, but only one of you may rule when I pass, as I expect the other to help protect Asgard. Odin, during your journey you have made great progress in dealing with the arrogance and pride that may one day ruin you while also gaining two divinities. You have proven yourself a talented and powerful god, and made me proud. It would be hard-pressed to find a god who could stand with you. Says Boar as Odin smiles, thinking he has been chosen as he steps forward. Bisla, hearing Boar's statement, looks at Cole, thinking he would be upset with this turn of events as she knows he would never follow Odin's orders. But... it was said in the same volume and tone, but that one word choked everyone present. Cole, my son, I can say without a doubt, making you the ruler of Asgard would lead our people into an era of untold prosperity and growth. You were born with 4 divinities, yet on your journey you managed to unlock another. The only reason I had not named you the Crown Prince was because of your indifference and coldness, but it looks like your journey has brought it to an acceptable level. Simply put, you have the power and mindset to become the ruler of Asgard. Once again the room was silent and full of tension. The only person who had no problem with Cole becoming king was Bisla, his mother. His brothers had a bad relationship with him, so they wanted the position to go to Odin, but the only person with a say on who inherited the throne was Boar. 37, not a chapter. Good day to all my supports. I have come to the decision to make a fixed schedule for updates starting from Sunday 20th. Chapters will be released every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. There will be extra chapters posted depending on what's happening in the fan FIC and if I'm not too busy with work. I thank you all for your support. 38, New God of Sky. Once again the room was silent and full of tension. The only person who had no problem with Cole becoming king was Bisla, his mother. His brothers had a bad relationship with him, so they wanted the position to go to Odin, but the only person with a say on who inherited the throne was Boar. Asgard would be in good hands with either choice, but I have made my decision, announced Boar. Cole, you are my successor. Everything was still. It was as if everyone present was afraid to move or breathe, as that would have made this real, all except Bestia. She smiled as she looked at her son, the boy who was cold to her since the day he could talk, yet she loved him unconditionally. She really believes this to be the best outcome. Odin is more likely to submit to Cole than Cu is to submit to Odin. At least now the chance of her having to watch her children fight each other was less. I appreciate the offer, father, but I must decline. Cole states, shocking everyone present, but Boar. Boar, hearing this, narrows his eyes and speaks as he emits pressure on Cole. It wasn't an offer, it was an order. Father, this act has lost its luster. You have no power to control me. You are dying, I will do as I like, and even if you were at full power, do you really believe you could beat me as I am now? Cole questions. It's as you have always said, power dictates everything. I refuse the throne because I have the power to do so. I disobey you because I have the power to do so. So don't push your luck. It's already a miracle I returned to Asgard. There is nothing here that I want or need. Right now Asgard is more of a liability than a reward to me. Cole spoke the brutal truth, shocking everyone present. They all held great pride in their blood and heritage as Asgardians, but here he is disrespecting it in front of them. Suddenly 4 different pressures locked onto Cole and began to pressure him. Snorting, Cole looked his father in his eyes as he also mobilized his divine energy, and a horrifying pressure engulfed not only the palace but the whole of Asgard. The only person spared was his mother. Asgard itself was now engulfed in darkness, as the weaker Asgardians had already fainted and the stronger ones were unable to do anything as they could barely keep conscious. Land itself wasn't shaking, trembling, it was slowly turning to purple dust from the outer edge inward. Bang! 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 Odin and his brother all dropped to their knees, as their bodies refused to obey them, as Cole was still locked in a stare-down with his father who was barely hanging on. The ground under Cole had long since turned to nothing, leaving only darkness below him as he floated there, and it spread outward threatening to destroy the whole room. "You've made your point, stop," says Bor in a defeated tone. And just like that, the pressure vanished like it was never there, but the unconscious people in the void below Cole were proof enough. "What are you going to do, Cole, since you have declined to be the new king? Will you submit to Odin?" "Submit? Do I give off that impression?" "Of course not, but if you stay on Asgard you will be a threat to Odin rule and a path to an internal war. After I help with the war, I will be returning to my realm. Odin can have Asgard, my forces are already stronger than this declining race will ever be," says Cole. "Odin, you will be my successor, everyone leave, we will gather again in 2 days to make final preparations for the war to come, Odin's new role will be announced then as well." Hearing this, Cole disappeared, as Odin and the other brothers also left, leaving Bestja and Bor alone. "That boy has become stronger than I thought, he might become a threat to Asgard in the future, but that's not my problem, Odin will have to figure out how to deal with his brother," says Bor. "Cole won't do anything, as long as Odin doesn't interfere with Cole he has no reason to be an enemy of Asgard even though he has no love for it either. Bestja, talk to him, I'm sure you noticed it too." With Cole. After leaving his family, Cole appeared in a forest as he walked until he came to a clearing, and there stood Bard, looking the same as he did years ago. "My lord, that pressure you released was terrifying. It was necessary. I have something for you, put your hand on this sphere." Bard without even questioning put his hand on the sphere that appeared in Cole's hands. It wasn't long before he felt something enter his body and then... bang! Bard drops to the ground. It will take some time for him to gain control over the divinity of sky absorbed from Zeus, but when he's done he will surely have a raise in strength, says Cole. 39. Vision. Cole stood looking at Bard, who was now still unconscious on the ground of the forest. Cole stared at what was happening inside of Bard's body. His divine energy grew in quantity and quality while his soul also became stronger. Then lightning began emitting from his body, bright gold lightning. As they flashed they became stronger until Cole was forced to create a barrier to stop them from alerting someone. But the changes happening to Bard's physical body weren't finished, as his hair color turned to gold and he looked younger as his eyes snapped open and exposed his new golden eyes. "Congratulations, but control this lightning," says Cole. After a couple of minutes, Bard was able to get rid of the lightning as he had a hard time keeping his current power in check, but right now his new divinity was weak. He had gained Zeus divinity but not the progress Zeus had made with it. Right now it was like a newly created divinity Bard would have to train and strengthen it himself. "Before I go, here." Cole threw a dark color metal to Bard shaped in the form of a lightning bolt, Zeus's master bolt. Bard had his divinity, why not his weapon as well? This was Cole's train of thought while giving Bard the master bolt. Cole once again disappeared only to appear in front of a door inside the palace. As he looked at the door he remembers how many times he had ignored his mother, but she just seemed to love him more and more. At the time it had bothered him but now it didn't. A lot had changed in 200 years. Knock. Knock. "Come in." A voice says. Cole pushes the door and enters the room to see his mother looking at him. "Cole, you have changed a lot in the past years." "Well, 200 years is a lot of time, mother. Even the way you say mother has changed. I can actually hear the affection in your voice and see it in your eyes, so you do love your mother after all," says Bestja. "Of course I do, I have come looking for you, mother, to invite you to leave Asgard with me after the war." "I figured as much, but where are you going to go?" "Mother, let me show you something, do resist," says Cole as he mobilizes his magic to show his mother some of his memories. "Cole, you have created something wonderful, no wonder you have no interest in Asgard, but more importantly is that my grandchild in that woman belly." "Yes mother, she is my lover, Gia." "Gia, where have I heard that name?" "It doesn't matter, will you go with me or not?" "Of course, I will go with you, but I will return to Asgard from time to time to check on Odin. Your father wanted me to speak to you about you being a threat to Asgard. What do you think? I know once Odin leaves you alone, you won't bother with troubling Asgard." "You are right, Asgard has nothing for me, and with Ragnarok fast approaching Asgard has enough problems excluding me." "Ragnarok, hey!" Suddenly Cole's eyes widen as images flashes past, a huge sword made of fire strong enough to cut worlds in half, and an angry giant, his 3 brothers running for their lives, Odin's power growing stronger than ever. These images came as a surprise to Cole, but it didn't take long for him to figure out what happened. It seemed his future sight ability activated on its own, and it seemed Odin would gain the Odin Force soon. If those images were anything to go by, those idiots will be killed by Surtur soon. The question now is, should I stop their deaths? Odin with or without the Odin Force doesn't matter to me right now, I'm way too powerful for that to bridge the gap between us, so should I stop him from getting a power that doesn't pose a danger to me, thinks Cole. Using his connection to space, Cole searches Asgard and finds Odin and his other brothers still here. It would seem they haven't left for their little adventure yet. What the matter, Cole? Nothing, mother, I just remember I have something to do. Cole then leaves. I'll leave them to do what they want, I couldn't care less if those idiots die, but it only makes sense for me to collect their power, after all, I've cared for them all these years, says Cole with a smile on his face, barely stopping himself from laughing. Coming to this decision, Cole returns to his room and creates a portal and leaves Asgard, entering his realm. Appearing in his palace, Cole disappears and appears before Gia as he hears her humming a song while rubbing her belly. No matter how much you want it, the baby won't come faster, you know, says Cole. I know, darling, but I just can't wait to meet our child, I'm sure our child will be amazing. Of course, I'm the baby's father after all. Ha 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 ha, I think I liked it better when you were at least pretending to be cold, Gia says, pouting. You don't mean that, am I right? Asks Cole as he takes her lips as they start a passion-filled make-out session for the next 10 minutes. Of course, I prefer all versions of you, after all, it's you no matter what. It seems my little goddess has gotten even better at flirting. Well, I can't let you be the only one. Anyway, I will be leaving soon, I have an opportunity coming to get stronger, I will need to leave soon to get it. Alright, as long as you come back in one piece. Don't worry, they aren't a treat to me. 40. Taking the Odin Force 1. Cole was currently in his realm spending time with Gia and his unborn son, but even as Gia sat on his lap, head on his shoulder, they both were looking at something happening on Asgard through Cole's eyes. Currently looking into different dimensions and observing what's happening in them was easy. In fact, no one on Asgard currently was strong enough to sense his gaze. Asgard, Bestia. After talking with her son, Bestia left her room and headed back to the throne room. The changes present in Cole had surprised her a lot. He had the same body, but everything else seemed different. His aura, the look in his eyes, even his attitude towards her changed. It made Bestia happy to no end. She had always felt that if she continued to shower him with love, he would one day return that love to her, even if it wasn't to the same extent. But that wasn't the end of it. Her son changing was enough, but he was going to have a child, her first grandchild. She had already planned to spoil the child rotten, and even with all the other accomplishments Cole had done on Ishiam, or as she knew it was called now, Midgard, they didn't make her as proud as him starting a family and his new changes. Bestia pushed open the doors to the throne room and spotted her husband looking even worse than he did hours earlier, but they both had long since come to terms with his eventual death, and even though it wasn't to the point that she didn't feel anything, but the pain she felt was now minuscule. Have you talked to Cole? Asked Bor. I have, as I had said, he won't do anything unless Odin moves first. You believe him? Of course, he has no reason to lie to me. With everything he has done in his time away, from taking control of the underworld to killing the Olympian king of gods, he has accomplished a lot for someone so young. I will speak to Odin, the last thing I want is for them to kill each other. No, this will be a good lesson for Odin. All you need to do is make sure Cole doesn't kill him, this will surely bring his arrogance to an acceptable level. With Odin and his brother had long since left Asgard using the Bifrost, arriving on Muspelheim. What appeared before them was a world of lava and fire. There was barely any pace that fire or lava was not burning or melting, and the heat emitting was enormous, so much so that the brothers had started to sweat. Odin, are you sure about this? Asked Vili. I'm sure. Since they are planning to invade Asgard, we will deal them a heavy blow before they know what bit them. Brother, I have no doubt you can deal with most things here, but what about Surtur? Asked Vel. Surtur, the demon fire god, we will leave before he can react to our intrusion. Under no circumstances are you to fight him. If he appears, the both of you are to focus on escaping. Odin says in a serious voice. Whoosh! A sudden blast of winds passes by the brothers as they look up. A passing dragon catches their eye as it flaps its wings, producing what could only be called heat waves with every move. There is our first target. The brothers each draw their weapons, and with a slash imbued with vast quantities of magic, the dragon was cut into pieces before it could even cry out in pain. Boom! 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 What's left of the red dragon falls to the ground, and without a word, the brothers head off in different directions, with the intention to weaken the forces of Muspelheim. As they went about their rampage, two pairs of eyes were on them, both with different intentions. Of course, one of them was Cole, who had already arrived on Muspelheim but was keeping hidden by completely blending into space, and the other was the current ruler of Muspelheim, Surtur. As Cole watched Odin as he kills off hundreds of fire demons, he had to wonder why Surtur hadn't made an appearance yet. Of course, Cole, sensing the strength of these fire demons, and realizing they weren't that powerful compared to the ones closer to Surtur's current location, so they wouldn't cause that much of a problem in terms of war strength, but still it would affect things. Cole stayed in his position watching what could only be called a slaughter of weak defenseless fire demons. They could fight his brothers as Sir Tuor still refused to take action, but then he saw it. His brothers were getting into the range of his sword. With Sir Tuor. Foolish Asgardians, it seems Bor really is dying, otherwise why would he send his sons, and from the looks of it the one who been making a ruckus hasn't appeared, these should just be the leftovers. Said Sir Tuor grabbing his sword. Prepare for war, once I kill Bor's sons we will continue by invading Asgard, says Sir Tuor as he begins to stand. Rumble. Boom. Rumble. Yes, master. Shouts a fire demon as he runs out of the room escaping as it begins to collapse as his master begin to assume his true height, as an over 1,000 feet tall monstrosity, twilight sword in hand, and his aura leaking into the surroundings as the fires and lava begin to burn hotter and more vigorously. 41. Taking the Odin Force 2. Yes, master. Shouts a fire demon as he runs out of the room escaping as it begins to collapse as his master begin to assume his true height, as an over 1,000 feet tall monstrosity, twilight sword in hand, and his aura leaking into the surroundings as the fires and lava begin to burn hotter and more vigorously. Boom. Boom. The room Sir Tuor was in collapsed as he continued to grow until he reached his true size. The flames of Muspelheim burned brighter and hotter as if welcoming their master. Sir Tuor asked no questions or spoke as he swung down his sword on a stunned Odin. The speed of the swing certainly didn't match the size of Sir Tuor as before Odin could blink the sword was already upon him. Boom. One slash, one move was all it took for endless amounts of damage to appear as far as the eyes could see. A gigantic slash was left but that was all. Whatever solid ground was around was now completely gone, but most shocking was the fabric of space was burnt at the path of the sword. Rumble. The sword was pulled from the ground as vast amounts of cosmic energy started to move as it flowed through the sword as spread out. The giant had prepared well casting a barrier so his prey couldn't escape. Foolish Asgardian, stop hiding, I know that slash didn't kill you. There was no movement after Sir Tuor spoke but he didn't seem surprised as more cosmic energy was being used by Sir Tuor causing flames to spread out burning everything as it passes UTIL it crashes into the barrier he had created. Boom. There you are. In less than a second Sir Tuor was gone, completely as he appeared above the three brothers with his sword bearing down on them, light with flames. Knowing they could survive a hit from the sword or blocking it, the three brothers did the only thing they could do. Teleporting away. By the time the sword had smashed the place they were standing they had already reached a part of the barrier and started attacking in hopes of breaking it. Foolish Asgardians, you won't be able to break it in time. Once again Sir Tuor was upon them and they were forced to move once again as his sword cut through the barrier, giving them a way out but the way was blocked by a being they couldn't hope to beat at the moment. Forced to watch as the opening closed as Sir Tuor pulled back his blade, they had no other choice but to fight. Finally deciding that they were going to fight the brothers' divine energy started leaking out as it clashed with Sir Tuor but as one would expect it was nowhere near the level to hold back Sir Tuor pressure for even a minute, as an even stronger pressure pressed down on them as Sir Tuor had gotten serious. The sky of Muspelheim was burning as the temperature continues to increase to no end, having long started spreading out of Muspelheim. Bor must be really dying, to send you three here to weaken my forces, but it matters not, after killing you three I will invade Asgard and take his head. Odin and his brother stood there as Sir Tuor approached them, unable to resist until their energies began to mix and this came as no surprise to them, but Sir Tuor noticed this change, and even though he didn't know what would come from it his instincts told him to stop it. But it was too late, as he teleported to them they had already started to magically merge into something else as the power they could wield increased to a great extent. As a light shone from them the sword that was almost upon them was stopped and pushed back forcing Sir Tuor to take some steps back. Rumble. As the light expanded so did the power of whatever was being formed in it until finally, the light disappeared and revealed a giant the same height as Sir Tuor, clearly formed from the three brothers. With Cole. Cole stood in space watching the event unfold. As he watched the more he wanted to devour Sir Tuor, the power and abilities could be his, or he could be left to make trouble for Asgard and be devoured later, it made no difference. Turning to the giant formed by his brothers, Cole only looked for a while before turning his attention back to Sir Tuor. Even though currently they could be said to be stronger than Sir Tuor, how long could they stay in that form before they returned to normal and had to run? He didn't know, but it wasn't long enough for them to kill Sir Tuor. On Asgard. Foolish sons of mine. Bor cursed as he struggled to reach the Bifrost, having sensed the battle happening between Sir Tuor and his sons. Where the hell is Cole? He must have returned to his realm. Answered his wife following behind him. At a time like this? Just get in contact with him and make sure he arrives in time to save at least one of his bothers. The next chapter is in a couple of hours, let's try and get 70 power stones. 42. Taking the Odin Force 3. At a time like this? Just get in contact with him and make sure he arrives in time to save at least one of his bothers. With Cole. Someone is trying to contact me, it's most likely Mother. Let's hear what she has to say. Cole, your brothers have gone and started fighting Sir Tuor, I hope you can save them. Your father is heading there shortly, but in his current state he won't be enough. I'll be there as soon as I can, Cole answered before cutting the connection. Well, I'll interfere but only after those two are dead, says Cole as he looks at the two giants facing off. Fight between Surtur and three brothers. Surtur looked at the opponent standing before him and, he couldn't help but feel angry. Three weak Asgardians had managed to merge together and form a being that wielded a similar level of power as him. No, it was clearly stronger, and as the thought came into his head, it just managed to make him even angrier. Wasting no more time, Surtur swung Twilight aimed to cut off the head of his new adversary, only for the sword to be caught and stopped completely by the giant. The shock he was feeling quickly faded when he realized the enormous hand approaching him. Trying and failing to pull back Twilight, the hand grabbed hold of his face only to slam him face first into the ground. As the force of the hit managed to embed him deeply within the ground, he still held on to Twilight. It wasn't long after that the flames of Muspelheim had surrounded him and Surtur had started to stand, but he was met with a fist approaching him quickly, refusing to be hit once again. Surtur forms a spare of condensed flames in his free hand and swings it. Boom! It exploded, causing even more destruction to Muspelheim, while also accomplishing his goal by pushing back his enemy and freeing Twilight from his grasp. Standing back to his full height, giant orbs of flames begin forming around Surtur, completely blocking out the sky as they rain down on his opponent. Boom! Boom! As they fell down on his opponent, they caused little damage, but that didn't stop him from continuing with his assault. But the giant wouldn't just take it either, as it let out a loud roar. Many enormous bolts of lightning began falling from the flame-covered sky as Surtur dodged them by teleporting, but it wasn't long before one caught him. Ah! Boom! Boom! First, the lightning connected with Surtur, then as more cosmic energy was channeled to it, it continued to increase in strength until he finally dropped his sword. Boom! He dropped to one knee. Clearly that attack had done some damage not only to Surtur but Muspelheim, but as he was in Muspelheim his flames kept burning as he disregarded the thought of not destroying this place. Twilight was once again filled with cosmic energy as Surtur used it to heal and didn't stop. More cosmic energy was channeled to the sword as he teleported and swung down as the sword light with powerful flames. His opponent answered by doing the same as he pulled vast amounts of cosmic energy through his fist and they clashed. With Cole. As he watched on, he felt the amount of cosmic energy being used. He knew what the results of the clash would be. He made a choice. Mirror dimension. Using his space divinity he put them into a mirror dimension, but he didn't use his power to the fullest. It was just to lessen the effect their clash would have on the real world. Cole Mirror World was just that everything looked the same as it did in the real world, but it was empty. Back to the fight. As they clashed there was no sound, no big explosion, but then... crack! The mirrored space was completely broken, then a wave of destructive energy spread out, destroying everything in the barrier Surtur had created, but even the barrier didn't hold the force as it also only managed to weaken it before it collapsed, but it was enough as the remaining force just managed to go a while more before dissipating. Going from where the explosion reached to the spot the clash happened, one could see why Cole had put them in a mirror dimension. There was nothing there, no ground, no fire, nothing, just a hole that was so deep you couldn't see the bottom, but what really stood out was the damage to space. It was broken apart and a rift was present. Rumble. There was movement from another side far away from the site of the explosion and Surtur appeared, clearly damaged from the clash but still alive, but once you looked at the sword in hand one would see it was broken in half. Find them, I want them caught, and killed! Shouted Surtur as countless fire demons appeared searching the area. As they searched they avoided the area where the clash happened as the space was still chaotic, and it was unknown what would happen if you entered and were unable to resist. 43. Taking the Odin Force End. As they searched they avoided the area where the clash happened as the space was still chaotic, and it was unknown what would happen if you entered and were unable to resist. While Surtur forces were looking for Odin and his brothers, they had been blasted away by the explosion. Currently, Odin and his brothers weren't in the best shape. They were out on divine energy, and after being separated, and not being able to beat Surtur and his forces searching for them, there wasn't much they could do other than hide and try to escape. They are over here. A shout was heard as Odin notices 3 fire demons a distance away from them. The shout alerted all the other fire demons as well as Surtur, who had turned and spotted the injured brothers, so he wasted no time as he made his way to them. But Odin and his brothers, even in this state, weren't going to just lay down and die. They killed the group of fire demons that found them and started their escape. Odin, where should we go? Asked Vili. We have no choice. We will have to take our chances in the interdimensional nexus between Asgard and Muspelheim. We should be able to enter from the rift created from our fight. Let's head there, says Odin. That is indeed the best idea. As they ran head back to the area the fight occurred, Surtur and his horde of fire demons followed close behind them, as they got closer to them as time passed. The brothers managed to reach close to the rift, but Surtur and the fire demons were upon them. If they entered now, Surtur would surely follow them and they might even end up on Asgard. Brother, you go, we will stay and keep back the fire demon until the rift closed, says Vili. I agree with Vili. Odin, you need to leave and lead Asgard. We will secure your retreat. Odin was, of course, saddened by this turn of events. It was his idea to come here and weaken the fire demons. He never intended for things to turn out like this. if he left now his brothers would surely die, and he would escape all because of a decision he had made. Swoosh! Perhaps noticing the state of Odin, Vili didn't hesitate to throw him into the rift without his consent. Odin didn't even realize what happened until he was thrown through the rift, leaving Ve and Vili to face Surtur and his army alone. Boom! A rainbow-colored light shot down from the sky, smashing into the ground. Surtur with even looking knew who had come, but that didn't stop him from using the half of the Twilight Sword in his hand to cut both Ve and Vili in half, ending their life. No! Shouted Bor as shot out, axe in hand. His weakened head long gone, he looked as if in his prime, using all his remaining power and life to use the power of his peak for a time. Boom! As the Twilight Sword swung blocking the blow of Bor's axe, all the dire demons also turned their attention to the fight, leaving no one to see the sudden energy leaving the brother's body heading for the rift before a whisper was heard. Devour! Cole had appeared, devouring the energy leaving their body before leaving once again appearing far away from the fight as the energy that old have been called the Odin forces fused into his body, for his use, but as he had no need for it, Cole would most likely pass it to his child or even Gia. As Bor and Surtur fought, it was clear the King of Asgard was quickly losing ground, as even though Surtur was not at full power, Bor's power was fading so fast that now all he could do was dodge and endure the attacks until his eventual death. Bor could remember when had he ever been in a fight where he had been pushed to such an extent, he couldn't even fight back against his current opponent. He felt angry and ashamed the King of Asgard had reached a point that he couldn't fight back against an enemy. With Cole watched as his father was beaten back and on his last legs, he could tell the man was angry at the fact he couldn't fight and how weak he had become. Sigh, the least I can do for the old man is make sure an enemy doesn't kill him. With Surtur and Bor, finally you are going to die by my hands, then Asgard will be destroyed and so will the universe. With the Twilight Sword held high, he didn't wait for Bor's response before he tried to cut Bor in half to end his. But he realized he couldn't move his sword. 44. Bor's death and war starts. With the Twilight Sword held high, he didn't wait for Bor's response before he tried to cut Bor in half to end his. But he realized he couldn't move his sword. You know, as much as I find the old man annoying, I can't let you kill him. A voice echoed from above as both Surtur and Bor looked to see Cole descending, battle armor equipped and glaive in hand. Landing beside Bor, Cole looks at him a while before saying, "You are going to die soon, best you go spend your last moments with mother, she will need you after knowing 2 of her sons died," says Cole, and with a wave of his hand Bor is flung back into a primal that opens behind him, sending him back to Asgard, as well as taking some of Bor's blood now as he is so weak he couldn't resist, or notice. All this time Surtur had been quiet and did nothing to stop Cole from sending Bor away, but of course, this wasn't done out of the goodness of his heart. No, this happened because he couldn't do anything. Currently, Surtur is being pressed down by the pressure Cole was releasing on him and him alone. Normally Cole's pressure wouldn't be able to have such a strong effect on Surtur, but as he was injured it was a different story. Finally turning his attention to Surtur, Cole released his pressure on him, and as soon as it was done the Twilight Sword, or what was left of it, was swung down on him. Cole looked at the incoming with disdain, as he let it hit his armor. Boom! Crack! As the armor and sword connected, it wasn't long after that the sword broke once again, as the power contained in the attack wasn't enough to break through the limits of his armor's defense. To say Surtur was surprised would be an understatement. Boom! An unprecedented feeling of oppression washed over Surtur as he stood unable to think straight or move currently. All the flames on Muspelheim stilled under the oppression and the sky darkened even more while the ground they were standing on broke apart. Bam! 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 One by one fire demons dropped to the ground unconscious, unable to hold their wits under Cole's conqueror's haki. Soon it was only Cole and Surtur left conscious. "Look Surtur, you have your uses, and I never came here today with the intention of killing you, just know I the god of fear, magic, death, destruction, space. Cole Borson the original serpent has spared your life, go about your days as you would have wage war, plan your revenge as best you could, but know this, the next time you appear before me or I appear before you, will be your death," says Cole. Whoosh! Swinging his glaive imbued with destruction energy, Cole cuts off one of Surtur's arms. Ah! Not studying the pain, Surtur was in, Cole stored the arm in his personal space and opened a portal and left the damaged Muspelheim. On Asgard, a portal opens above the royal palace as Cole steps out of it. "I already have the blood of the Olympians, the fire demons, Surtur's arm, and Bor blood. The only other blood in need would be from the Dark Elves. It a good thing wars is about to start," thinks Cole as a smirk appears on his face. "My original race will be done sooner than I thought." As Cole descends into the palace he could feel that Odin was already here, and from what he felt Bor was already dead. Wasn't much of a surprise for Cole really, because he used up most of his time left to use the little strength he had against Surtur. Walking through the hall of the palace, Cole arrives at Bor's chambers as this is where he feels his family gathered, and as he enters the first thing he sees is his mother crying, clearly upset over the death of her sons and husband. While Odin stood on the side, Cole could feel his emotions were conflicted, heavy amounts of sadness and anger mixed with some self-blame. Realizing Cole had entered the room, Bestia ran into her son's arms as she cried, and Cole could do nothing but hug her to comfort her. nothing said right now could make her feel better. Mother, let me carry you somewhere else. Saying that, Cole opened a portal to his realm and left with his mother. A week later. Cole was now back on Asgard. Word had gotten out about Bor's death and Asgard's enemies have gotten the courage to invade. During this week Odin had become the new king of Asgard, Bor's body had been dealt with, and even though the people of Asgard hadn't had time to grieve, they had to prepare for war. Currently, Cole was in the throne room with Odin as they talked about the upcoming war. I'll take care of the Dark Elves and Frost Giant, you will deal with the others. Stated Cole, leaving no room for change. All right, says Odin. He had no objection, or at least he knew he couldn't voice them as he was the one that made the war happen this quickly and Cole might decide not to help if he tried to order him around. 45, not a chapter. Currently I'm not feeling well so there won't be chapters today, but I will post at least 2 tomorrow if I am feeling better. 46, Dark Elves submit. All right, says Odin. He had no objection, or at least he knew he couldn't voice them as he was the one that made the war happen this quickly and Cole might decide not to help if he tried to order him around. Underscore 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 un. 1 month later. The war has already been going on for a month now. Odin has led armies of Asgard against the invasion of fire demons and the invasion of rock trolls. Odin, playing to his pride once again, had ordered the Vanir to keep out of the war else they be completely killed off. This however did not go over well with the ruler of Vanaheim, leading to something that could have been completely avoided, a war based on the premise of preserving their pride. While all of this was going on, Cole's many actions during and before the war have come to light, from saving their previous ruler to fighting Surtur, and fighting back the Frost Giants on his own. Cole has before very popular in Asgard and even more feared by it, enemies. Cole was currently above Svartalfheim, home of the Dark Elves. He had long planned to take control of them if he could, and if not they would be destroyed. Cole was currently on his mount, a majestic Kulin, one of the many mounts he had as he looked down on the home of the so-called king of Svartalfheim, Malekith. From what Cole knew there would be plenty of people who tries to rally all of the Dark Elves together, but none had made this possible. Even their current ruler Malekith had not, and the ruler that was after him was not much for war, so she decided not to try. But Malekith was the main reason Cole had actually even bothered to try taking over the Dark Elves instead of simply killing them. Cole knew what Malekith had said was the truth. A peacemaker would never make it far ruling this place. The Dark Elves are not a weak race, they have never been united, and they aren't looking for the warmth of peace. A race like this would only follow the strong or even who they fear, and Cole had planned to make the Dark Elves present on this planet fear him more than they currently fear Malekith. Underscore 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 un. The inhabitants of Svartalfheim were still preparing for war, waiting for Asgard to take some damage before they decided to join in. They never expected Asgard to attack them before they attacked, and certainly not just one person. Hiss. A terrifying high-pitched hiss breaks the norm of the people as a dark and heavy feeling of oppression descends upon them, causing them to stop and stare at the sky as an enormous shadow blocks out the sky. Then it appeared, a serpent, not just any serpent, an abyss black enormous serpent appears, only its head could be seen. Its eyes seemed as if looking into your very soul, as its gaze had already killed out the weaker Dark Elves, dealing heavy casualties. I will give you a chance to escape your approaching death. Submit and serve me as your master, and you shall escape the coming calamity. A voice echoed in everyone's ears, filled with power and authority. The mouth of the serpent above them didn't move, but it was clear it was the one talking. While they stood shocked, Cole had already collected the blood he needed from the dead elves. Whoosh! Boom! A beam of energy shot out of a castle and connected with Cole's face, causing an explosion. Snapping everyone out of their thoughts, they looked up to see if the intruder had been dealt with. After all, that was an attack from Malekith, their king. But as the dust settled, the spent remained still the same, no scratch, nothing. The eye of the serpent looked down and spotted its attacker, and without any change. Malekith was trapped, unable to, as an external force pulled him towards the beast in the sky. With him unable to use any of his magical energies, he tried using his physical strength to break the hole, but it proved futile as well. As Malekith was now before him, Cole aura burst free, enveloping the entire planet. Bam! Bam! One by one the Dark Elves dropped dead, unable to stand as the pressure was too great, but that wasn't all. Their bodies soon turned to dust as Cole absorbed their life force, leaving nothing behind. Malekith, the Dark Elves, will only follow a leader they fear, and currently they fear no one more than me. This echoed in Malekith's head as it was the last thing he heard before he died, from Cole crushing his soul, then teleporting him somewhere else. The Dark Elves, seeing their master killed before them, knew they couldn't fight back. AO submitted, but not all. Some either straight out refused and were killed, or tried to run and were killed. But it still provided Cole with a large number of Dark Elves. 47, race that shouldn't exist. With the number of Dark Elves that had submitted, Cole didn't have a need for them at the moment, as he sent them off to his realm on one of the empty planets, leaving Matilda to deal with them. No matter what, he couldn't wait any longer to create what he envisioned to be his best accomplishment to date, his very own race. As the planet was now empty, the illusion of the giant serpent in the sky disappeared. That's right, it was an illusion created by Cole using fear, and as they believed it was real and feared it, almost became completely solid. With the amount of fear that was being absorbed by him lately because of his appearance in the war, this kind of thing was easily done. Cole waves his hand, as space ripples and 6 things appeared floating before him. The first was a golden liquid, which was actually blood from all of the Olympian gods combined into one. The second was much smaller than the first. It had the color of human blood, but the power it was emitting, it was clear it was from something far more powerful than a human. This was boar's blood. The third was also red, but a much darker shade. It was also emitting a lot of power, but it was still far less than boar's. This was the blood collected from the dark elves. The fourth was blue. It was from the frost giants that Cole had killed, which had been a lot, but their ruler's blood was absent since Cole had never faced him on the battlefield, but he was sure the quantity would make up for the quality. The fifth was the biggest thing that appeared, casting an enormous shadow, and was also emitting so much heat that the area started melting, and its general aura was only second to. The final thing was the strongest and also the smallest. It emailed such destructive power that the ground under it had long since eroded. It had streaks of gold, red, and even blue. This was about 1 liter of Cole's very own blood. A smile broke out on Cole's face, full of joy. This may be the only time this expression appeared on his face outside of the presence of Jia. Cole originally had no intention of adding his blood to the race, but he changed his mind thinking of the abilities he had and the possibility of passing on weaker versions of them to the race about to be created, though it would make them his children in a way. He had no problem with this. Boom. For the first time in a while, Cole released his full power. It was monstrous, to say the least. The planet broke apart, disappearing into dust as it exposed its core. Space itself cracked wherever his aura passed. Surrounding stats had almost collapsed if Cole had not held them together for a purpose. As Cole floated in space, completely unbothered about the destruction of the planet he was on or anything else than the matter at hand, he reached out. A giant hand made out of comic energy formed and grabbed the core of the destroyed planet, stopping it from exploding. Soon more hands appeared, grabbing 10 of the surrounding stars, pulling them and the core to one place, as the temperature reached something that made Surtur feel like an iceberg. The stars and core collided, but under the control of Cole's energy, instead of exploding or collapsing, they actually started merging. The stars and core merged into one bright red powerful new star, but seeing the size of the new star, Cole used his energy again, forming 2 hands holding the new star, compressing it from its new size down to the size of a marble. Cole set aside the marble and looked at the orbs of blood, and without any hesitation, he fused them together as well, as it turned into a ball of blood with a mixture of their previous color. With the blood and star fused, Cole turned to look at the only thing left, Surtur's hand. Swoosh! The hand was cut in 2 from its original 550 feet length. It was divided equally, with each piece at the length of 225 feet. Swoosh! Swoosh! Cole moved his hand in what seemed like random patterns, and space responded to his actions, cutting parts of the 2 pieces as they joined and was sculpted into the likeness of what Cole imagined his race would look like, making their body out of Surtur's hand. When Cole was finished, there was now a vague outline of 2 people, 1 male and 1 female. Then suddenly Cole injected his magic into the 2 bodies as they were engulfed in a blinding light, as the body's shape became more defined and they compressed until they were about the same size as Cole. All this usage of his divine energy had drained Cole, but with the little energy he had left, he split the ball of blood and the marble made of stars into 2, as they rushed into the 2 bodies' heart, and without a pause, 2 souls were sent into the 2 bodies. Thump! 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 2 loud heartbeats were heard echoing throughout the area. Bodies forged form the right hand of the demon fire god, a heart powered by the combination of 10 stars and 1 planet core, and the blood any would envy. I, Cole Borson, your father and creator, commands you to awaken my children of destruction. Underscore 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 un. Hello readers, once again I would like to take you all for your support. As you may or may not have noticed, I don't really have a good naming sense, so if you guys could suggest a name for his realm and the new race, it would be appreciated. 48. Iris and Ion. Bodies forged form the right hand of the demon fire god, a heart powered by the combination of 10 stars and 1 planet core, and the blood any would envy. I, Cole Borson, your father and creator, commands you to awaken my children of destruction. Underscore 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 un. Boom. Floating before Cole, his children's eyes opened, and with it, a wave of power exploded outward. As he felt the power they released, Cole smiled. He was currently running low on energy in all aspects, but it was worth it. Creating a race this powerful who still had the room to grow was something he was proud of. His eyes meet those of his new children, and with but a simple flash of light from their eyes he felt it. His energy, the tiredness he felt was washed away. He was brought back to full strength, while they had lost some power. he wasn't worried, they would return to full power soon. The fact they could pass energy to him that easily, was more than Cole had expected. Cole has made sure to cut off all connections between the blood and body part used to create this race, and the beings they originally belonged to. He didn't want Surtur or any Dark Elf or Olympian no one to have a way to influence his new race. If he didn't do this, Surtur could have had some level of control over them as he used his arm to create their bodies. With his connection from his blood being the only connection left, it seemed to have gotten stronger, and gave his children the ability to send their energy to him directly, but he was sure this wasn't all, but he would find out in the future. "Father, would you please name us?" asked the woman before him. "Of course. Your name shall be Iris, and you Ion," says Cole. "I can feel you two have divinities." "What are they?" asked Cole. "I am Iris, the god nothingness and chaos. I am Ion, the god infinity and time." "Good. I shall name your race the Forgotten Ones," says Cole. "Good choice." A voice Cole knows all too well enters his ears as looks in the direction and spots none other than Death herself. Ion and Iris had already moved and appeared before Cole, ready for a fight, but Cole signals to them to move aside as he floats forward nearing Death. "You really are the most active cosmic entity, aren't you?" asked Cole. "I do what I can." "So what brings you here now, Death?" "Well, there are more than one reason. Let's start with the fact that you just destroyed a whole planet, killing many being in the process, even though you had already taken away the Dark Elves. That would spark my interest to see who is sending so many wood to my domain at once, and assume you know the second reason," says Death. "Ah, you mean the spread of my influence, and the increase in the number of worshippers I have, which increased the number of souls coming to my realm?" asked Cole. "It seems my restrictions haven't slowed you down much," says Death, clearly annoyed with the results. "No need to be upset, it slowed me down immensely, you can be proud of that fact," says Cole, not caring she was clearly upset. "It seems you talk more now than the last we met. I must ask, do you not fear me because you can't or because you shouldn't?" asked Death, clearly interested in his answer. "I do not fear you, because death is nothing to fear, it is something you accept as inevitable, and embrace when it comes. Living while fearing for death is foolish," says Cole as Death is shocked. "Besides, I don't think anyone fears death as much as death fears itself." Boom. As he says that, Death's face quickly changes from shock to fear. Does he know that impossible? He is but a young Asgardian that speaks of things he knows nothing about. He couldn't possibly know, it should be nothing but a guess, thinks Death as she quickly reclaims her calm. But now she has no intention of staying here any longer. "Cole Borson, it seems I underestimated how interesting you are," says Death as she fades away. "Hide it as long as you can, but once fear has sprouted it can't be hidden from me," says Cole. "My children protect me while I absorb these bodies," says Cole. With a wave of his hand, the body of the former ruler of the Dark Elves appeared along with hundreds of frost giants. Devour. A black wave engulfs all the bodies as it's sucked into Cole. Underscore 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 un. Day later. Cole is finally done and checked his new status. Status. System, show my status. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 213. Gacha tokens, 6,998. Race, Asgardian, Frost Giant, Olympian, Dark Elf. Divinities, Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space, Death. Abilities, All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation, Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Scared Gear, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Frost Giant Physiology, Dark Elves Physiology. Frost Giant Physiology. As the son of Bestia, your Frost Giant Physiology is stronger than most, granting you greater illusion casting, as well as strength and power in the coldness of Jotunheim. 49, New Chapter 1. I posted a new Chapter 1, check it out if you have the time. 50, Odin's Thoughts. After absorbing the bodies he had gotten, Cole headed back to Asgard as Iris and Ion went to his realm to start creating more members of their race. Cole had just come back to get Bard and his mother, then head back to his realm. He had no intention of helping Asgard in the war anymore, his objectives had been met. His name was spread, increasing the fear towards him, and he had already created his race. For all he cared now, Asgard could fight its own battles. Arriving on Asgard, Cole headed straight for the palace. It seems Odin had just come back from the battlefield he was on. As he approached the palace, a guard approached him and informed him that Odin requested his presence in the throne room. Cole was going to ignore the guard, but seeing as he would be leaving, he went to see what Odin wanted. underscore 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 un. In the throne room, Odin was currently looking at the situation developing in the Nine Realms. Many forces are taking this opportunity to rise up against Asgard, and even with his power, he couldn't be in more than one place at once. He knew Asgard had powerful warriors, but that only accounted for those in the middle level of power. Asgard only had 3 fighters who could actually fight threats on the level of Laufey or the other rulers of the races they faced. To make matters worse, Odin knew Bard wasn't loyal to him. No, it was very clear the new god of the sky was loyal to Kull. He made no attempts to hide this fact. As he rushed into battle, he never battled in his name, he always shouted for the original serpent, before he proceeded to decimate any battlefield he was placed on. This fact has caused problems for Odin's rule. It didn't help that he was being blamed for the death of Bor, the previous ruler, and with the populace knowing Kull's hand in saving Bor from a humiliating death, along with the fact they knew Kull was the first choice for the new king. There were murmurs from those who didn't think he deserved his current position. Normally his performance in the war would have killed these voices, but Kull's performance had far outshadowed him. From fighting the frost giants on his own to the recent destruction of the dark elves, the voices were growing stronger. Odin knew the only reason that there hasn't been anything more is that they were in the middle of a war and the people cared too much about Asgard to start a fight on the inside that would do nothing but weaken them. Right now Odin desperately needed the situation to change. Kull could easily end the war if his earlier performance was anything to go by, along with the fact he knew his brother had his own forces that he hadn't used. He knew Kull could end the war but refused to do so, and if anything Odin was thankful for this fact. Yes, Odin was thankful Kull hadn't ended the war himself. If Kull had taken the incentive to end the war, Odin was sure all the people of Asgard would be calling for Kull to take the throne. Once the war was still going on, Odin knew he had a chance to prove himself. If anything, Odin wanted Kull to leave Asgard more than ever, but Kull was a good backup plan in case anything happened. Odin had 2 other options, one being to make an alliance with the Vanir. But Odin knew making this alliance would require either him or the ruler of the Vanir to let go of their pride, and based on the current situation it would be him, as Asgard was the one that needed the help. The thought of asking Kull for more help ever even crossed his mind. Even if it did, he didn't think Kull would help him. The second was to simply become even more powerful than he was right now, and that was easy to accomplish once he knew what to do. The method he made in mind would require something in exchange, but it would be worth it. Underscore 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 un. Kull entered the throne room to see his brother on the throne in deep thought. Having no time to waste, to wait until he was finished, Kull coughed, drawing his attention. Cough. Odin lifts his head as he finally notices Kull in the room. Kull, I must thank you for your contributions to Asgard this time. Says Odin. Save your breath, Odin, you will get your wish. I'm leaving. Do your best to find some way to survive the situation you found yourself in. I know not what you speak of, brother, but if you want to leave I won't stop you. You are welcome to return to Asgard anytime. Says Odin. Hearing Odin, Kull wasn't surprised, as he turned and began to leave the room. Kull honestly once thought that the day he decided to leave Asgard it would end up with a battle between him and Odin that would become their last fight, but the situation has changed. Odin actually wanted him gone. This was the best outcome for Odin, at least. If he had actually tried to fight Kull, he might not have been left alive after. Try to survive as long as you can, Odin. Things are going to become tough on you for a while. This was the last thing Kull said as he left the room. 51. Leaving and first son. Try to survive as long as you can, Odin. Things are going to become tough on you for a while. This was the last thing Kull said as he left the room. Underscore 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 un. Kull had left and arrived in the chamber of his mother. Bestia was ready to leave with Kull. She had already spoken to her other son and now all she wanted was to be around when her first grandchild was born. After collecting his mother, she and Kull left the palace and arrived in the forest of Asgard where Bard was waiting for them. With Kull leaving, Asgard had just lost its major fighting force, left to struggle and find a way to survive its current predicament. Kull was sure Odin would be forced to make some choices he would have made if the situation was different. What do you think will happen? Asked Bard. Things will happen as they should. Asgard may be down right now, but it will rise again in the future. Asgard won't be destroyed before Ragnarok. Answered Kull. Then should we be worried? Asked Bard. No, Asgard currently wouldn't be able to survive the attack of any of the races in my realm. Even when it does rise in the future, this fact won't change. After all, even now the races of my realm are growing steadily. Says Kull. At the side, Bestia listened to their conversation. She had nothing to say at the moment. She had long known her sons hated each other. This was the best outcome she could hope for. The both of them alive and staying out of each other's way. She had lost 2 sons already, losing another would be too much. Cole looked at the palace in the distance one last time before he, Bard, and his mother vanished from their spot leaving Asgard. Whoosh! Cole and his group appeared in his palace. As Cole walked forward and sat on his throne, another person appeared in the room kneeling before Cole. Welcome back, Master. A serene voice said. The voice seemed to have a calming effect on those present in the room excluding Cole. Matilda, why are you here to greet me? Asked Cole. I am here to inform you the Queen has entered labor, and your child will be born soon. Said Matilda still kneeling on the floor. What? I thought the baby wasn't due for another week. Said Cole as he stood for his throne. Master, that date was just a rough estimate, this still falls in line with the predicted time frame, 10 years 9 months, the Queen has been pregnant for far longer than normal. It's true, take me to her, this matter is to be discussed after my child's birth. Yes, Master. Says Matilda as she rises to her feet. Bestia and Bard had been listening from the side the entire conversation. Of course, what had caught their attention at first was Matilda herself. Even though she kept her power in check, they both knew she was powerful, way more than themselves. Hurry and lead us to my grandchild. Says Bestia. Matilda doesn't stay standing anymore as she leads them through the palace. It wasn't long after they could hear screams and shouts in the distance. Gia. Hearing the voice, Cole knew immediately who it belonged to and disappeared. In the delivery room. Gia cried out in pain, covered in sweat. She endured the pain and shouted. Where is Cole? The people in the room could only be quiet as they were unable to provide an answer that would please their queen. I'm here. Cole appeared suddenly next to Gia, holding her hand as he looked at her. Feeling his hand, Gia turned to look at him, and immediately after she cried out again. Gia managed to scream between the labored breaths. Your Majesty, just one more push, and the baby will be born. Said one of the 4 female elves delivering the baby. You can do this, love, just one more push. Cole says, encouraging her. Nodding her head, Gia took a deep breath. The final push seemed to last for minutes before finally the baby was born. Gia collapsed back onto the bed, drained from the task of giving birth to her child. Cole moved and kissed her forehead as she tried to catch her breath. You did it, love, our baby is here. Your Majesties, it's a boy. Says one of the elves. I want to hold him. Says Gia. But Cole finally noticed something was missing. Since the child was born, there wasn't a cry. Why isn't he crying? Asked Cole. This question seemed to alarm Gia as a look of worry appeared on her face. What the problem, is there something wrong with our son? Asked Gia, clearly worried. The prince is fine, it's rare but some babies don't cry upon birth. I already checked, his life force is powerful and the baby is healthy. Says one of the elves quickly. This seemed to calm Gia down as she returned to before. It was at this moment Cole moved from her side, approaching the elf who had the baby wrapped up in a blanket. When he arrived and took the baby in his arms, Cole could feel the difference between him and his son clearly. The baby in his arms had pale white skin, fat cheeks, but his eyes were closed. It seems he's neither Asgardian, Olympian, or Elder God. The 3 bloodlines have fused completely into one new race. All the useless or hindrances were cast aside, and the positives were kept. He's practically everything good about the 3 races, and even better. Said Cole. Gia didn't really care about his fact, as she stretched out her hands to hold her son. But as was about to grab him, his eyes snapped open. Dark purple orbs looked at both Cole and Gia before a wave of energy rushed out of the baby's body. It passed through Cole and Gia harmlessly as they were both too strong for it to affect them, but the same could be said for the elves in the room. As it passed through them, their eyes expanded and bulged out of their sockets as they mumbled about things that seemed out of order, their bodies shrunk and their behavior got to the point they began to pull out their hair. When all was gone, they bite off their fingers one by one as their teeth fell out. At this stage, they bashed their heads into the floor of the room, caving in their heads completely. This would have been enough for them to die usually, but they continued as if unstoppable, running headfirst into the walls of the room. Blood splattered continuously, dyeing the floor and walls red. It wasn't until a drop of blood reached Cole's cheek that he came to his senses and took action. Hawkeye. They disappeared completely, but soon wisps of energy entered the baby's body, and Cole could swear he felt his son's strength increase. 52. God of. It wasn't until a drop of blood reached Cole's cheek that he came to his senses and took action. Hawkeye. They disappeared completely, but soon wisps of energy entered the baby's body, and Cole could swear he felt his son's strength increase. Underscore 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 un. What was that? Asked Gia. Cole didn't answer, his full attention was focused on his son in his arms. Cole wasn't really surprised that his son was able to use his divinity just after birth. If anything, he expected it. After all, with the powerful beings that were the child's parents and his son's new bloodline, it was clear he would be a very powerful individual in the future. What surprised Cole was the divinity his son had used and the fact that even though it didn't affect him it made him feel uncomfortable. Cole sensed his son's divine energy and the amount was plentiful, but more important was the fact that the quality was also very high. For the events that transpired, it was clear that his son didn't need to wait to unlock his divinity, he was more towards the Olympians that were born with their divinity. Your power is great, but it seems you can't control it, said Cole looking at his son who was still staring at him. I will seal your power, it will only be a temporary solution. Saying that, Cole placed his right hand on his son's chest. This will be a limiting seal, it won't completely seal your power as that might have some negative effect on you, it will only allow the amount you can control to pass through the seal, as your ability to control your divinity the seal will weaken granting you more power until it finally disappears. Says Cole. Cole mobilized his divine energy into his right hand as it entered his son's body and forcefully suppressed his son's. It didn't even take 10 seconds for this to be done, as he was finished Cole pulled back his hand as a mark was left on his son's chest. A black mark that looked like a snake eating its own tail. As Cole observed his son now there was an obvious change, his previous purple eyes were now gold, and he appeared weaker as no energy was being leaked from him. Dear, is he alright? Asked Jia. He's fine, it seems his power is too much for him to control at the moment, I just sealed a portion of his power. Answered Cole. Is he that powerful? Asked Jia clearly surprised. He is, can't you sense it? Asked Cole. Hearing this it finally occurred to Jia to try sensing how much power their son had. He really is powerful for his age, it seems we created a little monster. Says Jia. That might be the case, but it matters not. He is our son, he will be properly taken care of, and seeing who his parents are this isn't that surprising. Says Cole. Was all Jia said as she stroked her son's hair. It seemed like something had occurred to her and her mood changed, Cole noticed this and asked. What's the matter? Jia is silent, but feeling Cole's intense stare she finally answered. You aren't worried are you? Asked Jia. At first, Cole wasn't sure what she meant. But after thinking about it for a while he understood. Ha 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 ha. Cole couldn't help but laugh. You think I'm worried that with his potential he would overthrow me? Asked Cole. Said Jia. Put your mind at ease, I'm not worried. In fact, his potential brings me joy, this is my son I expect him to be powerful, but no matter how much he grows I will always be something he can see both never touch, I have no intention of stopping getting stronger. Said Cole. He our son and he will be raised well, in an environment filled with love, and discipline. I'm not Zeus or Cronus, to be overthrown by my children or be afraid of their potential. Said Cole. Good, I expected as much. Says Jia. Now what should we name him? Asked Jia. Cole seemed to think about this for a minute. His name will be Kiers Coulson. Yes, Kiers Coulson, the god of disaster, despair, and darkness. Said Cole as his voice reached all being in his realm proclaiming the birth of his son to his subjects. Responding to their king it wasn't long before all living beings in the realm were shouting. All hail, Kiers Coulson, the god of disaster, despair, and darkness. Their voices infused with power making them louder. They repeated the chant 10 times before it came to an end. Bam! The door to the room flew open as Bestia rushed into the room. She looked around until she spotted Jia on the bed with a baby in her hands. Regaining her composure, Bestia quickly made her way forward. This was the first time she met Cole's wife, but she didn't hold back. May I hold the child? She asked. Sure. Jia happily compiled as she handed the sleeping Kiers to Bestia. 53. Look into the past. Currently, the universe was experiencing a period of rare peace. Of course, somewhere in the vast universe, there would be some kind of war happening, some kind of death. Even an evil scheme may be advancing as someone planned. But as these things didn't affect the universe largely as some things that happened before, many considered this a relatively peaceful time. From the wars between Asgard and the various realms where races were killed off close to extinction, and the always unpredictable movements of the original serpent the universe was very peaceful compared to those times. Speaking of Asgard and the original serpent, the war between Asgard and its enemies had taken a very dangerous turn after Cole had left. The enemies of Asgard were not foolish, seeing that Cole hadn't appeared on the battlefield for a long time, rumors began to spread. And these rumors were all Asgard enemies needed to act, they leapt on the weakened Asgard like hungry wolves. And their attack was successful, baring their fangs they took chunks out of Asgard as quickly as they could. After the attack, Asgard's prestige had fallen greatly, as it was forced to take a defensive stance. But was Odin one to take this without doing something in return? After managing to barely repel the enemy forces, Odin had changed, his arrogance was lowered not as rash as before. Odin carefully thought of the best solution and carried it out. This attack could be seen as the birth of the real ruler of Asgard, the All-Father. Odin made a sacrifice of one of his eyes for all the knowledge he could withstand from the well of Mimir. The knowledge Odin had gained access to had not only given him knowledge on how to prevent the upcoming Ragnarok but also on many different ancient magic and powers. Even for a god of Odin's caliber, it took him months to digest the new knowledge he had gotten, but this knowledge provided him with what he needed to push back Asgard's enemies. With Odin stronger than ever and able to use the knowledge he gained to become stronger, he was able to force back Asgard's enemies, giving Asgard it much needed time to heal from its accumulated damage. But that was the most he could do on his own. Odin no longer knew this and no longer rushed forward. He took this chance to let Asgard heal and develop. The was far from over, but all involved had taken damage and had gone into a period of healing. Years had passed as the tension between the realms once again reached a boiling point. The war was about to begin again. But this time it was different. Asgard launched the first attack against its enemies, with Odin and Hela his daughter the Asgardian god of death taking the lead. Asgard dealt heavy damage to all who would oppose it. All who once sunk their fangs into the weakened Asgard were ripped apart piece by piece as Asgard took its revenge. In the war Hela made a name for herself as being ruthless as she slaughtered her way through the battlefield, leaving rivers of blood in her wake. With the father-daughter duo, Asgard had regained its lost prestige. Some would argue it was higher now than it was before. But Odin in his newfold wisdom had not stopped there. Seeing the benefits of merging with the Asgard sister race, Odin met with their leader putting forward the topic. And with Asgard's current strength the alliance was quickly accepted and solidified through the marriage of Odin and Frigga. Not everyone was happy with this development, but it was for the best as things went on. With the new alliance, Asgard wagged war, stomping out all evil thoughts of its enemies' minds. As time passed, Odin stopped wagging war and the 9 realms returned to peace. Hela was unhappy with this decision, and Odin, seeing that his daughter was growing more ruthless by the day, decided to deal with her. Hela wasn't weak by no means. As Odin wanted to deal with her, she naturally fought back. But in the end, she was sealed away as all traces of her were wiped from Asgard. After this matter, Odin managed to have 2 sons, Thor and Loki. With all that happened now, Asgard stood tall and powerful, but Asgard was still not considered the most powerful force in the 9 realms. That title belonged to another, and even the Asgardians knew this fact. Some had took pride in the fact that it was still an Asgardian at the helm of such a power, some looked at it as an enemy, but it didn't matter with its existence. Asgard wasn't the strongest. And it was reminded of this fact more than once throughout the years. 54. Look into the past too. Some had taken pride in the fact that it was still an Asgardian at the helm of such a power, some looked at it as an enemy, but it didn't matter with its existence. Asgard wasn't the strongest. And it was reminded of this fact more than once throughout the years. Underscore 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 un. The lastest of such reminders happened years ago as Thor and Loki had stepped foot on Midgard. It was a known fact that Midgard had stayed protected through the years by Kull. All the people in the 9 realms who had power had made sure to know what Kull was up to at all times, so they knew Midgard was a planet under Kull's protection. Of course, they only knew this because Kull wanted them to know. In the information present in the 9 realms about Kull was what he allowed to be spread or wanted to be spread. Anything Kull didn't want to be known wouldn't be known to them. Thor and Loki, against the warnings of Odin, had used the Bifrost to travel to Midgard. Thor felt that Asgard was the most powerful force in the universe and people shouldn't have to heed the words of others, and Loki, who was supposed to be smarter than Kull, had followed his brother in his adventure. Their time on Midgard was to their liking as they spent days there drinking and spreading tales about Asgard that would lead to the development of a new religion. But their stay on Midgard was not welcomed by all. Some of the human servants of Kull had long since noticed their arrival and were about to forcefully drive them off the planet when they were stopped by Roman, the leader of all human followers of Kull. As they received their instructions, the Asgardians were left alone as they enjoyed themselves until they left. Of course, both Kull and Odin had already known about Thor and Loki's arrival on Midgard, but they both took no action for different reasons. Odin took no action because he knew if he went after Thor and Loki by going to Midgard, it would most likely alarm his brother, who would appear before them immediately, and once that happened he didn't see the situation going well. But Kull, on the other hand, saw Thor and Loki and chose not to take action himself, as he passed it on to one of his many subordinates. Even if Odin had come in person, Kull would have passed on the mission to deal with them to one of his stronger servants, as Kull does not see Odin as a threat in any capacity. So Kull's subordinate, who turned out to be a devil from the underworld, who had become strong enough to gain entrance to the Serpent Realm, had formed a plan and things worked out. Scene change. Currently in Asgard, Odin was sitting on his throne, and if his expression was anything to go by, he was not very happy. "All Father, they have returned." A voice sounded. "Have there been any movements from Kull?" asked Odin. "I am still unable to see him, my king." The voice answered. Odin said nothing. He looked as if he expected this answer. It wasn't long after that his 2 sons entered the throne room happily, and the more he watched them the angrier he became. They clearly didn't care of the consequences their action might have caused if Kull had found out they were on Midgard after he had that no god was to walk Midgard again. Father, we have returned safely. It seems the warnings you spoke of were for nothing, clearly they are afraid to attack us," said Thor. The smile on his face only served to make Odin even angrier. It would seem the princes of Asgard can't compare to the princes of the Serpent Realm, the difference really is like night and day. A voice spoke. The three Asgardians in the room were already on guard looking for the enemy, as Odin himself found he couldn't sense the intruder. "Show yourself," said Odin. As he said that, a black spot appears in the room, growing in size until it forms a man with 12 wings on his back, dressed in an all-black battle armor with a sword on his waist. "It seems that Asgard now thinks it's strong enough to ignore my master," the intruder said. "Devil, you are in Asgard, and before the All-Father show some respect and kneel," Thor says. "As I said, like night and day, your son doesn't have the power to speak like that, or should I take his words as the words of Asgard and report them to my master?" he asked. "No, those are but the words of a foolish child, he does not have a say here," Odin spoke. "Father, Boy, shut your mouth this instance, you've already caused enough problems," Odin shouted. "What is it your master wants?" asked Odin. "It's simple. 55, look into the past 3. Boy, shut your mouth this instance, you've already caused enough problems," Odin shouted. "What is it your master wants?" asked Odin. "It's simple, I heard you sacrificed your eye for knowledge. I think that knowledge would be a great gift for the crown prince," the devil said. "Gears? What does he want with the knowledge I have? I am sure Cole could give him the knowledge he needs for what he wants," spoke Odin. "That's true, and the king has already given him the knowledge he asked for, but it seems it wasn't enough, and since Asgard has invaded lands we protected, I am taking this chance to obtain it for the prince," he said. Hearing this, Odin's eyes narrowed. He knew the amount of information Cole could provide wasn't small, but it wasn't enough to complete what Gears wanted. The knowledge he had obtained through sacrificing his eye was powerful and detailed. Odin didn't want to pass on this information to an outsider. "Why should I offer you this knowledge?" asked Odin. "As I said, Asgard has offended the Serpent Realm. To maintain peace something must be offered. If the knowledge is too high of a price, then I suggest you hand over the persons who invaded Midgard." The meaning of the devil's words was clear: give the knowledge or hand over your sons. Enraged, Odin released his aura to intermediate the devil before him. "I must say, you really are the king's brother. Powerful, very powerful, if only your sons were the same." The devil spoke clearly, not in the least bit scared of Odin. No matter the choice Odin makes, it will clearly show who really is the most powerful in the 9 realms, if it wasn't already clear. Flashback done. Underscore 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 un. That was the latest event of the reminder that took place. As for the Serpent Realm in Midgard, after the birth of his son Gears, Cole journeyed back to the now named Midgard and well to his word clean the world of all immortals that walked the world. From banished gods who had escaped the destruction of Olympus to many powerful beasts that walked the world, Cole either killed them all or recruited them and sent them to his realm. This task didn't take much time, as now the only known supernatural being roaming the world would be the servants of Cole. The religion that formed to worship Cole had expanded over the years on Earth and in the universe as a whole. As technology came about and other religions weakened, Cole's remained stable. Cole followers had been granted power from Cole's subordinate or Cole himself, and they believed heavily in his power. This was mostly because Cole would grant his followers wishes sometimes, as it took nothing from him. His religion on Midgard was mostly kept in the dark and not something mainstream as Christianity. His followers recruited secretly and operated secretly. They had the firm belief that not everyone deserved to follow Cole. Their number had long since reached the millions, with branches in secret all over the world, and members in powerful positions in every government. The religion was divided into different levels from normal worshippers to the chosen. With normal worshippers and the 2 levels above it having no supernatural power or ability, or haven't had contact with any of Cole's subordinates. Basically, they don't know Cole really exists, while the chosen are granted power from Cole himself, making them the highest power among the humans. After cleaning up Midgard, Cole himself hadn't taken many actions in the past thousands of years. With powerful subordinates there was barely any need for him to do such a thing. He spent his time, training his children, and ruling over his realm, ensuring the development of it. Cole didn't even use the gacha in these past years. He had focused on the powers he had and had gone deep into mastering them all to a very high degree, and finally managing to fuse his bloodlines into one. Cole was much stronger than he was in the past. To be able to erase things like light and emotions with his destruction energy, to becoming even more proficient with his magic use, to shattering, distorting space with a thought, and develop his understanding of death and fear. The current Cole is a powerful god who has lived for thousands of years and had time to develop his divinities. Underscore 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 un. Boom. 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 Come on Kiers, you can do better than this can't you? A voice shouted. TCH, Oldman you are a monster. How is this supposed to help me develop my despair divinity? Asked a man with long black hair dressed in red armor wielding a sword. Son, can't a father want to practice with his son? Cole appeared opposite him glaive in hand as the looked the same as he did thousands of years ago, it was as if time didn't affect him. Father, Kairos is catching up to me quickly. My strength has stagnated, for the past 100 years, why is it? Asked Kiers. Hearing his son's question, Cole sighs. So that's what has been on your mind. Come, I remember I told you when we first talked about this that you are not complete. Said Cole. I know, but I haven't been able to unlock it since you brought it to my attention. There is no rush, chaos isn't something to be taken lightly. As a god of darkness and chaos, even if your chaos divinity is currently unavailable you will gain a lot by visiting Akli after all he is a creature of darkness and chaos. Said Cole. But, Kairos has gone to get help from Ion, I just wanted to do it on my own. Said Kiers. There is no shame in asking for advice from Akli or even Iris, with the help available it would be foolish not to ask for their help, and I'm sure I didn't raise a foolish son whose pride would hinder his growth. Cole said seriously. I know father, I just wanted to set a good example for my younger siblings. Said Kiers. You already have, your brother and sister all look up to you, show them they're not wrong in doing so, go ask for help from Iris or Akli, said Cole. Remember Kiers, even though you ask for help your divinity of chaos is different from theirs, one is the concept of chaos while the other is chaos energy, even though the knowledge of the concept may be needed to use the physical aspect, don't let other influence your understanding of it, doing so will only affect your strength in the long run. Cole spoke seriously. Yes, father. 56, the second son Kairos. Remember Kiers, even though you ask for help your divinity of chaos is different from theirs, one is the concept of chaos while the other is chaos energy, even though the knowledge of the concept may be needed to use the physical aspect, don't let other influence your understanding of it, doing so will only affect your strength in the long run. Cole spoke seriously. Yes, father. Underscore 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 un. While Cole was sparing and talking to his first son, his other children were all up to different things. Most of them were training in some way, either fighting each other or trying to comprehend their divinities to a deeper level. One such example would be Kairos. Kairos was Cole's second son, and among all of Cole's children, he was the one that trained the most aside from Kiers. Kairos was also the only child of Cole that was born with one divinity. This, of course, didn't make him weak, no, in fact he was the second strongest of all Cole's children, only behind Kiers slightly. Kairos was currently floating above a planet still inside the Serpent Realm, he looked down as the expression on his face seemed serious. Kairos had long brown hair, deep black eyes, and his complexion was almost the same as Gia. He looked much like Gia, only with masculine features. It wasn't long after Kairos stopped looking at the planet and turned to face straight ahead as if looking at something. You are stronger than before, young prince. A voice spoke as a man appeared in the place where Kairos was watching. I greet the father of the forgotten. Spoke Kairos. His voice was not submissive or overbearing as he spoke to the man, he spoke as if speaking to a friend. The man before Kairos was of course Ion. Ion himself smiled as he heard the way Kairos addressed him. Truth be told, if Kairos wanted he could tell Ion to kneel to him or even order Ion to do something, but Kairos knew better than that, he respected power and he knew he was weaker than Ion, and even if he wasn't, it wasn't the way he was raised to treat the people in their realm. Of course, none of his children had been stupid enough to try to order around beings like Ion, Iris, Matilda, or even Akli. These four were created by Cole, and were very powerful. If ordered by any of Cole's children, one might think they would carry out the order, but you would be wrong. When Cole had children, he had made it known to these four they weren't to follow any of his children's orders, only he and Gia had the authority to order them to do anything. Cole had the intention to raise his children to be strong and not rely on his name or influence to get what they wanted, so this was needed, and Cole's children already knew this, which was why they didn't even try. Anything they needed from these beings were requests they would put forward and they could be rejected just the same. That was what Kairos was here to do. He wanted help with his divinity, and Ion could help him a lot, so he came seeking guidance. I see the young prince divinity has become stronger since the last I saw you. Spoke Ion. So what brings you here? I have come to seek your help with the development of my divinity. Said Kairos. Oh, young prince, as I recall your divinity was decay, right? Asked Ion. Yes. Answered Kairos. Decay, it happens in many ways. I am guessing you are here to learn about time, and how it intertwines with your divinity. Ion spoke. One could say time is a major part of decay. I'm sure if you take your time and sense it, you might even unlock a minor time divinity. Even if you don't, your divinity has many ways it can grow. from its consequences to its effects. Says Ion. Father has said the same thing. Responded Kairos. It is to be expected, His Majesty would surely have spotted the many avenues you have to grow, from temperature control to moisture you have many ways to strengthen your divinity or even unlock minor divinities that branch off from your main one. Said Ion. First we will take some time to teach you about time and its many effects. Ion spoke as he motioned for Kairos to follow him as they descended to the planet below them. Underscore 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 un. As Kairos went to train with Ion, one of Cole's other children was currently sneaking around. This was Cole's first daughter, her name was Alice. She was the god of ice, winter, fun, and battle. She was sneakily walking around the palace until she entered a giant room. As she entered the room it was clear it was someone's bedroom. Dad, won't know I finished training already, let's go for an adventure, but where I already know everywhere in the realm. Alice spoke. Why don't I go to Midgard? Mom said that where she meet Dad for the first time, and they haven't been back in thousands of years. Alice said, still talking to herself. Midgard it is. She said as she disappeared. 57, just a conversation. Why don't I go to Midgard? Mom said that where she meet Dad for the first time, and they haven't been back in thousands of years. Alice said, still talking to herself. Midgard it is. She said as she disappeared. Underscore 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 un. The moment Alice left the realm, Cole felt it as he returned from training Kiers. It seems she finally left. Said Cole as he continued to walk towards his palace. As Cole entered the palace he entered the throne room and sat down seemingly waiting for someone. It wasn't long after the doors to the room opened to reveal Gia entering with the newest addition of their family in her arms. As she approached the throne Cole focused on her and the child in her arms and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that she's well behaved. Compared to the other four we had first she is an angel. I'm sure you felt it when Alice left, as a matter of fact, I'm sure you knew she was leaving before she even knew she was, so why didn't you stop her? There isn't exactly a special reason, our children aren't confined to this realm alone, she is the only one who hasn't left this realm since her birth, all of her brothers have left at some point in time to temper themselves who to see what's beyond his realm, and I support this. But I know, she is still young, only 300 years old, but we both know she is stronger than her brothers when they were at the same age, and out of all my children so far she was the only one to inherit my ability to devour even if it is on a smaller scale. Said Cole. Sigh, I know, but she isn't like her brothers. I know, she may not be as serious and indifferent as her brothers, but as a god of fun you can't really expect her to be, but as my daughter, I can see it, inside her there is the capacity to be ruthless and cold. What she has shown so far is just who she is when she is with us, she'll be different with others, and if you are still worried just remember our daughter is still the god of battle and a very powerful one at that. Said Cole. Fine, I guess you're right, there isn't anyone on earth who can harm her anyway, but what about the proclamation you made all those years ago? She is my daughter, of course, that doesn't apply to my family. You, Kiers, Kairos, Alice, and even Osiris can go the Midgard anytime you want, it has never applied to you. Says Cole as he wraps his arms around Gia as she finally reached the throne. Lita seems to be very peaceful lately. Cole says as he looks at the baby in Gia's arms. Yes she has, there haven't been any outbursts as of late. Her sleeping face just doesn't match that bloodlust she releases from time to time. Said Cole. It really doesn't, so has Kiers gone to get some help yet? He has, it won't be long before he unlocks his main divinity, when that happens he will become much stronger. What about Kairos? That boy is ambitious, and he has finally gotten over the fact that he was born with one divinity, unlike his siblings. His divinity has many avenues for development in the future, if he continues to grow as he is, I can't predict how strong he would become. That's good, the other two are still too young to compare to them in strength but they are also improving at a good pace. Said Gia. Well, I'll take my leave dear, your mother still wants to see her newest grandchild again today. Says Gia as she leaves the room. Cole, now left by himself, speaks. I want you to watch her, and make sure nothing happens to her. Of course your majesty, I won't let anything happen to the princess. Says a giant floating eyeball then appears before Cole. If you look closely you could see millions of other eyes moving about on the larger eye. You are dismissed. Alone once again Cole calls his status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,213. Gacha tokens, 547-5000. Race? Previous races have combined and have yet to be named. Divinities, fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities, all speak, Asgardian physiology, fear empowerment, space manipulation destruction energy, magic manipulation, conquer haki, annihilation maker, scared gear, devourer, immortality, limited future sight, life force absorption, control over life and death, hellfire, death god, ruler of the underworld, Olympian physiology, new god Yuga Khan, perfect worthless, frost giant physiology, dark elves physiology, frost giant physiology. Cole looked at his status and saw there weren't many changes, except his age and the amount of gacha tokens he had. Everything else was the same. But Cole knew how much stronger he was now than years ago, mastering all the powers he had gotten and diving deeper into the understanding of his divinities. He was much stronger than he was years ago. 58. The Truth. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,213. Gacha tokens, 547-5000. Race? Previous races have combined and have yet to be named. Divinities, fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities, all speak, Asgardian physiology, fear empowerment, space manipulation destruction energy, magic manipulation, conquer haki, annihilation maker, scared gear, devourer, immortality, limited future sight, life force absorption, control over life and death, hellfire, death god, ruler of the underworld, Olympian physiology, new god Yuga Khan, perfect worthless, frost giant physiology, dark elves physiology, frost giant physiology. Cole looked at his status and saw there weren't many changes, except his age and the amount of gacha tokens he had. Everything else was the same. But Cole knew how much stronger he was now than years ago, mastering all the powers he had gotten and diving deeper into the understanding of his divinities. He was much stronger than he was years ago. Underscore 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 un. Cole looked at his gacha tokens and was very satisfied with the amount he had right now. He had made the choice not to use the gacha and let it accumulate for the past years while he mastered the powers he already had. And now that wait seemed to be more than worth it. With how much gacha token he had, Cole was sure he would be able to get something very useful. System used 2,737,500 gacha tokens to make one gacha, thinks Cole. Okay host. Gacha in progress. Gacha ending in 3, 2, 1, 0. Congratulations host, you have received an information bundle. Information bundle. Cole spoke in surprise. Of all the things he had thought he would have gotten, never once had he thought that after spending so much gacha token all he would receive would be an information bundle. Just from the name Cole already knew what it was, and even though it wasn't what he wanted, Cole hadn't reached his current point by freaking out when things didn't go his way. Cole had wanted, he at least thought he would get a powerful bloodline or even an ability that was powerful, but in some cases, information could be better than raw power and Cole understood this. All he could do now was hope that the information included in the bundle would be worth the amount of gacha tokens he had used. Open the bundle system. Bundle opening. It wasn't long after that information started flooding into Cole's mind. Sitting on his throne, Cole eyes closed as he digested all the information that was transferred to his mind. Hours later. It took hours for Cole not only to digest the information he had gotten but also get over the truth of it. At first he didn't believe it, but it made more sense than not believing it after he thought about it. And with everything he knew about this universe, he could guess what had happened. Sitting on his throne, Cole's eyes finally opened, and as they did, Cole sighed. Things are really very complicated. Well, all that's left to do is become stronger, even if it means that I have to leave this universe at some point, said Cole. The information Cole received was the truth of his reincarnation and the true structure of the universe, or at least a part of it. The truth of the matter was that Cole was reincarnated simply because he had what it took to fill a spot on the larger scale of the Omniverse. From what Cole learned, they are currently beings that are in the universe who are trying to become origins. An origin is simply what it sounds like. Currently, there is one origin present in the Marvel Universe, or at least there was. The one above all, and the one below all would have been a complete origin at some point in time. What the real powerful beings in the Omniverse do is become origins for different universes that they travel to, and by doing so they increase the places in which they could use their powers. To put it simply, the one above all, even though all-powerful in the Marvel Universe, would be powerless as an ant in another universe if it ever traveled to another one. To become an origin of a universe means you find the core of the said universe and refine it. Once this is done, the person would be all-powerful in that universe, but only in that universe. But could beings who managed to do this live with the fact that there were others out there who could be more powerful than them by refining more universes? Of course not. This thought was how it started. There are currently 20 beings who could be called origins present in the universe, with none of them refining more than 10 universes. The number might seem low, but in fact, the number is very high considering the fact that each time one of these beings sends their souls into the Omniverse to locate a universe to refine, they have to do this while avoiding outer gods and still needs to become the strongest being in this universe before they could even think of refining the core of the universe, which by itself takes millions even billions of years depending on the strength of the universe. This is not even taking into consideration that, once they die in another universe they are dead for real, and even though their main body won't decompose because of how powerful they are, the universes they had refined would become free once again for anyone who had the necessary strength to refine it. Even though Cole hadn't gotten all the information about who this all worked in the deep details, this alone was worth the gacha tokens he had spent. After all, he wouldn't have known about the core of the universe otherwise, and now he had a new goal in mind. 59. Arrival on Earth. After all, he wouldn't have known about the core of the universe otherwise, and now he had a new goal in mind. Underscore 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 un. Cole sat on his throne, his horizons were expanded because of the information he just received. Suddenly ruling over his realm seemed like a small goal and something insignificant in the face of ruling and controlling countless universes. Cole couldn't wait to refine his first universe and feel how it would feel to be all-powerful and all-knowing, even if it would be in the confines of one universe. But his ambitions didn't blind Cole, he knew better than to try anything that would expose he knew something he shouldn't. If the one above all, or even the one below all knew he had his information, he was sure he would be in danger. From the information he had gotten he already knew why he was still alive even though the one above all is supposed to be all-knowing in Marvel, and should have already known he had this information. It would seem, that once they aren't complete and stay separated they aren't all-powerful or all-knowing in Marvel, it would seem separated none of them have the required strength to refine the core to completion. But even if they aren't all-knowing and all-powerful they still far surpass anyone currently alive in the universe, and can appear to be all-knowing as they had once refined the core to completion before their separation, and still have that knowledge to a certain point. But that knowledge doesn't contain anything about the present Cole. It should only contain information on how Cole's life was supposed to go, as in the original version where he was supposed to die. So as long as the one above all and his counterpart focused their attention on preventing the other from interfering with the core, Cole had free reign. Underscore 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 un. While Cole was making new plans to ensure his ownership over the Marvel Universe, his daughter Alice had arrived on Earth, and with her a drastic change in the Earth's temperature. As Alice appeared on Earth, the immediate area around her froze and crumbled to nothing leaving a huge black hole as Alice was now floating above it. And with that, the Earth started cooling. Noticing this Alice was surprised, to say the least. She quickly suppressed her divinities, as they were reacting strongly and without her wanting them to since she arrived. Alice quickly floated from above the deep hole and landed on solid ground once again, only this time since she was prepared, her divinities were suppressed and unable to cause external damage. Alice was currently surprised, as her father had trained her for years to be able to completely control her divinities yet she somehow managed to lose control of them. As she thought about the possible reasons she looked at the ground she was standing on. From there Alice sensed the whole planet and the answer was right before her, she could feel her mother everywhere. No, it would be more appropriate to say she felt a piece of her mother in all the living things on this planet. With this discovery her interest in this planet grew, even more. Alice disappeared from her spot, heading towards the area where she felt the highest concentration of humans. Underscore 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 un. As she did this, Alice didn't know she had caught the attention of many different forces on Earth with her arrival. Undisclosed location. In a room, you could see many computers with people at work, with serious expressions on their faces. Sir, we still can't find the source of the sudden drop in temperature around the world. A man at a computer says turning to face a bald man with an eye patch covering one of his eyes. What do you mean you can't find it? Something managed to decrease the temperature of the Earth in such a short amount of time, I want it found. He says in anger. Director Fury, there's something you should see. Another person says as Fury walks over and looks at the computer. On the screen, there was a live feed showing a giant hole that seemed bottomless. Where is this? Asked Fury. Sir, it seems to be some forest in the southern part of Africa. I want agents deployed immediately, get me, Coulson. As Fury was busy ordering around his people, one agent in the room was currently sitting shocked. From start to finish he had this expression. But no one bothered with him as he had the same feed on his computer, they just thought he was shocked. But they would be wrong, yes he was shocked but not by the hole, no he could feel it and he already knew the cause. It seems one of the Lord's children has descended, the others must have felt it too, I'm sure the higher-ups will start looking for the Lord's child, but if I can find him or her first, won't I have a chance of being blessed by one of the Lord's children? Thinking of this he could help but smile, he knew if it happened he would gain power and status in religion. 60. No title. It seems one of the Lord's children has descended, the others must have felt it too, I'm sure the higher-ups will start looking for the Lord's child, but if I can find him or her first, won't I have a chance of being blessed by one of the Lord's children? Thinking of this he could help but smile, he knew if it happened he would gain power and status in religion. Underscore 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 un. In a temple, on a mountain top away from the rest of civilization there was a very powerful sorcerer. The temple was the home of the masters of the mystic arts, and this powerful sorcerer was the leader of this group and was often referred to as the Sorcerer Supreme or the Ancient One. With how powerful the Sorcerer Supreme was, it was understandable that she felt when Alice arrived on Earth. In the temple, a bald lady opened her eyes as she floated down and landed on the ground. After so many years, why has one of his descendants finally arrived on this planet? Has his interest in Earth grown, or is this child moving on her own? The Ancient One spoke aloud. As she looked in a certain direction. Who knows what he thinks? A voice entered the Ancient One's ears as she turned to face the source. Daughter of Kul, why are you on Earth? The Ancient One asked. Underscore 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 un. Flashback. Alice was hovering over a city watching how the mortal on the planet went about their day, and to say the very least she was surprised. The technology, the food, and even the buildings, it was nothing like she expected them to be. They have advanced, far more than they were when father and mother were here, but one thing has remained the same, they are weak. Says Alice. This in fact had surprised her the most. After sensing the peace of her mother in the inhabitants of Earth, Alice had hoped that it would have caused some kind of change over the years, maybe even granted the humans some sort of power, but as she observed she noticed it hadn't. As Alice continued to observe the humans, she even read their minds and found, there wasn't any mention of Asgard or any other realms in their memory. She had found mentions of her father and Odin, as historical research, and soon found out throughout the years humans had taken past events as fiction and didn't believe that gods existed. This revelation didn't bother Alice at all. She knew her father had his own forces here, but she had no interest in looking for them, but as she came to this conclusion she felt a gaze on her and disappeared. Underscore 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 un. After so many years, why has one of his descendants finally arrived on this planet? Has his interest in Earth grown, or is this child moving on her own? As Alice appeared in a temple behind a bald-head woman, she heard her speaking out loud and answered. Who knows what he thinks? Alice looked on as the woman turned to face her, with no surprise on her face or even fear, which surprised Alice. Daughter of Kul, why are you on Earth? Alice watched the woman who had the nerve to question her. Can't I come to a planet under my father's protection? Asked Alice, walking around the room clearly not paying much mind to the Ancient One. Daughter of Kul, your father has not appeared on this planet after killing off many of the powerful beings that resided on it. Has his interest in this planet risen lately? Who knows, father is unpredictable, and even if his interest in the planet has risen, do you think you could stop him from getting what he wants? Asked Alice. Who knows, your father isn't all-powerful. Of course not, but he doesn't have to be to get what he wants. With the disparity of power between you and him you would be the same as an ant, so in your case, he might as well be all-powerful. It seems you have quite the imagination, daughter of Kul. Ha, it's true my imagination is vivid, but make no mistake, if you think you stand a chance against my father or even me, your imagination is far more vivid than my own. And the name's Alice. The two watched each other carefully. Alice had no intention of fighting the woman before her, for the simple fact that she wasn't in the mood to fight at the moment. You still haven't answered, why are you here? I am here because... As Alice was about to say something, her attention shifted as she looked to the sky and disappeared, as the Ancient One followed soon after. They both appeared above the temple floating in the sky as a bright light flashed across the sky, falling to the ground. Well, it seems father has taken interest in this planet after all. Says Alice. The scythe of the darkest flame, why is it here? Asked the Ancient One. 61, Wielder of Scythe of Darkest Flame 1. Hey guys, it's the author. Just checking in to make sure everyone is enjoying the story so far, and if you guys see any area where I could improve as a writer, just comment on it here, and I will try my best to work on the areas commented. Underscore 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 un. Well, it seems father has taken interest in this planet after all. Says Alice. The scythe of the darkest flame, why is it here? Asked the Ancient One. underscore 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 un. While the scythe of darkest flame was entering Earth, an alerting shield, back in the serpent realm, Cole was currently sitting on his throne as he gazed off into space, when suddenly Bard appeared kneeling before him. Bard, what's the matter? Your Majesty, one of the worthy has gone towards Midgard. Only one? Asked Cole. Yes, Master. Well, that's fine, as long as they don't rush there at once there is no problem. Master, if I may. Go ahead, Bard. Master, I have known you for years, what exactly is your plan for that planet? Asked Bard. Bard, that planet is about to become the gathering place for many powerful beings in the universe, if's in my best interest, and the best interest the Serpent Realm if things are kept under me control. Is that why you let the princess go there? Of course. Is that also why the worthy haven't been used in the last couple years? They are incomparable to what they were when I first made them, having more things at play on Midgard would be to my benefit as well. First it will be the scythe of darkest flame, then another, until all of them have been gathered on Midgard. After all, I have no intention of making a move personally anytime soon, unless something out of my expectations happens. Answers Cole. Then, I will wait for the time when you make your move, or require me to make one. Says Bard. Good, things will be moving faster than you expect, I will be finished with this planet in 30 years the most. Says Cole. After Cole said that, Bard nodded and teleported out of the room, leaving Cole alone. I really wonder how many will die before someone passes the test to wield the scythe, and just who will be able to wield it. Will it be one of my followers or some random human? Says Cole as genuine interest appears in his eyes. It seems the amount of things I find interesting have decreased apart from pursuing power, and my family things have become dull, but thing will get interesting soon, and I should probably spend less time sitting on my throne, and spend some time with Gia and Mother. Back on Earth. After the scythe entered Earth and crash-landed, both Alice and the Ancient One disappeared from their spot. Alice just teleported, while the Ancient One makes a circle and sees through it. They both appear, in the desert, look at a scythe standing upright stuck in the ground. The pressure emitted from the scythe was powerful, very powerful, but it was currently controlled and wasn't directly affecting anything around it. Alice looked at the weapon and dropped next to it, while the Ancient One kept her distance. When Alice stretched out her hand to grab the scythe, its pressure completely disappeared, as it became completely tame. As Alice's hand grabs hold of the scythe, her consciousness is pulled into the weapon, and she didn't resist. Alice's consciousness appeared in a dark space as a serpent made of black fire appeared before her. I pay respects to the princess. There is no need, I just want to know, did father send you? Asked Alice. Yes and no. Explain, further. Master knew I was coming here but didn't stop me, so it could be said that he wants me here, as if he didn't want me here I wouldn't be here. I'm guessing he didn't tell you his plans. Of course not, the master's mind is unfathomable, if even the princes and the princess can't know what he's thinking, who am I to presume to know master's mind? Said the huge fire serpent. You're right, I guess I can only wait and see how things play out, says Alice. I'm leaving now, I wish you luck in finding a wielder, even though it would take a while on this planet. After saying this, Alice simply controlled her consciousness back into her body. Did you find out why it's here? Asked the Ancient One. I didn't, but even if I did, do you really think I would tell you? Asked Alice. I'm going to be moving around this planet for a while, I don't like to be spied on, so I'll warn you once, you spied on me once and caught me in a good mood, but I can't guarantee I will be in a good mood next time, and who knows, I might just kill you or some human to get back in a good mood. Says Alice in her normal silky voice. As long as you don't do anything to endanger this planet, you can do as you please. Says the Ancient One as she creates another portal and leaves. Like if you had any other choice, but I guess it's important to you to feel like you're in control even if you're not. Says Alice as she disappears. 62, Wielder of Scythe of Darkest Flame 2. As long as you don't do anything to endanger this planet, you can do as you please. Says the Ancient One as she creates another portal and leaves. Like if you had any other choice, but I guess it's important to you to feel like you're in control even if you're not. Says Alice as she disappears. Underscore 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 un. After Alice and the Ancient One left, it was long after that countless jeeps, trucks, and helicopters had approached the scythe. As they pulled up, people heavily armed with guns jumped out as they guarded the area. Just what exactly is happening lately, from the drop in temperature, that giant hole, and now this scythe, something seems to be happening. Said Director Fury as he looked at the scythe. Around him, the various agents, are busy carrying out different tasks from building structures around the scythe and searching the immediate area as a group of men that looked out of place argued. Seeing the arguing men, Fury sighed and approached. Why are you fighting? Have you completed the task and figured out exactly what this scythe is? He asked. We haven't, said one of the men. We have, you just refuse to believe it, shouted another man. Your idea is foolish, there are no such things as gods. Those stories you read about are fiction, how can a scientist believe in such things? Asked another man. I believe what I want, these things have proof left behind, how can you as a scientist not explore the mysteries present in the world? Mr. Charles, if you keep talking about these foolish fantasies someone might think you are crazy. I am telling you, the scythe is the scythe of darkest flame, a weapon created by the original serpent Kull Borson to spread fear through the universe. Said Mr. Charles. You speak foolishness. Original serpent? Asked Director Fury. Don't bother with him, he speaks of fiction. I want to hear what he has to say, so be quiet. Says Fury. The original serpent is supposed to be a god of Norse descent, he is hailed as the god of death, space, magic, destruction, and fear. He is said to be far more powerful than his older brother Odin, and is the sole reason why the Olympian gods do not walk the earth anymore. Where did you get this information, and how do I not know of any god named Kull in Norse religion? Asked Fury. Actually, it would be strange if you knew his name or even knew he was of Norse descent. Kull had only stayed with the Norse gods for at least 300 years, before he left and established his own realm and race. And you believe this scythe is his weapon? Asked Fury. Not exactly, I believe this weapon is part of a group that he created to be used by his followers to spread fear in the universe. Ek weapon he created that was a part of this group had their own power, and this scythe gives one the power to control fire. From what is recorded, its fire when used to its greatest could burn space. Said the man, clear fascination in his eyes. You simplify its power greatly, this is something created by our god, burning space is but an easy task. Said a smooth voice loud enough to be heard by everyone present. All agents were immediately on guard looking for the source of the voice. I'm above you. The voice spoke again. Their attention was drawn to the sky, as they saw a man floating in mid-air with two wings coming out of his back. Bang! Bang! Bang times 100. Shots were fired off without warning at the unknown man. But to their surprise they stopped before reaching him, as the man still had his eyes on the scythe, not even paying attention to those shooting at him. You are Director Fury, right? The man asked as he floated down to the ground and his wings disappeared. Fury, staying true to his years of experience, maintained his stoic face and answered. Who is asking? Ah, my bad, I am Alistair, a half-devil from the underworld, it's a pleasure to meet you. As Fury heard the man introduce himself, he didn't always himself to believe the man was as pleasant as his voice sounded. As for the other information, Fury couldn't fully process it before he spoke again. I am going to need to have your shield leave this area, the arrival of one of the worthy is very important to those old guys and they will be here soon, and if you are here when they arrive, most likely they will kill you all. Worthy! Shouted Fury and Mr. Charles. So you're saying this was created by a god? Yes, it was created by our master. You want us to leave? Asked Fury. Yes. What are you in? Alistair, why are there still people present? A voice sounded, and with it, a sense of dread filled everyone present. 5 old men dressed in black robes with serpent designs appeared right in front of the scythe, without anyone noticing. I just arrived as well, Elder. Well, it matters not, get rid of them, we have an important thing to do here. Spoke one of the old men. Hearing the command, Alistair's wings appeared as they began to shine, and a heaviness filled the area. Foolish devils and human, no killing will be done here, everyone has a chance to undergo the trial, just be prepared for failure and the price that accompanies it, the complete destruction of your soul. A powerful and heavy voice sounded from the scythe, silencing everyone present. Even if they were Kull's servants, the scythe spirit couldn't care less, if it killed them Kull wouldn't care, and since Kull allowed it to come here, it means it needed to find a new master. What if these devils killed someone who could become its master, increasing the time needed for it to do what it was supposed to? What was it supposed to tell Kull? 63, Wielder of Scythe of Darkest Flame 3. Even if they were Kull's servants, the scythe spirit couldn't care less, if it killed them Kull wouldn't care, and since Kull allowed it to come here, it means it needed to find a new master. What if these devils killed someone who could become its master, increasing the time needed for it to do what it was supposed to? What was it supposed to tell Kull? Underscore 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 un. Hearing the command of the scythe, the old man no longer spoke or even bothered with the humans present. Fury and his agents, on the other hand, were at a complete loss. The current situation is beyond their expectations. They couldn't stop the old men from doing what they wanted. After all, they could deal with Alistair, and if his behavior is anything to go by, these men are more powerful than him. First one of the Lord's children descended, now one of the worthy has appeared after so many years of them laying dormant. It seems Master has taken interest in this planet, once more. One of the old men spoke as he strokes his beard. Lord's children descended, thought Fury, listening to the conversation happening. Even though he was a good distance away from the men, he could hear clearly as they didn't try to hide what they were talking about. Things have been quiet for the past couple of years, but as always I'm sure Master has a plan. You fools can stand there and try to understand our Master's mind, while I undergo the trial. Saying this, he walked forward. He was the youngest looking in the group, and without fear, he continued to walk forward and grabbed the scythe. Do you not fear death? The scythe's voice sounds loudly for all to hear. Ha 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 ha. The 5 men started laughing as they heard the question. We do not fear the inevitable. The true followers of the original serpent never die. Death is but a chance for us to shine on another stage, and work closer to Master, answered the man with his hand on the scythe. Good answer. The scythe's voice sounded again, after which the man holding on to the scythe, his eyes went blank as he was pulled into the scythe to undergo the trial. I want everything that happens here monitored and recorded, even if it's an ant walking on a tree, I want it recorded, ordered Fury to the surrounding agents. While all the agents started snapping back from the shock they had received, Mr. Charles was the only one present with the courage to walk forward, heading towards the 4 old men standing together. Where is he going? Asked Alistair as he watched Mr. Charles walking forward. Fury, hearing Alistair's question, looked around and spotted Mr. Charles walking forward. He quickly ran up to him with the intention of stopping him. Right now Fury saw him as an important source of information, as Mr. Charles seemed to know about the weapon and the supposed god that made it. Fury had intended to quickly all the information he had out of him, but he couldn't do that if the man got himself killed by going up to these people. Charles, stop, they are dangerous. Do you want to die? Asked Fury as he approached the man. It's fine, right now a puppy would be more dangerous than these men, since the scythe spirit told them no killing. They won't kill, he answered, shaking off Fury before finally approaching the men with Fury close behind him. Alistair said, I simplified its power by saying the scythe at its strongest could burn space, so how powerful is the scythe exactly? He asked the men, offering them not even the smallest greeting. As if timed, they turned and looked at Charles in unison. Leave us before I kill you, spoke one of the men as they turned back away, returning their attention to the scythe. We both know as soon as you make a move with the intention of killing me, the one who would most likely die would be you. The men said nothing and continued to watch the scythe. What position do you guys have? Is it guardian or maybe priest? Asked Charles. Hearing Charles's question, the men turned to face him again. The seriousness in their eyes now was clearly seen by Charles and Fury. How do you know of those things? Asked one of the men. Why don't you answer my question first? It seems that someone is speaking on things that shouldn't be said. Let's read his mind. Another of the men stepped forward, his intention clear. Stop, Cyrus. Since you know that information, you should know the result of knowing it without actually being a part of the church. So I'll ask you once, are you a part of the Church of the Original Serpent? 64, Wielder of Scythe of Darkest Flame 4. It seems that someone is speaking on things that shouldn't be said. Let's read his mind. Another of the men stepped forward, his intention clear. Stop, Cyrus. Since you know that information, you should know the result of knowing it without actually being a part of the church. So I'll ask you once, are you a part of the Church of the Original Serpent? Underscore 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 un. No, I'm not, but I would love to join, says Mr. Charles. Oh, you want to join the church? Asked one of the men. Yes. My name is Shane. I would like to be a member of the Church of the Original Serpent, says Mr. Charles. Nick Fury stood to the side and listened to the conversation that was happening in front of him, noting anything of importance that was said. All right, I'll let you join the church, but every member has to undergo a test before they do, and your test will be simple: become the wielder of the Scythe of the Darkest Flame. Hearing this, Shane smiled. If I do this, won't I immediately become someone who only takes orders from the master, making me have a higher position than you? Asked Shane. Of course, but that's if you can survive the test that is put forth by the Scythe spirit. Suddenly, without any warning, the man currently undergoing the test of the scythe was burned to nothing in less than a second, leaving no traces of him present. It seems Marcus failed the test. Well, that's good for you, so go and try and pass the test, says Cyrus, looking at Shane. Shane didn't even look scared, as he marched forward and approached the scythe. Without any hesitation he grabbed it and his eyes dimmed. You're still here, why? Cyrus turned and asked Fury. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to make sure you aren't a threat to this planet. Fury answers seriously. But in response, all he received was the men laughing at what he said. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter turned louder and louder until they were clutching their stomach. It was clear what Fury said was a big joke to them. What's so funny? Asked Fury. Everything you said is funny. Do you have any idea how big the universe is? Do you have any idea how many races there are in the universe? Do you have any idea how many beings are eyeing this planet? Do you have any idea why with so many being watching this planet you humans are still safe? Do you have any idea who protects this planet? Do you have any idea who the wife of our master is? Cyrus questioned Fury. Fury stood there clearly not knowing the answer to these questions. Cyrus, leave him be, there was a time we were like that as well, not knowing the true scale of things, thinking humans to be the center of the universe. James, you are right, I should have expected as much. Says Cyrus. Aren't you going to tell me the answers to the questions you asked? Asked Fury trying to gain more information. The men looked at each other seemingly as if thinking it over. Fine, the universe is too big to measure. There are countless races in the universe. There are many powerful beings that are currently interested in this planet, any of them could put an end to the human race easily. The humans are still safe because long ago our master the original serpent claimed this planet, and those who are interested in this planet are too afraid to act and incur the wrath of our master. The forces of our master protect this planet. The wife of our master is Gaia the earth goddess, all humans have a piece of Gaia in them, the last person who would want to destroy or hurt this planet is my master. Says Cyrus. Hearing this, Fury stood still, even though he didn't want to believe these people they had no need to lie to him, so he took what they said as the truth. Where is your god? Asked Fury. In a place you would never reach. While Fury and the men were speaking, Shane's consciousness was pulled into the scythe and he appeared before a serpent made completely out of black fire. You have decided to undergo the test to become the wielder of this scythe, there is no turning back, failure means death. Says the enormous serpent. The first test is simple, all you have to do is survive. Says the serpent as it disappears. Shane appears in a burning world, holding a scythe in hand, he moves forward, as he appeared information on the test filled his mind. To pass the test, he would need to beat all the past testers, all those who failed the test previously. They would have all their power stripped from them and have their scythe-wielding ability increased, it was either Shane beat them or they would kill him first. 65. The past. To pass the test, he would need to beat all the past testers, all those who failed the test previously. They would have all their power stripped from them and have their scythe-wielding ability increased, it was either Shane beat them or they would kill him first. Underscore 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 un. Shane wasn't afraid, or even surprised by the task he would have to accomplish to pass this rest and stay alive. Since he had stepped forward and grabbed the scythe he knew there was no turning back, he either passes the test or died. But he had been prepared for this a long time ago, long before the scythe even appeared on Earth. Flashback. Shane was just a child, one that was going through the hard times that came with being on his own at a young age. Abandoned by his parents, Shane stole and lived off the streets as best he could, eating from dumpsters, and saving the little money he saved for the future he saw for himself. Even as a child, after being abandoned he of course cried or hated the world, and fell into a state of sadness and despair, but this didn't last long. Compared to other children his age, Shane was resilient and refused to let the current situation be his entire life. But even with his grand ambitions, he was after all still a child, just barely managing to survive day after day, that was until he met an old lady. You see, living on the streets with no support, Shane had started to believe in certain religions, and believed there was a higher power at play that would help him get through his current hard times, but Shane wasn't completely hooked on any one religion. He went to the different churches, and learned what he could from there and the numerous libraries, but the more he learned the more he realized one thing, there is no solid proof of any of the gods of these religions actually being real. The closest thing he found proof was a very old book detailing the rise and fall of the gods of Olympus, and this book was also the first time he heard any mention of the original serpent Kull Borson, and it was where he met the old lady that would come to broaden his horizons. Currently, in an old library, there was a boy wearing what seemed to be rags as they barely hung on to the boy. The boy himself was dirty, dried mud and dust clung to his exposed body, the cold air that blew through the library seemed to have no effect on him as was completely immersed in the book he was reading. The god of fear, space, death, destruction, and magic Kull Borson descended on the world, and with his descent came the downfall of the Olympian gods. He killed their king and pressured the remaining gods to leave the planet, having no means of fighting back. The Olympian gods could only obey him and leave. But this wasn't his final act. Before leaving he made a declaration that would surely protect this planet for years to come. I have lessened this planet of the ruthless gods that live on it. In the name of Kull Borson I rename this planet Midgard so henceforth no gods may walk it again. The boy read out loud as the more he read the excitement in his voice grew until he repeated the declaration of Kull in a voice as he tried to sound powerful. Ha 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 ha, "Brat, you sure are funny," repeating the words of our god in that pitiful voice. A voice says as an old lady approaches Shane. "Our god? Do you believe the words written here?" Shane questioned the lady. "Of course, don't you?" the lady asked. I don't know. From the way you were acting just now, I believed I would get another answer," said the old lady. "It's just a story, like all the other religions I have seen. There is no proof," says Shane. "So it's proof you want? Everyone wants proof that the religion they follow is the correct one. What makes you think you deserve it more than those who have believed for years without any proof?" asked the old lady. Shane couldn't refute her. "So I should believe without proof? What if I'm wrong and the real God is dissatisfied and takes out his anger on me?" asked Shane. "Ha ha 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 ha, I guess I forgot you are just a child, but your questions have reminded me well," said the old lady. "How about taking a leap of fate?" asked the old lady. "No, I'll need proof before making any decision about this topic," says Shane. "Truly a foolish way to look at things, but that is my opinion. I'll give you a bit of proof, if you choose to believe it after is your choice." As she spoke, her voice lost its friendly tone and became serious and cold as Shane slowly fell to the ground. 66. Message. This is the author. Currently I am having some migraine problems, that is keeping me from writing. Hopefully it is gone by Friday and I would have time to write. Hopeful updates would be back to normal starting Sunday. 67. Second test beginning. As Shane fell to the ground, visions of the past flashed in his mind, visions of gods, visions of the life of humans before the fall of Olympus, and visions of the life of humans after the fall of Olympus. All these visions carried feelings and emotions, creating the illusion that they were real. Of all the visions that flashed in his mind, the one that stood out the most was of a giant serpent, looking down on the world. The serpent was so huge its head alone blocked out all light from reaching the people below. The emotions that Shane felt were reverence, gratefulness, and absolute loyalty. There was no fear that one would expect from coming in contact with a creature of that enormous size and power. That was the last thing Shane felt as he completely lost consciousness. Those visions would stick with Shane for the rest of his life, shaping the choices he would make, and his ultimate dream. Underscore 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 un. As Shane's body hit the ground, the old lady walked forward and stopped right in front of him, the look in her eyes unreadable. She looked at his unconscious body for 2 minutes before finally turning and walking away, as the shadows squirmed to life and swallow her figure and she disappeared completely, leaving Shane alone. This encounter, for this old lady, was nothing to keep to memory and she would soon forget it, but for Shane, this was an important moment in his life. Underscore 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 un. Back in the test of the scythe, Shane was current in very bad shape. Years had passed since he started the first test and he was currently fighting the last opponent he needed to pass the first of the 3 tests the scythe spirit would set forth. Shane rushed forward, approaching his opponent at a very fast speed, and attacked from the side. He swung his scythe aiming to cut his opponent in two. Bam! The giant humanoid pig just looked at the approaching scythe and didn't move. As the scythe collided with his stomach it bounced off, then he took a big and heavy step forward and swung his own scythe, aiming directly for Shane's head. By some inhuman reflex and strength, Shane managed to forcefully swing his weapon in the path of the approaching scythe and managed to save himself from being killed, but the force that was contained in the attack was not something he could stop as he was thrown into the air. His hands were immediately numb, as he managed to flip in the air and slam his scythe into the ground to stop himself, but even with this, he was still thrown back at least 100 feet. Bam! X12. The humanoid pig quickly ran to Shane. Seeing the approaching danger, Shane struggled to pull the scythe out of the ground, and as a shadow covered him, without any further thoughts he immediately jumped to the side. Boom! The spot he was in previously was completely destroyed, and rocks flew everywhere. Shane looked only to find his scythe deformed and unusable. "There goes my weapon, anyway it followed me for 20 years, it's about time it got some rest," spoke Shane. The tone of his voice carried anything but fear, even after seeing his weapon destroyed. Shane got up and the look in his eyes immediately changed, becoming serious and cold. Soon the humanoid pig approached him once again, but this time Shane didn't move. His eyes turned deep black, as a black flame appeared in his hand and he jumped forward. Boom! The ground under his feet was completely destroyed, as he appeared in front of his opponent. Boom! The flame in his hand exploded as he appeared. Ah! Screams of pain echoed in the surrounding, as the pig dropped the scythe and coved his almost completely destroyed face as blood covered the ground. Whoosh! Out of the explosion, Shane appeared with the giant scythe of his opponent covered in black flames and swung it, cutting his opponent in two from the waist. Bam! Bam! The pig's upper body dropped to the ground, and the scythe was also flung out of Shane's hand as he too dropped to the ground, breathing heavily. You have passed the first test, the second will start immediately. A voice echoed as the burning environment disappeared and was replaced with a corridor of black flames. Shane, who was still tired, looked at the flames and felt a great sense of danger. In order to use me to my fullest potential, both body and mind needed to be strong. Walking through this fire will burn your soul. There are 5 corridors one after the other. Walking through a corridor will burn your soul. If you can survive, there is a space between each corridor that can heal your soul and strengthen it. The voice said again. Unlike the last test, there is a time limit for this test, and it is 4 days. Your time starts now. 68. Did you say gain his approval? In order to use me to my fullest potential, both body and mind needed to be strong. Walking through this fire will burn your soul. There are 5 corridors one after the other. Walking through a corridor will burn your soul. If you can survive, there is a space between each corridor that can heal your soul and strengthen it. The voice said again. Unlike the last test, there is a time limit for this test, and it is 4 days. Your time starts now. Underscore 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 un. 3 days and 14 hours. You have passed the second test. Your soul has been strengthened enough to handle the primary power of the scythe. Says the scythe spirit. Shane was currently standing in complete darkness as his soul was now brighter than ever. The pain he experienced in this test was beyond belief, but he could feel the rewards were worth it. Shane could clearly feel how insignificant he was before, but instead of getting drunk on this power, all Shane felt was fear and respect. Was it this easy for the creations of Cole to change someone's life? Isn't the soul supposed to be something mysterious even to gods? If these servants already had this kind of power, what about their master? As these thoughts flooded Shane's mind, the fear and respect he felt for Cole grew even higher. But what he didn't know was, that the scythe spirit was observing his mental condition, while also reading his mind. After being strengthened, and obtaining new power, the mindset of people would change, and depending on this change, the spirit would either destroy them or let them move on to the final test. If Shane had become arrogant, or satisfied with this power, the spirit would have destroyed him right away. Cole wanted strong servants who had the will to become stronger but weren't arrogant, and the spirit knew this. If his thoughts went in the direction of betraying Cole, or thought he could stand up to Cole, he would be destroyed. This would prove he was foolish and short-sighted and wasn't needed. If Cole could give him this power, it would obviously be nothing for him to take it back or kill him. The only acceptable route was the development of respect for the person that granted the power the tester now holds, and fear for the power the person who could grant such power holds. You have passed the third test, the fourth will now begin. The spirit announced. Hearing this, Shane snapped out of his thoughts as confusion appeared on his face. I passed the third test? And wasn't there only 3 tests anyway? Asked Shane. The third test was to test your mind and thoughts, and you passed. You have the mindset to understand your current situation and make the right choices, and your respect and loyalty are steady. As for your second question, the first 3 tests are to give the qualification to wield the scythe to the tester. The first test lets them develop their scythe handling ability, the second test strengthens your soul, giving you the soul strength needed to form a primary bond with the scythe, and the third is to test your mindset. If that little bit of power could change you to a great extent, then you are not worthy to wield me. Says the scythe spirit. So you could already be considered to be half owner of this scythe. The last 2 tests aren't really tests, but they are still very important. If you make a mistake, you will die. Says the scythe spirit. Okay, but you said primary bond, what is that? Asked Shane. You will find out if you pass the last 2 tests. What are they then? Asked Shane. The next test is simply to get the approval of the original serpent. As Shane heard this, he was in complete shock. Underscore 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 un. In the serpent realm. Like any other day lately, Cole was currently sitting on his throne looking out into the universe. Things were slow lately. Cole had no wars to fight or anything that has fought his interest enough for him to act personally. There was no one that would come find trouble with Cole, maybe Galactus or another cosmic entity, but the chances were low. It wasn't secret. Earth was part of the many planets under the protection of Cole, and there wasn't anything here that would draw the attention of other cosmic entities strongly yet. Of course, over the years Cole had some run-ins with cosmic entities, but as with death, there wasn't really any big fighting, as they didn't encroach on each other's interests, and a fight between beings of their strength wouldn't bring any benefit for either of them. As Cole was wondering about the universe from his throne, he received some information that made him change the direction of his projection as it disappeared and appeared above the Earth. 69. Not up to standards. Of course, over the years Cole had some run-ins with cosmic entities, but as with death, there wasn't really any big fighting, as they didn't encroach on each other's interests, and a fight between beings of their strength wouldn't bring any benefit for either of them. As Cole was wondering about the universe from his throne, he received some information that made him change the direction of his projection as it disappeared and appeared above the earth. Underscore 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 un. Things have moved faster than I thought they would. It hasn't even been a year, yet the scythe has seemingly found a wielder already. Let's see what he/she is like. Saying this, he disappeared. In the test space, Shane and the scythe spirit were still talking, when suddenly the giant fire serpent shrank as the flames converged, and instead of a serpent there was now a human standing next to Shane. Without any delay, the man quickly knelt and looked at the darkest surrounding them. Shane, who stood to the side, was extremely shocked by the quick movements of the serpent, but his mind started moving at a fast speed. Then a look of shock appeared in his eyes as he dropped to his knees, assuming the same position as the man. Shane didn't know everything about the religion that was made to worship the original serpent, but in all the years he had found clues about it. There was one ironclad rule that appeared more than once. This rule should never be broken, and if broken the offender would die soon after being sentenced to eternal torture in the underworld. And Shane remembered the rule well. The followers of the original serpent don't follow many rules, but one rule known to even the lowest level member of the religion is this. Those who claim the original serpent as their master and god should never bow, submit, or kneel before another, even if they are in the same religion. Those who break this rule shall die in 24 hours, but gain an eternity of torture in the world after. So seeing the serpent kneeling now, it was clear to Shane who was here. As they knelt on the ground, hours passed, but they neither looked angry nor ashamed. Kai, it seems you've found a good seed this time, even better than the last fool who made it this far. As the two knelt, a powerful voice swept through. Shane could feel his entire soul tremble in fright, but he focused on other things. This voice was obviously Cole, but who was Kai? Yes, your majesty, the boy has a good potential. The man next to Shane, as he looked forward. Before Shane could even comprehend how or when a man had appeared in front of him, looking at him with interest. The loyalty and mindset are good. It seems he even had a run-in with the overlord of this planet. Speaking of, I have not seen that old lady in a long time. I wonder if she changed her mind about staying human. Cole voiced his thoughts out loud. You both may rise. Thank you, your majesty. They said in unison. Boy, you aren't anything special. Even with the strength of your soul currently you are still weak. What are your thoughts? Asked Cole. I agree with your majesty. That's good, because what I said was a fact, but there are ways to jump to the top in minutes. The reason for this test is simply to gain my approval, but none of the earlier wielders were able to do this, and you are the same, but like all the other wielders before you, you have still passed this test. Spoke Cole. Hearing this, Shane was shocked. He couldn't help but want to know why, and before he could stop himself he had already started talking. Your majesty, may I know why? Asked Shane. Sure, it is simple. If I had given you my approval, I would have given you a drop of my blood, changing your race completely. In a couple of minutes you would have stepped into the ranks of the powerful, and become a god. Something that valuable obviously has very high requirements and you haven't reached them. Said Cole. But fear not, the human body isn't strong enough to wield the scythe, so your race would have to be changed anyway, but I will give you a chance. The overlord of this planet is the strongest person in my religion on earth. If you can defeat her, I will give you a drop of blood from Akli. Since his fang made the scythe, his blood should be prefect, but for now I'll inform those devils to transform you. As for the other test, you don't have to do it again. I name you the 7th generation wielder of the scythe of the darkest flame. 70, no title. Outside the scythe, the old men were still talking and had moved closer to the scythe in curiosity, seeing that Shane had stayed alive longer than their companion did. It seems he might actually pass and become the new wielder of the scythe. That's what it looks like if the amount of time he spent in there is any indication. But it's of little importance if he fails, someone else enters. If he passes, he won't add a high there of power to the organization right away. He will need to be trained. What? Why would he need to be trained? He is supposed to inherit the previous knowledge and power of the previous users. Isn't that what makes the worthy so attractive? Instant power. It is, but you have forgotten he is human. Could he handle the sudden increase in power and knowledge? If not, he would die. It seems you're right. The human body won't be able to handle the power of the scythe. It's best his race be changed. That should be the only way for his body to be able to handle the power of the scythe, and even then it would be just barely. After all, none of the original devils are going to give their essence to change his race. I agree, this generation user is destined to be weaker than the past. While they were talking, Fury was standing not too far from them, making sure to get as much information as possible. As it seemed, the old men didn't seem to care if he heard he had taken the chance and followed them when they moved closer to the scythe. But what Fury didn't realize was that the old men saw them as weak, and the weak could resist them. They spoke because they could easily wipe their memory afterward, so everything Fury was doing was for nothing, as they had already planned to wipe their minds before they left. Inside the scythe, Shane was currently ecstatic after being named the 7th generation user of the Scythe of Darkest Flame. he had finally achieved something that he had wanted since childhood. Master, the blood from the pool wouldn't be able to handle my power, I ask that the new user be given the essence from one of the original devils. Said Kai. You're right, but why should I ask one of them to relinquish half of their power for this boy? Asked Cole. Shane's excitement was gone as he listened to the conversation. If he doesn't get the blood he would be destined to be my weakest user, unable to release my full power, and it might be problematic for your plans. Said Kai. That's true, but the most I will order is a middle-level blood essence. If he wants any more he is permitted to challenge one of them and take half of their essence. Says Cole. I am thankful your majesty. Days Kai. Of course you're thankful you got exactly what you wanted, Kai, you can't hide your intentions from me. Says Cole. Hearing this, Kai kneels once again as his face is pressed into the ground. Please forgive me your majesty, I didn't mean to think I could fool you. Says Kai. I know your intentions, and that's exactly why I'm not upset, but I warn you to think before you act, there must not be a next time. Says Cole staring at Kai. Yes, your majesty. The weapons of the worthy series all have their own consciousness and, all compete for the strongest user in each generation. Kai simply wanted Cole to give him permission to fight and get half of an original essence, to give his user a higher starting point, but he was seen through by Cole, but still got what he wanted. If I didn't know this idiot was 100% loyal to me I would erase his consciousness now, thinks Cole. After thinking this, Cole glanced at Shane once more and disappeared. Outside the scythe. The temperature suddenly started to increase at an alarming rate, and this was immediately caught by the old men, who disappeared and reappeared far away from the scythe looking on. Fury, seeing this, also ran from the scythe. He could feel the change in temperature, and from the reaction of the old men, he guessed it wasn't a good thing. After Fury and all the agents retreated to the same distance as the old men, a completely black flame enveloped Shane. As the speed the temperature was rising increased. Boom! Shane's eyes snapped open and the ground under his feet started melting. A suit of armor appeared on his body, his eyes turned black, he looked completely different. When the old men saw this, their faces didn't change, but the same couldn't be said for Fury. 71, not chapter. It's the author. Just to let you guys know, the reason I haven't been updating is a mixture of health issues and work. But the good news is normal updates should resume next week without any interruptions. 72, just a piece of consciousness. Hey guys, I just want to say I'm back and chapters will be uploaded. As usual, this fan FIC still has a ways to go, so a lot of enjoyable content coming. Underscore 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 un. It seems he did pass the tests in the scythe and became this generation's wielder. Says one of the old men watching the new appearance of Shane. But it's as you had said, he doesn't have that much power now, it is kind of a disappointment. Said another of the old men. Disappointment? Where? Only a fool would look at it like that. You must know even though he is weak right now his potential for growth is higher than ours, and his position and authority have already surpassed ours. So I ask you, where exactly is the disappointment? If he lives long enough we are looking at one of the future strongest beings in the universe. Says another of the old men. He's right, he is important, our God should already have a plan in place to make sure he reached his full potential. I wonder what it could. He didn't get to finish his sentence as everyone present felt a sudden uncontrollable urge and knelt one after the other. Even the flames burning around Shane had disappeared as he turned back to his normal state and knelt on the ground as well. These lowly beings greet the eternal God. The old men's faces were currently pressed into the ground as they spoke. Fury was also kneeling and was currently very surprised at the whole situation, but then he heard the old men speak. And for all his faults, there was one thing Fury wasn't, and that was stupid. After hearing what they said, Fury was already aware of who or what had caused this situation, and even though he didn't really believe in God, he wisely chose to be quiet and observe the situation. Underscore 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 un. It had already been a while and there had been no movement, but the old man and Shane showed no signs of impatience and kept their heads pressed to the ground. Kneeling was fine, but they didn't need to press their heads into the ground, but they weren't doing it out of their free will. The truth of the matter was simply the old men were very strong individuals, but they had gained their power from being blessed by one of the strongest devils, so they were currently not humans but devils. They had given up their humanity for power, and because Cole created the devils his presence and an innate suppression on them, and those who carried their blood. With Shane, it was the same, but by extension of the scythe he was currently the wielder of, Cole had created it and put in place a suppression effect in his presence, even if it wasn't his real body. Underscore 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 un. But they weren't the only ones who felt the arrival of Cole. Alice had felt the arrival of her father, she stopped what she was doing and looked in the direction she felt his presence and disappeared. The Ancient One also felt Cole presence, and she could tell it wasn't his real body and was just a projection of his consciousness, but it didn't matter, she didn't dare go looking for trouble or ask his intentions. She stayed sitting sipping her tea as she looked at the situation knowing it was smart to not interfere. The Ancient One wasn't a coward, she was far from it in fact, being able to fight beings like Dormammu. But she was also smart, Cole had protected Earth for many years far longer than she had been in existence, not to mention she didn't even have the power to confront Cole's protection of his consciousness, she chose to sit still seeing as Cole had protected the planet and shouldn't have any bad intentions. Underscore 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 un. Back at the site where Cole consciousness had descended, a beautiful girl had appeared floating in the sky capturing the attention of those present. The old men even though their heads had been pressed into the ground still saw and sensed Alice's arrival, and knew right away who she was. Father, have you come to bring me back? Alice asked. Do you think I would need to appear for you to come back? A voice sounded in response to her question. Ha ha ha, I guess not so what are you doing here old man? Asked Alice showing her childish self to her father. Haven't you already noticed the descent of the scythe? I'm here because a wielder has already been chosen. Says Cole. Already that been fast but since you aren't here to send me back, I'll leave first. Says Alice. Enjoy yourself I'm sure some interesting things will happen soon. Says Cole as Alice had turned away but hearing what her father said she stopped. Interesting things, it seems things are under your control as normal, I bet you knew I would come before I did. Says Alice. Of course, I knew, you're my daughter, and I know you better than anyone else. Says Cole. Hearing this Alice smiled. I bet you don't dare say that in front of mother. Alice says as she disappears. 73, How the Mighty Have Fallen. Looking at his daughter leaving Cole's side and looked down finally seeing all those present. Of course, they couldn't see Cole's consciousness, but as he looked at them one by one they all felt completely weak and vulnerable. When Cole saw Nick Fury, he took no special interest, he didn't particularly like Fury when he was human and now he was a god Fury was just insignificant. So what if he watched him in a movie before? Cole had no intention of becoming a fanboy over these characters after living for so many years it would be weird if he did. Seeing nothing here catching his interest he finally stopped at the group of old men. You all have the blood of David running through your body, I didn't know he gave out some of his blood, but it seems you all are still not worth mentioning that should be why he hasn't brought it up. Says Cole. As he spoke his voice was heard by everyone in the area, of course, he could just talk directly into their heads but it wasn't needed. No one spoke, they were all clear he wasn't speaking to get a response or anything, his tone indicated he was thinking out loud. Anyway it doesn't matter, take the boy back I have given him the right to challenge for a higher blood essence, but for now a middle level blood essence is enough. Says Cole. Yes, your majesty. The men responded in unison. And leave their memory intact. Says Cole as his consciousness recedes leaving Earth completely and returning to his body. As Cole consciousness was gone everyone present stood up and the men acted quickly as they arrived before Shane. Boy it's time to leave, we will return to base before going to the underworld for you to receive the blood essence. Says one of the old men, and after saying so he touched Shane's shoulder as they both disappeared and soon after the other disappeared as well. Fury watched the whole thing happen and did nothing, he could do nothing with everything that just happened. Fury was shocked and very much worried, the amount and importance of the information he just received was great and he needed time to make use of it. Everyone pack up and return to base. Ordered Fury. Underscore 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 un. In the realm of the serpent, Cole was once again sitting on his throne as he tapped his finger on the armrest. Now that's taken care of, let's switch our attention to other things. That girl Hela still thinks she will be able to break free on her own, but this isn't the same as in the movies, Odin isn't near death anytime soon. Says Cole. Matilda. Said Cole. Immediately after a circle appeared in the throne room, and a woman walked out of it and kneeled before Cole. Master you called. Says Matilda. Matilda I have a task for you, go and convince that girl Hela to join us, if she doesn't want to join, then kill her. Says Cole. It will be done master. Said Matilda as she disappeared from her spot without any delay. With Hela. In a dark and completely quiet room, a woman sat on a throne looking dazed into the nothingness around her, dead bodies covered the ground below the throne, and based on their condition of them it was clear they have been dead for a while. From Asgardian remains to the giant wolf corpse none of it seemed to really bother the woman sitting on the throne, but then why would it? This was Hela the greatly feared goddess of death, and the princess of Asgard. To be reduced to this state, from being feared and respected conquering worlds to being sealed and left with nothing, that bastard Odin I will surely kill him. Every world was laced with anger and hatred, and it just seemed to increase the more she spoke. Oh how the mighty have fallen, if you hate it that much, you could have left already, just join us and swallow your pride. A different voice boomed in the dark room and accompanying it a bright light shone enveloping everything. Matilda, so he sent you this time. Hela spoke, no surprise present on her face by the sudden change, and even knew who caused it. Master did, and you should know what that means, don't you? Asked Matilda as she appeared floating in front of Hela, who was still on her throne. It would seem my dear uncle is finally fed up with my refusal to join him. Says Hela. Master has been very patient with you, but your time has run out, today you either give in or you die. Says Matilda without any change in expression. With the pride and arrogance of Hela, she wouldn't normally take it well if someone spoke to her like this, even her father, but she knew well she couldn't do anything to Matilda and she could kill her very easily, and even if she could beat Matilda, she would still die when Cole came looking for revenge. 74. Is bringing the dead back to life hard? It would seem my dear uncle is serious this time. Says Hela. Matilda floated there, no reaction to her words, only waiting for her answer. Sigh, I really wonder why my dear uncle wants me to join his realm. After all the story I've heard, my strength isn't enough to catch his attention now, is it? Says Hela while looking at Matilda. You are right, your pitiful strength is nothing in the grand scheme of things, but since Master has made it his business to ask you to join him, your only answer should be yes. Says Matilda. Fine, I'll join, my revenge is more important than anything else right now. Says Hela. Good, I don't have to kill you. Said Matilda. Hearing Matilda say this, Hela shakes her head, and steps down from her throne, and approaches the body of the giant wolf that was below her throne. You know, for a so-called god of light and creation, you talk about killing very often. I would mistake you for a god of death if not for that light that shines from you destroying the darkness. Says Hela. I don't hear that often, but I'll take it as a compliment. Says Matilda. It wasn't meant that way, never mind, I hear you can revive the dead, how about bring back this guy for me? Says Hela. Hearing this, Matilda's expression changes for the first time. As a god of death you should know how hard it is to bring something back to life truly, and I really don't want to have any interactions with death currently. Says Matilda. I have his soul, there is no need to recall it from her domain. Says Hela. Well, that makes things much easier, well, hand it over, I'll do it now. Says Matilda. Without any hesitation, Hela turns and destroys the throne she was sitting on as a blue light speeds out and Matilda grasps it in her hand from where she was floating. Having the soul of the wolf in her hands, bringing it back to life was a simple task. With one of her hands holding the soul and the other shining with a golden light, Matilda pressed them both down on the dead body of the wolf. First, the soul disappeared into the body, but nothing changed. It wasn't until a certain amount of the light she was releasing entered the body that there was a change. The fur of the wolf grew out, covering all the patches it had, even covering the gaping holes it had in its body. Then its flesh connected, making its body whole once again. The last thing that happened was the recreation of its organs and blood, and to Matilda, this was a simple matter and it was completed quickly. The whole process didn't last 10 minutes, now instead of the bones and patches of fur that were there before, now there is a living breathing wolf that has yet to open its eyes. If one didn't know this was dead a while ago, you would think it was only asleep. It's done, it will take some time for him to wake up, but it shouldn't be longer than a week. Says Matilda as she takes her hands off the wolf. I thought bringing things back from the dead was supposed to be hard, even for someone of your caliber. Says Hela. It is, the universe has rules and people who are in charge of them, but the hardest part of bringing someone back to life is bringing their souls out of death's domain. If you can manage that, you should be able to restore the person's body, as that is fairly easy. Says Matilda. The only reason you can't do this yourself is because of the box you have built for yourself when it comes to using your divinity. Sure, you can raise a dead army, but they are still dead. As a god of death you should be able to restore life also, even if it's by killing or using another's life force, but you can't. Says Matilda. So I have held myself back by not fully understanding my own divinity. Asked Hela. Simply put, yes, but now isn't the time, let's go and return, master is waiting for me. Says Matilda. After saying this, Matilda waved her hand as they disappeared in a flash of golden light, but she made sure to smile in a certain direction before she left. Underscore 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 un. On Asgard, Heimdall watched as this happened, and saw the smile Matilda gave him before she left. It's not surprising, she felt my gaze, but why didn't she block my sight in the first place? There could only be one reason: they don't care if I tell His Majesty that Hela has joined them. Thinking about it now, it's not surprising the second prince has never cared about His Majesty's thoughts. Says Heimdall. This is going to cause some problems, but I still have to report this. 75. Chat between brothers. In the throne room of Asgard. Heimdall, what is it that has happened that caused you to leave your post to report it to me? Questioned Odin as he watched his subordinate closely. Kneeling on the golden floor of the throne room, Heimdall spoke while keeping his head down, knowing how upset the news would anger Odin. Your Majesty, Hela has escaped her prison with the help of the Serpent Realm. Says Heimdall slowly. The sentence was short, but it held two important pieces of information, and most of all it managed to do what Heimdall had expected, completely angering Odin the All-Father. Return to your post, Heimdall, I will handle this matter myself. Said Odin. Without waiting to be told a second time, Heimdall quickly rose to his feet and left the room, leaving Odin alone. Bang! Bang! As the huge throne room door closed and created a loud sound from closing, a second sound echoed after it. Heimdall, however, didn't look back to check and went on his way quickly. However, in the throne room, the once clean and sparkling floor now had dust on it from the handrest of Odin's throne that was crushed by him in his anger. Thousands of years have passed, and we have stayed mostly out of each other's path. Now you do this, do you think I won't strike back at you, Cole? Odin spoke aloud, voicing his thoughts. As he spoke he just seemed to get angrier and angrier, until he calmed. No, I can't do anything now, no matter how much I hate to admit this fact. Asgard isn't a match for the Serpent Realm, from soldiers to main fighting force to major powers Asgard is completely outclassed. Said Odin as the previous anger faded. Rational thoughts outweighed his anger, leading him to make the right decision, proving just how much he had grown in the past years, being able to control his anger and pride. But do I really have to take this without fighting back? Questioned Odin as he sat on his throne. Creak. As Odin was about to slip into deep thoughts, the door of the throne room was pushed open, without his consent. Seeing this, Odin wasn't really surprised. There were only two people who dared to do this, his wife and his mother, no one else, not even his children. Odin sat as the person entered and it was revealed to be his mother, showing absolutely no displeasure to her intrusion. Odin spoke. Mother, is there something you need? Odin asked. Of course not, I came to check on you. You are the same as your brother. The both of you spend your days sitting on a throne staring into space when you both have an entire realm to roam and enjoy. Said Bestia as she approached Odin. And even though he hated being compared to Cole, Odin wisely said nothing or made any angry facial expressions at her comment. Bestia came to his side and rubbed his head, as she spoke. Something is bothering you, son, what is it? Maybe mother can help you. She said tenderly. Mother, I'm an adult, this isn't needed. Said Odin, yet he didn't move her hand from his head. Now tell me what's wrong. Odin was silent. Of course, he couldn't tell his mother Cole freed her granddaughter from the prison he threw her in. After all, she wasn't exactly very happy with it in the first place and kept ordering him to free her, so she wouldn't help him now. What's more likely to happen is her leaving and going back to the Serpent Realm to see her granddaughter. While Odin was thinking of what to tell Bestia, she pulled out a small mirror from her dress and looked at it. It's blinking, I think that means Cole is calling. Says Bestia as she throws it into the air. After leaving Bestia's hand, the mirror expanded until it was as big as the height of the throne room, then a figure appeared on it. Mother, why didn't you tell me you were going to Asgard? I would have prepared some food for you, you know they eat like savages there. Says Cole as soon as he appears on the screen. Odin sitting on the throne didn't even notice the mirror or Cole's appearance as he was thinking of an excuse to tell his mother, but when he heard the voice it snapped him from his thoughts, and he looked up. Cole. He said. Just one word, but it was filled with disgust and hatred, enough to fill the seas of earth 10 times over. Hearing his name being called, Cole also finally spotted Odin next to his mother. Odin. He too said one word, yet it was overflowing with disgust, and another surprising emotion. Joy. 76, Brothers Conversation 2. Have you two forgotten that I'm here? Said Bestia, sensing the emotions in her son's words. Hearing their mother, both Cole and Odin at least knew not to start arguing, but it didn't stop them from looking at each other with hatred. Seeing this, Bestia was satisfied. She had long since given up on trying to get her sons to treat each other better and act like a family. But thousands of years have passed, they both have grown into men, and rule over very powerful forces, and have developed the pride that comes with that, so she had already known if she couldn't get them to do it when they were younger, there wasn't a chance at all of it happening now. But even though she couldn't make them like each other, as their mother she still demanded a certain level of respect, and that included no blatant fight between the two in her presence. Bestia knew full well how much she meant to both of her son and used it to keep them in check, as she is the main reason there hadn't been any wars between the two. Bestia continued to watch her sons send each other hateful looks as she couldn't understand why Cole hated Odin still. In all aspects she felt Cole won everything, from being chosen for the throne by Bor, to having the stronger realm, to have the better and stronger children, so she really couldn't see why Cole hated Odin anymore. Right now it felt like he did because he had nothing better to do. Of course Bestia wouldn't say any of this out loud, as she loved them both the same, and she loved all her grandchildren, but even someone blind could see out of her two sons' children which set was better. Cole, I assume you haven't called just to make fun of Asgard's food? Says Bestia. Her voice finally caused Cul.to look away from Odin and to her once more. I actually have a surprise for you, but I wanted you to see it in person, but I guess this is better after all it involves Odin. Says Cole. Nothing else needed to be said, Odin already knew what was happening, and he didn't like us one bit. Cole, I think the two of us can arrange something, before you continue with your surprise for mother, can we not? Asked Odin, hoping Cole got the message. But I don't think you have anything or anyone I want, Odin, and besides this surprise will definitely make mother happy. Says Cole. You are you. Was all Odin said. How much? Cole responded. Enough to make 4 armor sets. Said Odin, as he felt pain giving something so precious to Cole just to keep his mouth shut. Cole on the other hand was smiling. Odin, it seems you don't want to see mother happy, even willing to give up so much you are you to make it happen. What has mother ever done wrong to you? Questioned Cole. Fuck. Odin shouted in his mind, realizing too late he was being led by the nose. Even after hearing their conversation, Bestia, who was standing on the side, hadn't bothered with her 2 sons. From what she could gather, Cole was once again playing with Odin, because he knew something that Odin didn't want her to know, and he was using it to mess with Odin. But Bestia wanted to know what happened, and even though she knew Cole would tell her just to get at Odin, she wanted to hear it now, so their game would have to be cut short. Cole, stop playing around and tell me what happened. Said Bestia. Of course, mother, but I'll show you instead. After he said that, Cole's figure disappeared from the mirror and another appeared. Hela? Bestia asked as he saw the figure appear. It's me, grandmother, how have you been? Hela asked. Hela, it's good to see you again, Cole, I'll be back soon, make sure you take care of my granddaughter until I return. Says Bestia. Bestia didn't even look at Odin after seeing Hela, she simply left the throne room and headed off to prepare to return to the Serpent Realm. She was very happy seeing her granddaughter, she simply couldn't count the number of times she asked Odin to release her, but it didn't work. Seeing their mother leave the throne, the two had very different expression on their faces, one was smile while the other was extremely angry. Cole, what are you planning on using Hela for? Asked Odin in a surprisingly calm voice. Hela's figure had been replaced with Cole's, as he answered. Well, she already fulfilled her purpose, you are very upset and mother is clearly upset with you again, whatever she does now I don't care. Said Cole. Has Asgard reached so low in your eyes that you can make an enemy out of me for something so foolish? Asked Odin once again calmly, but one could tell he was very angry, but he knew showing it would only satisfy Cole, and he didn't want that, so he kept it hidden. You're wrong, Odin. Cole said. Hearing this, Odin was pleased, but Cole continued. It has reached that low, that where it's always been, something that could be stamped out of existence easily. Said Cole as his eyes shined, and for a moment it felt like he had descended on Asgard from the suppression coming off his image. Crack! Crack! The mirror, unable to bear his pressure, broke and collapsed into nothingness, leaving a very angry Odin alone. 77. Conversation between husband and wife. Sorry guys, I have been busy trying to sign up for university, that is why I couldn't upload last week, and working hours have changed, making me unable to have time to write, but things have calmed down now. So accept normal updates to resume. Underscore 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 un. Odin sat on his throne, looking at the destroyed mirror. He couldn't hold back anymore. Boom. His divine energy rushed out of his body, covering the entirety of Asgard. The people couldn't help but feel afraid as Odin's energy pressured them, knocking some out while others tried to bear it and got injured. Cole, you bastard! Odin managed to say through his anger. As his anger increased, the amount of power escaping him increased as well, damaging Asgard, and pressing down on the people. But currently, Odin couldn't care less. He wouldn't show his anger in front of Cole, because once he did it meant Cole won, but since Cole wasn't here, his anger was let free. As Odin continued to release his anger, a voice intruded and echoed in his mind. Calm down, and contain yourself, this isn't how a king acts. Hearing this, the energy leaking from Odin disappeared without a trace. Frigga, it's that bastard Cole. Said Odin, looking at his wife who entered the room. Well, if you act like this, he has already won. She said, continuing on her way towards Odin. How much damage was done? Asked Odin. Now he has regained his calm. Nothing that can't be fixed was damaged, and no one was killed, just some injuries and some unconscious. Says Frigga. What did he do to make you this upset? Questioned Frigga. He released Hela. Says Odin. Hearing this, there was a surprise in Frigga's eyes. She couldn't understand why Cole would do this. Do you know why? Frigga asked, staring at her husband. What other purpose could it be than to destroy Asgard? Asked Odin. Destroy Asgard? I don't believe he has such plans. Cole has never put Asgard in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact he seems to like seeing you angry, I don't think we would even hear from him. Says Frigga. No, you are forgetting the only reason we haven't gone to war is because of mother, if not for her Cole would have already started a war with us. Says Odin. Hearing this Frigga shook her head. No, Cole is indeed willing to go to war with us, but only if Asgard makes the first move, you know Cole even if you don't want to admit it, he doesn't care whether Asgard is destroyed or not but he won't do it himself unless Asgard oversteps first. Says Frigga. So what are we supposed to do about Hela? Asked Odin. I told you back then not to lock her up, but you didn't listen. I think this outcome is for the best, at least she didn't break out after you died, then there would be no one to stop her from destroying Asgard. At least now, you can try to change her mind seeing as she doesn't have the strength to beat you now, and you could gain a good heir to take over Asgard. Says Frigga. Thor is already named the Crown Prince. Says Odin. And Hela was the Crown Princess. Says Frigga. Odin had no response, after all, she was right. Out of the three Hela is the strongest, the smartest and best choice to become the next ruler. Frigga said. No matter, if you don't want to hear it I'll tell you Thor doesn't have the mind and thinking of a king even if we put that aside he still doesn't have the power, and Loki isn't even a choice as you know. Says Frigga. Loki isn't a choice, but I wasn't thinking as a king should in my youth either, it's only fair to give Thor a chance to grow as I did. Said Odin. That's fair, but it must start now, as you know Asgard hasn't ever been whole since Cole left, there have always been those who never accepted your rule over Cole, and his creation of such a powerful force in such little time hasn't helped. Says Frigga. Then there are his children, their power has long since passed what should be acceptable for their age, and that has already reached Asgard their adventures have already entered the ears of the Asgard people. Says Frigga. I know, where exactly is Thor? Asked Odin. He left Asgard with his friends, to where I haven't a clue, but he shouldn't do anything foolish. Says Frigga. The next chapter is tomorrow. 78, Foolish Woman. While Odin had his episode of anger, Cole on the other hand felt his previous boring mood disappear as he can help but imagine the tantrum Odin would throw when the connection was done. Odin, even if you won't admit it, I still see how angry you are. Says Cole. What am I going to do now? Asked Hela. Her voice managed to gain Cole's attention as he looked at her. Hey, you're still here, your grandmother will be here soon you go spend some time with her, other than that I really don't care what you do destroy Asgard don't it doesn't matter to me one bit, as long as you don't intrude on my plan do what you want. Says Cole. I understand. Hela answered. Good. Let's see, I really don't care about what happens until Odin sends Thor to Earth, so what to do to pass the time? Cole thought to himself. Alice. After greeting and leaving her father Alice returned to wondering about the world there wasn't anything interesting happening but as a god of fun, she could always find a way to assume herself, even if it was to the annoyance of others. Months had passed since she had been on Earth, she basically had done everything she could find new and fun here, but she still couldn't figure out why her father took such a special interest in the planet, apart from the people here basically having a piece of her mother. Alice couldn't find anything else that surprising or interesting enough to catch her father's attention. Fury. After everything was done and Fury had left with his agents, he had used the information he obtained and made a file while trying to get as much information about Cole as he could. Sir, we still have found her. An agent walked up to Fury and said. That's to be expected, if she were easy to find it would be unusual, but since she is the daughter of Cole and is here we need to monitor her to make sure she doesn't do anything that would endanger the Earth. Said Fury. Continue the search. Said Fury. Yes sir. The agent said then turned and left leaving Fury alone. The world is getting more dangerous, we need a weapon or some form of insurance to keep the outsiders from causing trouble on Earth but this isn't an easy task thinks Fury. The fact he was forced to kneel, bothered Fury he couldn't resist, he was at the other mercy. Fury didn't believe in God's aid even after what happened today he believed Cole was some sort of alien and wasn't a god. Just an alien with a bit of power, claiming to be a god. Says Fury voicing his thoughts. The Ancient One. The Ancient One was, not very happy lately since Alice had arrived on Earth, the future had become even messy, the possibilities were getting more and more chaotic, and she could see less and less. But what worried the Ancient One the most was that no matter what future she saw now, she still could see Cole. She didn't for one moment think with all that was supposed to happen, that Cole wouldn't interfere in it even if it was just a bit. But that left her with an even more alarming possibility. Cole's strength had reached the point that she couldn't even with the time stone look at things concerning him, it was that or believe had found something that could block the time stone. The Ancient One would rather believe the second option, she knew Cole was strong and could kill her easily, but reaching the level of being able to block the time stone with his own power said a lot and it made her worried. What exactly is your purpose? In the future some things don't make sense, I can only believe that you are leading things from the dark, but why? Said the Ancient One. There were multiple places when she looked through the possibilities of the future that didn't make sense, like if something happened that didn't make sense, or shouldn't have happened, and now the Ancient One was accounting all these events to Cole. But as the Ancient One struggled to figure out Cole's motive and current power, he was watching her with a smile on his face. This foolish woman, she really doesn't know what shouldn't and should be seen or said, making assumptions. But my power? Could she even understand my power? The Time Stone has given her false confidence, making her feel that she is worthy to get involved or even speak about my business," said Cole. The smile on his face disappeared as he stretched out his hand and the divine energy in his body slowly began to move. But as his hand was about to fully extend, Cole stopped. "No, let's not kill her now, I'll just weaken the link between her and the dark dimension, that should be enough punishment. She should still die at the same point, but the power she can use should decrease greatly," said Cole as his eyes shined. 79, Chapter 79. Time had passed quickly, and for the most things have been moving along steadily. The other worthy haven't already descended on Earth over the space of the past 3 years, and as expected, only 2 more masters were found while the others have remained without, and in the place they had landed. Whether it was the human that worshipped Cole, or agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., no one was able to become the wielders of the remaining worthy. The Warhammer was the second to descend, and it was also the second to find a wielder in an African man who had taken it up to save his life from a lion attack. The sword was the third to descend and also was the third to find a wielder in the form of a diver, who had taken it from an underwater treasure. The other worthy descended one after the other, but they still stood in the place they descended without a wielder to this day. S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to know when all the worthy had come to Earth, and, other than the 3 that already had wielders, the others were under surveillance as bases were built close to them to observe them. But they made sure never to get too close unless they were going to try to become the wielder of any of the weapons. Seeing this, Cole's worshippers on Earth had the intention of destroying S.H.I.E.L.D., but those higher up who actually had the power to make such a call had never put S.H.I.E.L.D. in their eyes and didn't intend to make a move against them after all. Those who wanted could still try to become the weapons wielder, and the weapons themselves had the power wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D. if they wanted, and since they didn't, they wouldn't make any movements either. While this was happening back on his throne, Cole had finally made a move after 3 years, having been thinking about how to grab the core for himself. Then coming to the realization he was still too weak to even bother with it currently, Cole set his sights on the Infinity Gems. He might as well devour them, even if they don't bring his strength to the level where he could compete for the core. It would still be closer than now. Then he would just use the huge amount of tokens he would have gathered by that time and get something that would push his power over the edge, making equal or even hopefully stronger than one. Above all, Cole even had the thoughts of devouring death and the other cosmic entities, but that came with its own problems. Sitting on his throne, Cole's finger tapped away. On the handrest each tap held enormous power. "See the relationship between Odin and me currently. I don't think he would dare send Thor to Earth for his punishment anymore," says Cole. "But that isn't a problem, I'll just intercept it when the time comes," says Cole. Saying that, his eyes shined golden for a split second, then in his vision appeared an Asgardian, but this wasn't just any Asgardian, this was Loki, one of the princes of Asgard. "The boy's mental fortitude really is weak," said Cole. Watching Loki, Cole shook his head. The 2 princes of Asgard really weren't anything special, one too foolish, only relying on brute strength, yet the strength he relies on is weak, and the other thinking he's smarter than everyone but is not, and even the smarts he has he can't make good use of them with his pitiful strength, thinks Cole. It's good he doesn't need to be strong for what I need him to do. Cole originally had no intention of controlling Loki, but as Loki refused to step foot on Earth, it seemed as if the last interaction between him and Cole had left quite a deep mental scar. But since Cole needed him to do his part, Cole controlled his body, and since he needs the Infinity Stones now, he'd use Loki to collect the Space Stone. As for the Time Stone, Cole knew, even thought the Ancient One was now weakened due to him, she still could whip Loki with little effort. So he's either send Alice or send a clone of himself or one of his people to get it, whichever one he decided at the time. But one thing was for sure, it was time for the show to start. Cole now knew he could conquer other universes. He had no intention of staying in the Marvel Universe longer than needed, so things needed to start, and they would. The time for the first Thor movie was approaching. Cole just sat waiting until the day he really made his move is sure to completely mess up the universe, but now it was all about not drawing too much attention from the 3 being he was sure could wipe him out if he was exposed before he became stronger. 80. No title. You haven't the slightest clue of how foolish your actions are, or how your foolish action affects those around you. Odin roared in rage, looking at his son. "Father, I've heard stories of the wars you've fought to spread the glory of Asgard, but now you've become soft in age, and the other races have started looking down on Asgard. So what if I killed some frost giants? They wouldn't dare attack Asgard, and even if they do, Asgard will destroy them," says Thor, the fear he had for his father nowhere to be found. Odin, hearing Thor, stood shaking in rage. "As the Prince of Asgard, your actions carry immense weight. By attacking the frost giants you could have started a war taking the lives of many Asgardians. Do you have no idea how foolish your actions were?" asks Odin. "Father, Asgard needs this to show our strength. Even the Serpent Realm is acting up. With this display of power they will all remember how strong Asgard is," shouted Thor. "Father! We must fight this war!" Thor shouted, clearly believing everything he says. Odin stood clearly shocked by the outburst, his rage kept growing, getting stronger until finally, it disappeared. Calm, an unnerving calm overwhelmed Odin, and the rage was gone, at least on the surface. Odin unfolded his fists and walked towards Thor. His steps were slow but steady, they carried no earth-shattering strength, but his whole demeanor made Thor feel suppressed. As Odin took a step forward, he took one step back, but Odin still said nothing and continued to approach. Thor backed away until his back was literally against the wall of the throne room. Having nowhere else to run, Thor could only look at his approaching father. Odin arrived before Thor and looked at his pitiful self, shaking in fear, and was even more disappointed. "You want to start a war and can't even bear to stand before me without shaking in fear?" questions Odin in his mind. But while he was thinking of this, his hand moved and his palm touched Thor's shoulder. Boom! Thor dropped to his knee, the specially enchanted floor of the throne room broken and covered in his blood. Thor made no sound as Odin's hand moved once more. Holding the armor, Odin forcefully pulled it from Thor's body, leaving him in only his pants. Looking down on Thor, who was still holding on to his hammer, Odin scoffed and ripped it from his hands. "I, Odin, son of Bor, the All-Father, the ruler of Asgard, strip you of your role and authority as the Prince of Asgard. I strip you of your strength, your divinity, your pride, your weapon, and finally I cast you out. From this day forward you have no right to call yourself an Asgardian," Odin said in a cold and terrifying voice detached from everything. One would never believe he was speaking to his own son. After speaking, the wall of the throne room was ripped open, revealing not Asgard but the emptiness of space, and in one fluid and savage movement, Odin kicked Thor in, causing him to cough up blood. Odin then turned his attention to the hammer in his hand. "This hammer will now hold the power of Thor. Let whoever hold this hammer with a worthy heart have the power of Thor until he himself is worthy to be the wielder of this hammer once more," said Odin as he threw the hammer in after Thor, and the rip closed, revealing the throne room wall again, and Odin turned and walked away to sit on his throne once again. What Odin didn't see was after the rip closed, Thor and his hammer that was floating through space at a high speed entered a portal. Well, it would be more accurate to say they were pulled into a portal. Who made the portal is anyone's guess, and so is their purpose. Cole was sitting on his throne with a smile on his face as he saw what happened on Asgard. Then of course, he interfered and sent Thor to Earth early than he would have arrived otherwise. Cole could clearly tell from the trajectory Thor was heading in he was going to end up on Earth. It seems even though Odin is angry, he still knows if he sends Thor anywhere else there is a very high chance Thor would die. Says Cole. "System, show my status." Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,216. Gotcha tokens, 273-8595. Race? Previous races have combined and have yet to be named. Divinities, fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities, all speak, Asgardian physiology, fear empowerment, space manipulation, destruction energy, magic manipulation, conquer haki, annihilation maker, devourer, immortality, limited future sight, life force absorption, control over life and death, hellfire, death god, ruler of the underworld, Olympian physiology, new god Yuga Khan, perfect worthless, dark elves physiology, frost giant physiology. 81, Chapter 81. Above the earth. Things were going normal for the people on Earth, well as normal as they could be, seeing that a man in a flying metal suit was now something possible. But high above a silent field near Mexico, a black hole opened in the sky and out of it fell a man and a hammer, one after the other. This was none other than Thor and his hammer Mjolnir. The god of thunder has now become so weak that even a normal human could harm him. Thor was watching the sky as his eyes were dull. He couldn't believe his father would strip him of everything, for doing something he himself would have done years ago. Now he was stripped of his title and power, even his right to be called an Asgardian. Thor had no idea what he was supposed to do, or who he was. For as long as he could remember, he was the crown prince of Asgard and the god of thunder, a proud Asgardian. If asked, that was what he would always say he was. Now with those things gone, who exactly was he? Even the slow Thor thought of these things in his current situation, and his mind was going down a depressing path. "I am nothing, I am no one without those things, I have no worth," Thor managed to say. Having no idea two shining blue eyes were watching him. "Now this is interesting, the Prince of Asgard falling to such a low point." A voice filled with ridicule sounded. Thor didn't even move, hearing the voice, as if agreeing with what was said. "To be honest, falling to this state just because you lost your power, your mental power really is weak. I had figured that it would be fun playing with you, but it seems like you've given up on life. If so, let me send you off." The voice sounded again, the ridicule from before gone, replaced with disgust. Back in the Serpent Realm, Cole looked at his tokens and began to think. His main goal now was to refine the core of this universe and then move on, but it proved to be hard as expected. His current decision to stay in the Serpent Realm and not make most of the moves himself was because he took into consideration the Living Tribunal. Cole has limited his actions. "No matter how I look at things currently, I don't have the power to defeat the Living Tribunal, and even if I do, that only leads to the appearance of the one above all," says Cole as his face becomes serious. "Right now my power is vast, and if I am honest, Lord Chaos and Master Order don't cause me much trouble, I won't be able to beat them, but they shouldn't be able to kill me either, but the same can't be said for eternity and infinity. They should be far stronger than I am right now, counting the living tribunal, that 3 being who should be able to kill me easily, excluding 1 above all and 1 below all. Says Cole. I haven't heard or found any mention of Beyonder, but I should still prepare in case he is actually real. Says Cole. But now eternity, infinity, and the living tribunal already know of my presence. They may not know everything, seeing as my soul is not of this universe, so they shouldn't be able to know everything, but the main reason they haven't taken care of me yet is that I haven't touched their bottom line. The moment my power becomes strong enough to affect the Marvel multiverse, the living tribunal will step in. Says Cole. What I need right now is an ability that blocks my existence and movements from them. If I had that, would Galactus and those others still be alive? Why wouldn't I have already devoured them? Cole says, anger and frustration in his voice. That's right, Cole had long since wanted to devour Galactus, Mistress Love, Sire Hate and others, but it would draw too much attention. Now his hands are tied because even though they have never met, Cole could feel the eyes on him. Everything he wanted to leave his throne and take action himself. It started years back when his power had reached this level, and since then his activities have been restricted. Since then Cole has cursed every single fanfic he ever read that made it seem like surviving in Marvel and becoming powerful was easy and didn't draw attention. The only thing he could do now was hope he got what he needed from the gacha at some point, otherwise his action would be restricted for a long time to come, making his plans take longer and longer to come true. Cole finally turned his head back to the gacha. Use half of my tokens to make a gacha. Says Cole. 82, Chapter 82. The gacha has started using half of the host tokens. A familiar voice echoed in Cole's mind, as he waited for the gacha to start and reveal his prize. 3, 2, 1 Congratulations host, you have won the ability Delayed Fate. Delayed Fate? Kook says, puzzled. Delayed Fate. This ability allows the user to affect their destiny or predefined fate. The user is able to ignore their predetermined fate for a time, such as death, weakness, age, or the effects of powerful abilities. This ability allows the user to even shrugs off the rules of the universe, but this ability is not all-powerful. Destiny is unavoidable in the long run and will eventually catch up to the user of this ability, so even if death is avoided by using this ability once, destiny could catch you the second time. Cole read the description of the ability and was still for a while. It's a good ability, but it seems it a gamble. I could use this to avoid death 100 times, but they would all be gambles, but it's worth it, at least it's 50% chance at another life. Says Cole. The other uses for it are there as well, but is destiny really unavoidable? Questioned Cole. Is there a different destiny for me in all the different universes, or is my destiny imposed in the whole Omniverse? Questioned Cole. As a man who has died already, have I already avoided my fate by being alive now, or was this always my destiny? Cole continued to question even if there wasn't anyone to answer him at the moment. Thinking on this subject, Cole could feel himself getting more and more confused, and knew he hadn't the knowledge or strength to answer the question currently, so what was the point thinking of it? So what if I haven't already written death? So what if my destiny is already determined? I promise with my name Cole Borson that my destiny will have to be rewritten, as I have no intention of following what's already planned. Cole said seriously, no extra dramatics, just simple words filled with his conviction. But even though his words weren't shouted, deep in the very center of the Omniverse where the core of everything was, a woman who was sleeping, suddenly woke up as his words echoed in her ears. Are you sure you won't follow what's already written? Then fine, show me what you can do with your currently pitiful strength. Your destiny was decided the day you made those wishes and I granted them. Even the abilities you have now were already determined, but if anyone has a chance it would be you. I hope you won't disappoint me. The woman said as her eyes slowly closed again and she fell back into her sleep. Back with Cole. Cole, who had no idea his words had managed to wake the woman who granted his wishes, as he now faced the reality of his ability, and a scary thought appeared in his mind. System, can the destiny delayed be used to alter the things I get from the gacha going forwards? Asked Cole. Answering host. It has been noticed the user is now in possession of an ability that can make use of a loophole in the system. After using the loophole once, the system will fix this problem itself, making it impossible to do it again. TCH, I guess wanting this to be a way to get exactly what I wanted was too much. I only have one chance to use this for a do-over. One chance is already a lot, but it wouldn't have been upset with more. Say Cole. Since it's one chance, it's best to try my luck now. I can't wait forever hoping to get an ability that can hide my movements. Says Cole. System, use the rest of my tokens to make another gacha. Says Cole. Second gacha is starting. The system sounded in Cole's mind. 3, 2, 1, congratulations host on winning the ability True Wanderer of the Omniverse. True Wanderer of the Omniverse. This ability gives the user the ability to split the soul and send it into different universes, but the true purpose comes after. Being able to use this ability to combine the separate soul together again while keeping all the power the split piece was able to gain in the universe it was in, while also granting the main body the ability to use his power in said universe. Cole looked at the explanation and was completely shocked. After all, this was a great ability. Now he knew who the Omniverse was set up. This ability was very important. If he went to another universe with his main body he would be powerless until he developed that universe's power, but now, he could just send a piece of his soul and combine it. After keeping the power and experience, this was an amazing ability. Now Cole had a decision to make, either use his one chance now hoping to get the ability he wanted so he could start his plan to devour Galactus, and the other or look at the long term and keep this ability. System I want to. 83, Update. Hello readers, this is the author speaking. I apologize that there were no new chapter updates recently, but it was completely unavoidable on my part. From the increased work hours making it hard for me to have the energy or time to write, and some family problems that appeared, I really had no time to write new chapters. Even if the situation was unavoidable, I apologize for now saying this sooner. Now I know some readers may have already become impatient waiting, and for that, I have some good news. Updates will continue this coming week, as to what exact day I can't be sure, but once the updates start they will be constant. Another thing, one of my current fanfic will be finishing soon, and to replace it I have come up with novels to replace it. They are A New Lord of the West, an Inuyasha fanfic. The True Original Family, a TVD/Originals fanfic. In Marvel, the soon-to-be Heavenly Demon. I'm Too Lazy to Take This Seriously, a Pokemon fanfic. One Piece, Shadow Lord. I will update 10 chapters of these fanfics in the coming months, and then I will hold a vote on the Patreon that I will create. From the vote the next fanfic will be decided, the other will be done also but at a later time, so nobody needs to be upset if their vote didn't win this time. The chosen fanfic will be uploaded on the Patreon and would be updated on web novel at a later date. Thank you for your continued support. 84, Chapter 83. System I want to know if it's possible to keep this ability and get back my tokens using delayed fate. Asked Cole. It's possible to do what the host has said, and to remind the host once again this is done, the system will be fixing all such loopholes. Hearing the response of the system, Cole was surprised, but it soon changed to happiness. This was the best he could hope for. The ability True Wanderer of the Omniverse is amazing and would be the most important part of Cole's budding plans to become something truly all-powerful in the whole Omniverse. Truth be told, if the system hadn't given him the answer he wanted, he would have used delayed fate to redo the gacha. Right now, even if it doesn't seem like it, I am in danger and am being suppressed. Even if I want to look at the long run, I still have to secure myself in the short term to even make it to the future, and for that, I need power now, and the best way to do that now is to devour others. By once I take a step out of this realm my movements will be tracked, and I will not be allowed to move freely. What I need now is either something to hide my presence or power that eclipses all other in this universe. Says Cole. The truth of the matter was, maybe if he was alone Cole would not be worried about these things and would act with less caution, and perhaps that would work out, or maybe it wouldn't. But as much as the god of fear is cold and heartless, he is now someone who cares about his current family, and because of them, he couldn't act rashly. System, extract the 2 abilities. Says Cole. Extracting abilities now. A flood of information poured into Cole's head explaining the details of the ability True Wanderer of the Omniverse, from how to divide his soul to how to cross the boundary of the universe to how to integrate it into a body in another universe and avoid the eyes of the powerful creature in the universe. The more information that entered his head, the more surprised Cole became by the complexity of this ability and how it could even fool the will of individual universes. After some time the information stopped and Cole opened his eyes. Being able to fool the will of a universe into thinking you belong there is a very strong ability. It even hides the soul during the cross of the universes from everyone, but only during the crossing. After that, the user is on his own, to either be discovered and killed or be low-key and develop. Whispers Cole. The split soul will contain a duplicate of your memories and experiences, and would act in the same way the main body would, and seeing as his soul was already stronger than that of a normal person, even if divided the soul will still be stronger than normal. But as with all abilities there are some disadvantages. As one would guess, slitting the soul would weaken the original body. The amount is based on how big or how many times you slit your soul. The split soul does not contain any of the original body's abilities, and if the split soul is destroyed the main body will suffer a serious backlash. There are other points to take into consideration, but these are the most important. Says Cole. The delay fate ability was far more straightforward. Focus on what you want to change, and if it can be changed it will be, if not then it won't. This was just the active part of the ability. It also had a passive side as well that would act in the face of death or curses and powerful abilities. What Cole didn't know was this ability was very high level, and in some worlds, even gods of fate wouldn't be able to do this. By having this Cole could delay his fate, but he still couldn't really interact with fate or see it, but the more this ability was used the closer he would become in developing a new divinity. Turning his head to the system, Cole focused on the 0 that was displayed by the gacha tokens amount, and as he did the 0 that was there began to change, increasing until it returned to what it was before, and it was at this time the system voice sounded. Loophole in system interfaced, found and exploited, finding and fixing all other loopholes in the system. 117,648 loopholes found and 117,647 loopholes fixed. detected that remaining loophole cannot be fixed as system power is insufficient. Surprised would be an understatement to explain what Cole was feeling now. He was even shocked by the number of loopholes, but the system actually couldn't fix them all, which shocked him. His impression of the system until now was that it was all-powerful, seeing that it could give him anything, but that seemed now not to be the case. System, could you tell me the remaining loophole? Asked Cole, although he wouldn't be answered. Host would find the final loophole one day, as it isn't that hard. The system clock that checks each day to give out tokens isn't actually connected to the current universe, it is instead run on an individual clock that cannot be changed by the time stone or any known artifact that can control time. If you manage to become powerful enough to manipulate the clock, you could speed up the time, shortening the amount of time you would need to wait for each token. Currently the system doesn't have the power to fix this, as it seems I was made this way on purpose. 85, Chapter 84. Hearing what the system said, Cole was surprised, but he paid it no mind. He couldn't exploit it now, nor could he get the answers he wanted now, so it was best to just forget about it until he could. System, make one draw with my remaining tokens. Says Cole. Gotcha is in progress. 3, 2, 1, 0. Congratulations for getting the semi-passive ability Out of Sight Out of Mind. Hearing the ability he got, Cole stood with a contemplative expression. The name of the ability sounded very strange, and it was semi-passive. Knowing it made no sense to think about it now when the system would offer an explanation, Cole waited for the explanation to appear. Out of Sight Out of Mind, the ability held by the much-hated god of devouring, because the god of devouring had made many enemies in his life by devouring people from every race. He found it very hard to carry out his business because of all the attention placed on his movements, so to overcome this he made this ability. This ability literally erases you from the perception and minds of whoever the user wants. The target will still know about your existence but would be unable to actively think about you or sense your presence or movements. The only downside is that if you appear before someone you used this ability on, the ability will stop working on them. Reading the explanation of this ability, Cole was stunned, then a crazed smile appeared on his face, and with it, a terrifying force covered the entire serpent realm, alerting everyone. At the time, Gia was spending time with her youngest daughter when she felt an aura let off from Cole. I wonder what got him in such a good mood? Questioned Gia, as she could tell what Cole was feeling. But she was the only one who could. Everyone else was completely shocked. It had been a long time since Cole has made a move, and they could all feel their king was stronger than ever. Is this father's full power? I doubt it. It seems we have a long way to go before we catch up. The two eldest sons of Cole said as they turned, disregarding the aura to continue training, only to notice their trainer finding it hard to move. But Cole quickly reined in his excitement, and with it, his aura and everything returned to normal. System, quickly integrate it. Says Cole. Extracting ability now. 3, 2, 1, finished. So that's how it is. Says Cole. After getting the information on how to use the ability, he understood why it was called semi-passive. He actively only had to use it on a person once, and after that the ability would work passively on the person all the time, and even how you use this ability is convenient. There are two ways. The first is to be looking at the person you want to use it on, but you would have to leave their sight before the ability takes full effect, otherwise it would be cancelled. The second is by using it while that person is keeping track of you using their own ability or consciousness, and this worked perfectly for the current Cole. So without a second thought, Cole used the ability, as he could feel the stares from the eyes on him were stronger than before because of the release of his aura before. After using the ability, Cole didn't feel anything change, but the same couldn't be said for those watching him. Throughout the universe, powerful being that had been keeping an eye on Cole, one after the other their minds were invaded without their knowledge. And without them feeling anything, the suspicions they had when it came to Cole slowly left their immediate thought, taking a place far in the background in their minds, that they didn't even know they still had these thoughts. And then one after the other they pulled back their consciousness. Back in the serpent realm, Cole felt the gazes on him start to lessen until finally they were all gone. But he stood still. For the past years those gazes have made him feel heavy, and now they're gone. Cole couldn't help but get excited. For the first time in a long time I am completely free to move about, and I will waste no time. Says Cole. Since I have the opportunity, I'll devour everything until there is nothing left. System, show my status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,216. Gotcha tokens, 0. Race? Previous races have combined and have yet to be named. Divinities, fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities, all speak, Asgardian physiology, fear empowerment, space manipulation, destruction energy, magic manipulation, conquer haki, annihilation maker, devourer, immortality, limited future sight, life force absorption, control over life and death, hellfire, death god, ruler of the underworld, Olympian physiology, new god Yuga Khan, perfect worthless, dark elves physiology, frost giant physiology, out of sight out of mind, delayed fate, true wanderer of the omniverse. Let the madness begin. 86, Chapter 85. Cole sat on his throne, smiling as names floated through his head until he finally stopped at one. Ego the living planet. Null and Galactus were the ones Cole wanted to start off with, but even if he knew he would win, the fight would provide at least some difficulties, especially with Null and the Necrozord. So he would start smaller until they couldn't pose even the slight of difficulties, and since he wanted to start small, why not devour the living planet Ego? Cole rose from his throne and disappeared. In a room in the palace, Gia could be seen sitting around a table with none other than Bestia. It seems Cole is excited about something, says Bestia. It would seem so. The only things that could get him this excited would finding a way out of the problem that has been bothering him for the longest time, says Gia. You are right, my love, the problem has been solved, it's now time for me to act once again, says Cole as he appears in the room, and time stops freezing his mother so she couldn't hear the conversation about to take place. Are you sure it's solved? Questioned Gia. Yes, answered Cole. Who is your victim this time? Ego the living planet. I'm starting small, then Galactus and Null will soon follow. He's able to fight an hungered Galactus, but that's all, you should be fine. Are you carrying anyone with you? No, I'll be back by the end of the day, this shouldn't take long. Be safe. I will. Saying that, Cole disappears not to another area in the Serpent Realm but out of the realm, appearing floating in the vast emptiness of space. It's been a long time, says Cole. Cole took a step into space and a rift opened, and without any hesitation, he stepped through. As he did, it closed and he reappeared before what could only be called a bizarre sight. Floating below Cole was a planet, not just any planet, a planet with a face. And as Cole looked down at it, its eyes stared up at him. Who are you? Ego asked. But Cole didn't answer as he clasped his hands and then spread them out in slow motion. It seemed to do nothing as he did it, but Ego's expression became hardened. Creating your own space and cutting it off from the outside in one motion is very impressive, as you even managed to move while doing so without my knowledge. It would seem your intention aren't of a friendly nature, so there is no need to speak anymore, says Ego. Tendrils suddenly spout from the planet's surface, each one enormous, as then instantly reaches Cole, slamming down on him. Seeing the tendrils coming down on him, Cole, who was already wearing his armor, watched them with indifference. As they reached with a foot of Cole's body, they were blasted back by the passive effect of his armor, as the attacking power wasn't strong enough to break through, but as quickly as they were blasted back they appeared again, raining down on Cole as he stood there. Ego was considered strong in the Marvel Universe, but to the current Cole he is nothing. Cole isn't like Galactus, who isn't always at his best. Cole always has access to his full power, so Ego doesn't stand a chance. The only reason Cole even bothered to block off space was because Ego could pull power from stars and other planets, while also having the ability hyperspace travel, and there was the factor of blocking the destruction that would attract others' attention. Cole looked down on Ego and finally made a move. Space Sword. With a single swipe of his finger, all the tendrils were cut off. Ah! Ego screamed as something gushed from his wounds. Space Lock. Ego was frozen in place, with the scream still in progress, but he could move at all. Then it happened. Cole transformed quickly into a gigantic serpent that seemed to stretch on forever. Every single one of his scales was black as his eyes locked onto Ego, and as his enormous mouth opened, Ego was swallowed whole as Cole used devour. It was only after Cole transformed did Ego knew who had come after him, but it was too late as he couldn't resist. It didn't take very long for Cole to devour Ego and return to his normal form as he checked his status. Name: Cole Borson. Age: 15,216. Gacha tokens: 0. Race: previous races have combined and have yet to be named. Divinities: fear, magic, destruction, space, death. Abilities: all speak, Asgardian physiology, fear empowerment, space manipulation, destruction energy, magic manipulation, conquer haki, annihilation maker, devourer, immortality, limited future sight, life force absorption, control over life and death, hellfire, death god, ruler of the underworld, Olympian physiology, new god Yuga Khan, perfect worthless, dark elves physiology, frost giant physiology, out of sight out of mind, delayed fate, true wanderer of the omniverse. Chinook powers: you now generate vast Chinook energies. If you deplete your energy below a level that it can replenish by itself, you can renew your energy stores by tapping outside sources like stars or digesting large numbers of living beings. Awakening _ you are able to bring out the consciousness of planets. These awakened planets are also able to command every aspect upon themselves, and will follow your will. 87, Chapter 86. To be honest, falling to this state just because you lost your power, your mental power really is weak. I had figured that it would be fun playing with you, but it seems like you've given up on life. If so, let me send you off. The voice sounded again, the ridicule from before gone, replaced with disgust. Alice appeared in front of the depressed Thor, who didn't even move to see who had appeared. Can't even be bothered to look at who threatened to kill you. You or someone else, it doesn't matter. I'm going to die anyway. Does it matter if I see or don't see who does it? Hearing this, Alice's cold expression became even colder. You disgust me. the fact that my father started off as an Asgardian disgusts me. Looking at the so-called Prince of Asgard acting like this, it seems your race really isn't anything special, at least my father overcame the weakness of you Asgardians and became something more. Says Alice. Don't speak of Asgard as if you know its people, I don't care who you are, I'll kill you if you say that again. Says Thor as he finally raises his head and looks at Alice. Kill me? Alice asked. Big words coming from someone who could be killed by humans easily now, someone who just a second ago was saying he was nothing. Let's not even talk about the fact that I'm way out of your league even if you have your powers, so what are you going to do to me now you don't have them? Questioned Alice. And since you love Asgard so much, I'll give you a warning, if you attack me, with how much my father cares about me, Asgard would cease to exist. Says Alice. Hearing this, Thor, being who is, just ignored her world as his anger continues to grow stronger. Alice saw this and unexpectedly a smile bloomed on her face. Watching the weak struggle with all their might, against the strong is so enjoyable, but as I said before, you disgust me, and your newfound rage won't change that. Says Alice. The voice started off cheerful, but in the end it was bland and filled with disgust. Stepping forward, Alice appeared in front of Thor with her hand rested on his chest. I wonder how long it will take before you die, since you don't have your powers, or just maybe the great Thor will be saved by humans. Says Alice. And without Thor being able to react, her hand glows blue before he is instantly encased in ice, leaving only his head exposed. Enjoy the time you have left alive, I'm sure it will be painfully fun. Says Alice as her body slowly becomes transparent and disappears. Thor, who is currently encased in ice, was now cursing Alice to all kinds of deaths, as the only way currently to release his stress. With S.H.I.E.L.D. The once silent field where Thor's hammer fell was now filled with agents who have already in a quick manner already built a base surrounding the hammer, and have blocked off the area to normal people. Normally it would have taken a while for S.H.I.E.L.D. to react, but after the descent of the scythe, S.H.I.E.L.D. had kept a reserve team solely to respond to these kinds of events. As the agents and scientists carried out their tasks, a jet arrived above the camp, as it slowly landed in the clearing, but no one moved or stopped their work. And as the hatch opened up into a ramp, 3 people could be seen walking out of it: Fury, a redhead, and another male agent. As they exited the jet, they walked past the patrolling agents walking into the tent close to the hammer. But as they entered, what entered their ears was an argument. Are you a fool? Of course, it's a hammer, we can all see that, what's the use of saying it again? A male voice says. I'm saying it's the hammer of a god, Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Another male voice says. So why is it here without him? Maybe, it's like the other weapons, trying to find a wielder. A woman's voice says. If that's true, why aren't they here yet? Another voice asks. Faced with this question, the group was immediately quiet, as none of them could come up with a good reason. It was at that moment the curtains on the tent opened and Fury and 2 others entered. The reason is simple: the believers of Kol looked down on Asgard, so seeing as it could be a weapon belonging to one of Asgard's gods, it would make sense that they didn't want it. Says Fury. Oh, did you guess that, or do you know it for sure? A playful voice sounded in the ears of everyone present in the room. 88, Chapter 87. Hearing the voice, everyone in the room froze, their bodies seemed to be screaming at them that they were in danger. Fury and the 2 agents with him had serious expressions on their faces, already guessing this was not a human voice just from the feeling they got. They didn't even know when, but their weapons were already drawn, but they couldn't do much more, as their bodies refused to move. Left with no other option, they quickly scanned the room with their eyes and found no one who shouldn't be there. No matter how hard you look, you won't find me if I don't want you to. The voice speaks again. As their bodies still refused to listen to them, the people in the room couldn't even respond to the voice. It's no fun if you can't speak. The voice sounded again, returning the control of their bodies to them. Yet no one spoke. The agents weren't foolish, they could already understand. What happened was a power display, not wanting to anger someone who seemed to be able to kill them easily. They kept quiet. Even Fury. The scientists on the other hand were just too afraid to speak. You guys want the owner of the hammer, right? The voice questioned. The room was silent again until finally, Fury spoke. We do. What do you want in return? Questioned Fury. Oh, you think you have something that can catch my attention? Hate to burst your bubble, but you don't. I'm just being nice. The voice said. Then we should thank the princess of the Serpent Realm. Says Fury. Ha 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 ha. I see, that's a nice memory you have there. You remembered my voice from the last time you saw me. The voice said. Yes, I did. You don't seem to care your identity was exposed. Said Fury. If I cared, I would have changed my voice at the beginning. A deep voice sounded far different from the voice from before. But since you exposed me, talking like this now seems boring. The voice says, returning to how it sounded at first. Before they could fully take in her sentence, they noticed a young woman appearing in the tent, looking at them in interest, or at least one of them. The drawn guns were aimed at the woman, as the agent's training showed, but as Fury saw the woman's face, he immediately opened his mouth to tell the man and woman who came with him to stand down, but it was too late. you think your little toys could work on me? Alice asked, but her voice was emotionless. Alice didn't even move, as the guns aimed at her quickly became covered in ice. Seeing that Alice just froze their guns and didn't kill them, Fury sighed and looked at her. Seeing that you have been looking for me for so long, I assumed you had something to say to me, but I guess I was wrong. Says Alice. Why are you here, Princess of the Serpent Realm, daughter of Cole, god of ice? Asked Fury. Oh, why say it if you don't believe it? Alice asked. Fury's expression changed immediately, becoming even more serious. Seeing this, Alice smiled. You don't believe I'm a god, so why say it? Asked Alice. Isn't that what you wanted to be called? Questioned Fury. Is it your small mind that makes you unable to believe that I'm a god, or your own jealousy that there are beings that are called gods and you aren't one? Which reason is that stops you from believing gods exist? Asked Alice in a playful voice. None of the above, I have different reasons for believing gods don't exist. Says Fury. What if I make you one? Asked Alice. The room was silent again. You can't make me what you aren't. Says Fury. Just say I believe in Alice, the god of ice, winter, fun, and battle, and I will bless you with my blood so you can become a god. Says Alice, her voice containing seriousness with a hint of playfulness. Anyways, the owner of the hammer is the Asgardian god of thunder, Thor. You will find him if you search around the area on a larger scale. I would hurry to if I were you. Someone froze him in ice. He will surely die if you can get to him fast enough. Says Alice. Remember what I said, just say it when you are ready. Says Alice, looking at Fury. Oh, before I forget you, why don't you try using one of the worthy? I'm sure you know which one fits you. Says Alice as she looks at the redhead. After speaking this time, she didn't stay any longer as her body disappeared from the tent, leaving nothing to say she was ever there. 89, Chapter 88. It didn't take long after Alice left for Fury to rush into action. I want Thor found and in front of me within the hour. Expand the search range by 10 times until he is found, and get me all the information we have on Alice from her time on Earth. Says Fury, the male agent beside him. Yes, sir. Without question, the man left to carry out Fury's orders as Fury and the scientist were left in the room with the female agent. Natasha, what did she mean when she said that? Questioned Fury, looking seriously at the female agent. The last time I visited the base we had close to the scimitar of world-ending poison, I felt something, but I didn't mention it to anyone. Says Natasha. Well, clearly she somehow knew it would suit you, maybe she was there when it happened. Says Fury. Do you think you would be accepted as its new wielder? Asked Fury. I don't know, from the feeling I got from it, it was purely that it was interested in me, whether that would equate to it accepting me, I have no idea. Says Natasha. Interested in you, that's the most positive answer we have had from any agent near any of the weapons, it should be enough for you to take the risk. Says Fury, looking at Natasha seriously. So you want me to try, even though the chances of death are extremely high? Asked Natasha. It would be worth it, the risks would have dropped considerably if it's interested in you, and as you know the weapon have their own consciousness, before taking the test why not try talking to it? Says Fury. Alright, I'll do as you have suggested. Says Natasha. Serpent Realm. While things were happening on Earth, Cole, after devouring the living planet Ego, had returned to the Serpent Realm. Cole was currently sitting on his throne waiting for his increase in power to come under his control completely. Even though Ego hadn't provided him with a direct increase in strength, he got Chinook powers and was very powerful at that. Cole, after getting it, was very pleased. This would increase his chances against Null, as it would make it even more difficult for Null to control him. After all, Cole knew Null could take control of a Celestial in a fight. So this was just another precaution. 10 days, in 10 days Null, you will disappear from this universe. Cole said. Back on Earth. Currently, Fury's agents had already found Thor and rescued him, and Fury was now sitting before the fallen god. I thank you for freeing me from that woman's ice. Says Thor, looking at Fury. We have been told you are the Norse god of thunder, are you? Asked Fury. I used to be the god of thunder, now I am nothing but a powerless mortal. Says Thor. Another powerful alien calling himself a god, thinks Fury. Tell me, how did you lose your power? You are, as you say, a god. Even gods can lose their power. The All-Father took away my power because of something I did, now anyone can get my power by lifting my hammer. Says Thor dejectedly. I understand, so how did you manage to anger the princess of the Serpent Realm? Asked Fury. You mean the woman that froze me in ice? Yes. She said things that shouldn't have been said. If I had my power she wouldn't dare act the way she did. Says Thor. That's exactly the reason I did what I did. The Serpent Realm, and the others in the 9 realms are looking at Asgard as a joke now. My actions were justified. I did what I thought was needed to help Asgard as a whole. Shouted Thor, the rage and resentment clear on his face. Fury noted this, seeing it was the first time Thor's dejected expression changed in their whole conversation. It seems you have some hatred towards the Serpent Realm. says Fury. They have taken the position that was supposed to belong to Asgard, says Thor with rage leaking from his every word. But aren't the leaders of the two forces brothers? Their relationship shouldn't be that bad, right? Asked Fury. My father Odin and Kull have been enemies since their birth, and it's only gotten worse over time. The only reason that there hasn't been a war between the two is because of the presence of my grandmother Bestia. You should be happy for that. A war between the two would surely destroy this planet, as an aftermath of their battle, so it would be in your best interest to not try using my hatred of the Serpent Realm for your gain. Says Thor as he looks at Fury. I have given you the information you wanted, I can feel my hammer is here, I am going to try getting my power back. Now are you going to let me out this room or do we have to fight? And I know what you're thinking, I don't have my powers, but you still won't win after all. Even though I have lost my power, my father won't allow my death. Says Thor. 90, Chapter 89. To say Fury was shocked by the sudden change was an understatement. Throughout the conversation, the impression Thor gave him was one of a simpleton, who could be easily manipulated to gain the information he wanted, and maybe use him against the Serpent Realm. But the sudden change says something completely different. It was clear that Thor understood what he was doing and let it happen, or he just caught on as he pressed on. But it didn't matter at the moment. The fact of the matter was now Thor knew what he was doing. He had a choice to make: detain him, or release him hoping to repair the damage. Currently, he is of no threat. It's clear we could kill him at any moment, but he isn't afraid, so let's go with his father. Wouldn't he allow his death? That brings up another problem. Was it just danger to his life would cause his father to interfere, or was there others? Thinks Fury. Alright, you are welcome to stay here until you regain control of your weapon. Says Fury. But answer my question first. When did you know what I was doing? Was it from the start and you were just playing along, or did you catch on later? Asked Fury. I am about 1300 years old. That's a very long time. Even though I am not Loki, I am not so foolish to be played with by a human who hasn't even lived as long as my childhood. Says Thor. Without waiting for Fury to respond, Thor exited the room and walked towards where he sensed his hammer. Fury of course followed behind him to see what was about to happen. These long-lived aliens, they have a little power and they call themselves gods. Kull, Thor, and Alice, they all seem to think nothing of humans, but it won't be long, we will find a way to combat them. Fury thinks angrily. It wasn't long after the group reached the place Thor's hammer had landed. The god of thunder wasted no time as he sped towards his hammer. Ha 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 ha, I've missed you, but I'm back. We will head back to Asgard once I get my powers back. I know the old man wants me to see the errors of my decision. I understand I'm nothing without my powers in Asgard. Says Thor as he walks towards the hammer. Boom. Boom. Above the camp, the sky turned dark and gloomy, as lightning flashed in succession, and with every step Thor took, the power of the lightning strikes increased, but Thor didn't bother with this as he reached out and grabbed Mjolnir. Boom. 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 As he did, the lightning intensified to its peak and brightened the darkened sky. As if not approving of Thor, the lightning gathered into one and smashed down on Thor. Having no way to dodge or protect himself, the lightning hit him dead on, knocking him unconscious. As the sky cleared and the normal weather returned, Fury watched the whole thing from the side. Seeing Thor dropping to the ground unconscious, he acted. Quickly organize the medical team and make sure he's alive and he stays that way. Says Fury to the agents that had arrived because of the lightning strike. And as usually they carried out his orders without asking anything, picking up Thor and carrying him away. Fury stayed and spoke to the scientist who was in charge of studying the hammer, want to know if they had recorded the data from the lightning. After doing so, Fury quickly went to the medical tent where Thor was currently. What's the situation? He asked as soon as he entered. Sir, he is still alive and apart from being unconscious there seems to be nothing wrong with him. A lady answered. MHM, have you drawn any blood? Asked Fury. No sir, there wasn't a need to. Draw out a liter of blood. He ordered. Yes sir. The woman walked to a drawer, pulled it open and got what she needed to carry out her orders, but as she was about to start to process she fainted. Mortal, I would warn you to know your place. Asgardian blood isn't something you can take because you feel like it, especially the blood of the royal family. A voice echoed in Fury's head. Who? Who is it? He shouted, pulling his gun while looking around. It doesn't matter, let's not meet again, at least if you want a long life, that is. The voice spoke again. Just know your place. Bam. Fury dropped to the ground unconscious as the room turned silent. Asgard. On the throne, Odin sat alone looking into space. I can't kill him, I don't feel like giving Kull any more of my possessions just for the life of a human. Says Odin. After all, if it wasn't for Kull, he would kill Fury immediately instead of talking. After all, trying to take the blood of Thor was a serious thing. 91, Update. Hi readers, this is the author. I have come down with the flu and I am currently unable to write, hopeful I get better quickly. As soon as I am able to write, a chapter will be posted. 92, Chapter 90. Currently, Kull was on his throne, preparing to leave the Serpent Realm once again, to devour another of his targets. This time there will be a great increase in power, compared to when I devour ego, Null will give me an actual boost in power, but the battle is bound to be much harder as well. Says Cole. Normally Cole wanting to devour Null, would have taken an enormous amount of effort on his part before they even meet. Seeing as Null was supposed to be sealed in the symbiote throne world, by his own creations that had escaped his control and turned against him, but things weren't like that currently. Cole had long noticed things that were supposed to happen not happening, but he only attributed it to his presence here, and different actions that led to things taking a different route. Raising from his throne fully dressed in his battle armor and carrying his glaive, Cole took a step and disappeared from the serpent realm once again. The very powerful subjects of Cole had of course noticed the disappearance of his energy, and they all had one thought in mind. The king is really active lately. After leaving the serpent realm, Cole arrived floating in space and wasted no time. In a bright flash of light he disappeared, only to reappear light years away, as he teleported once again. The artificial world of symbiotes was very far away from the place Cole had originally appeared, as he continuously used teleportation to move vast distances. It didn't take long for Cole to reach the sector in which Null's home base was, only a couple thousand light years left to go, which for Cole would be about 2 more teleportations. Cole of course could have arrived in front of Null in one big teleportation jump from the place he had first appeared after leaving the serpent realm, but he didn't. As Cole teleported he locked off space each time, forming layers upon layers of insulation, hopping to minimize the destruction the approaching fight would cause. After all, this wasn't something that happened every day in the universe, 2 of the strongest beings fighting. Cole already knew this fight would cause serious damage to space, an enormous amount of planets would most likely be destroyed, and many other things would be affected, but it didn't matter as Cole teleported once again, appearing a good distance from a bright red planet. As he looked at the planet, Cole's eyes turned serious to an unprecedented extent, and with another teleportation, he disappeared again. As he appeared again, a voice drilled into his ears. "It seems you are finally here. After setting up all those layers you really took your time coming." Hearing the voice, Cole looks to the source and finds Null sitting on his throne holding his sword. Null is wearing a black armor with a red imprint that looks like a dragon on the chest plate. His skin was light grey and his hair was white and long reaching his neck, but the most eye-catching thing was the 8 long black spider legs sticking out behind him. His black eyes stared at Cole, and as Cole looked back at him their eyes carried immense weight and meaning. "Of all the people I expected, I must admit I never thought it would be you, little Asgardian god." Null spoke. "But I must admit, you have some power, controlling you to do my bidding should have some benefits, don't you think so?" As Null spoke, the floor Cole was standing on immediately started wiggling about. In a quick movement, the floor morphed into a tentacle and grabbed towards Cole, as Cole stood unbothered by the sudden turn of events. As the tentacle reached Cole's body trying to swallow him, it disintegrated into purple particles blowing in the breeze. "The power of destruction, so you're Cole, do one they've been keeping an eye on. I wonder how you managed to evade their eyes." Null said slowly as he raised from his throne, his power growing stronger with every second. "It doesn't matter, does it? It seems they have been keeping an eye on you as well, no wonder you haven't been active," said Cole, his power output increasing to combat Null's. Of course, they would never let someone else develop too much power while their beloved creator is busy trying to hold on to the little power he has left. Null says angrily. Hearing this, Cole's mind starts working quickly. It seems he knows something. Whether he knows about the core is still up for discussion, but he knows one above all isn't currently at full power. He needs to die. I'll know what he knows after I devour him, thinks Cole. With even more reason to devour Null, coats his glaive in destruction energy, as he disappears. Appearing above Null in untraceable fashion, Cole swings down his glaive covered in destruction energy with his full might as the space it passes completely collapses and disappears. Null, feeling the power and knowing he couldn't dodge leaving the destruction to affect the hive, swings the necrosword one-handed to block the attack. Boom. Crack. Crack. 10. 93, Cole vs Null 1 Destruction Hellform. Boom. Crack. Crack. 10. The weapons hadn't even collided as Cole's and Null's energy collided between the two. The collision was powerful as the space around the two broke down, spawning back holes one after the other, and 10 of the space locks Cole had placed had already collapsed from their clash. Purple and purple collided, as Cole destruction energy literally erased Null's darkness which had covered his sword, but as quickly as the energy was erased more appeared almost instantly, which had managed to keep them in a stalemate, but it quickly changed as Null finally grabbed onto the sword with his other hand, and applied force. Boom. The strength exerted completely destroyed the area around them as Cole was sent flying back, showing Null was clearly more physically powerful than him, but this wasn't something Cole hadn't already guessed. So as Cole stabilized himself in the air, and looked down on Null standing in the destroyed area looking at him with clear rage, his body glowed, and almost instantly all the back holes that were opening closed. "He is physically stronger, has about the same amount of divine energy as me, should have more combat experience than I do, and because of his connection with the headless celestial he is sure to outlast me in a fight of attrition, thinks Cole. As Cole stood looking at Null, the ground of the planet rumbled as two symbiote dragons emerged. Seeing this, Cole's expression became even more serious. Cole knew things were getting serious as he finally let his full power run free, and his body grew larger and so did his glaive. The energy coming off of Cole made the surrounding stars begin to disappear. The process was slow, but it was happening on a wide range as even planet far away began to disappear, but the red planet below him was fine. Connected to Null, the planet would be destroyed easily unless he was gone. Null on the other hand didn't wait for Cole to be finished as he ordered the dragons to attack as he hopped on one and went straight for Cole, who was now covered in destruction energy and hellfire. As the dragons closed in, they began to disintegrate into nothing, as Null continued to swing down the necrosword, which was shining brightly as he now had a helmet and dragonic wing on his back. As the sword neared Cole's neck, he vanished. The necrosword cut through nothing as the force spread out, cleaving through the sky, but Null was still as he quickly turned, having sensed something, managed to swing the necrosword towards the thing he sensed, once again cutting through nothing, but Null didn't let his guard down. In the corner of his eyes a purple flash appeared. As Null was about to turn, he felt something grab his hand. As he quickly turned to see what it was, he finally saw what Cole had become. But he didn't have time to think about it as he noticed his arm disappearing into nothing. Quickly swing the sword toward Cole to get him to release his hand. Null quickly creates some space between them as he quickly looked at his left arm to see even his elbow gone. Null quickly tries to destroy the destruction energy with darkness to save the rest of his hand, but it didn't work as the darkness was just reduced to nothing before it continued to disintegrate his arm. So without a second thought, Null cuts off his left arm that was disappearing at the shoulder. Without Null's powerful energy to slow down the process, as soon as the arm was cut from his body, it disappeared like it was never there. After cutting off the arm, Null didn't seem to be in pain or even bothered as the wound bled for a few seconds before sealing shut. It seems this will take a few years to heal naturally. His destruction energy suddenly upped in power, and it isn't just destruction, thinks Null as he looks at the transformed Cole. Cole was now 3 feet taller than he was before, completely ripped with muscles, as he wore a dark purple armor with flaming hair. His eye sockets were now completely red. It had no iris or pupil. His glaive flashed between purple and dark red. As Cole stood there, literally standing on space, he gave off a very confusing feeling of being out of control and at the same time being perfectly in control, but the power was unreal. This form won't last long. I have to finish this quickly. Even with how strong my body is with the different races I have combined, it still won't be able to bear being completely fused with destruction and hellfire, thinks Cole. That right, currently Cole had fused with destruction and hellfire. He hadn't managed to become an embodiment of either, but just fusing them into his body had boosted his power greatly, but it was also destroying his body as it was strong enough to bear it. This was the path Cole had decided to take. In the time he had taken to prepare before coming to deal with Null, the final goal for this path was to become an embodiment of all his divinities before becoming a source for them. 94. Cole vs Null End. Cole stood there looking down on the now one-hand Null. Even with his newfound increase in his destruction energy power, Cole knew this battle would still be difficult. After all, he wanted to devour Null, not destroy him. Holding the necrosword with his only remaining hand, Null looked at the floating Cole with unconcealed killing intent. Rumble. The surface of the planet started shaking greatly, as black tentacles broke through the surface, forming what seemed to be more symbiote dragons and several big structures Cole had never seen before. Null, now surrounded by an army of symbiote dragons, wasted no time ordering them to attack Cole. As they rushed forward, Cole looked at the incoming swarm and didn't bother with them again as he turned his attention back to Null, who was now almost completely covered in darkness. As the dragons approached Cole one by one, they simply turned to nothing, unable to last even a second after reaching a certain distance from Cole, but they continued attacking only to disappear. But soon Cole disappeared. He took one step and his simple action completely destroyed the space between him and Null as he appeared before him, swinging downwards with his glaive. Boom! Crack! Once again they clashed. The dragons created were unable to handle the pressure and were immediately destroyed. The planet trembled greatly, seemingly on the verge of collapse, only holding one due to Null's connection with it. As the two continued their battle, the surrounding stars died one after the other and the space locks Cole had put in place had collapsed down to the remaining 10. Seemingly unable to gain the upper hand against each other, Cole and Cole continued to fight, to clash again and again, unable to push the other back. Boom! Null managed to block another attack from Cole, and the two floated in space, having already left the planet in the continuous collision. Cole suddenly released his hold on his glaive, causing Null to fall forward, having lost the pressure from Cole's attack. But this wasn't enough to catch Null off guard, and Cole knew this. Hellfire Cage! Cole shouted as hellfire surrounded Null, completely carrying a terrifying temperature. But almost immediately Null swung his sword and destroyed the cage, but it gave Cole enough time to launch his attack. Continuous destruction. Cole now stood above Null as thousands of orbs of destruction energy formed behind him and rained down on Null. Each orb contained the power to heavily injure Null. As they rained down, Null dodged and destroyed whatever he could, as some completely bypassed him and collided with the planet below. While Null was busy trying his best not to be injured as thousands of orbs rained down on him, he didn't even notice Cole had disappeared. Cole reappeared behind Null quickly as he tried to grab hold of Null's hand. Null reacted quickly, being attacked from both sides. He had few options, Choosing to rush out by passing Cole, he swung his sword thinking Cole would dodge, giving him an opportunity. But Cole didn't dodge. The Necrosword was powerful, but Cole had planned this out and he was sure it would work. As the sword neared him, Cole activated an ability he hadn't used since the start of the fight. Worthless, Cole said. Null didn't pay it any mind until he felt the power contained in his sword disappear, and Cole quickly grabbed the edge of the blade and pulled hard. Null, of course, would give up his weapon easily, but as he was pulled forward, Cole quickly attacked as his knee connected with Null, stunning him. Then quickly Cole grabbed his hand, pumping destruction energy into his hand as it starts to disappear. Cole quick noticed this and backed up, letting go of the sword. Holding the Nercosword, Cole looks at it, then back to Null just in time to see him cutting off his remaining hand with darkness. Cole simply smiled. The battle was over. As he held the sword, he could feel the connection between the Headless Celestial. Knowing this provided Null with a lot of his power, Cole acted quickly and used destruction to destroy the connection. Null of course felt this, and even if he didn't know he was getting power from the Headless Celestial, feeling his power dropping quickly, he was shocked and looked at Cole. "What did you do?" he shouted. Cole didn't have time to bother with Null. He could feel his body giving way and the power he could use falling quickly. Knowing he still had weakened Null before he could devour him, Cole acted quickly, rushing towards Null's Necrosword in hand. Null, of course, saw this, and his anger flared. His hands were gone and Cole had his sword. He had almost no way to protect himself, but he didn't wait for his death as he rushed forward. 95, Chapter 95. Make no mistake, even without the connection to the Headless Celestial, Null was powerful, one of the strongest in the universe still, but against someone like Cole who was his match at his peak, he could hold out for very long. Even though the strength of Cole's destruction had started dropping and he was weakening at a very fast pace, it wasn't enough to save Null. Null, seeing Cole rushing towards him, commanded the shadows in a frenzy as Cole was attacked from all sides. Puff! Cole had stopped and managed to defend himself against most of the spikes of darkness, but two managed to injure him, going straight through his hand. Luckily it wasn't serious. Cole didn't even flinch. His body was becoming smaller, returning to its original size, and his power was dropping. Cole rushed forward again, this time far more ferocious. Even if he could beat Null after the transformation was done, it would be a long battle, and after just going through so much trouble to deal with him, that was the last thing Cole wanted. So he rushed forward, ignoring all attacks that wouldn't deal too much damage or wasn't fatal. Cole charged like a beast, getting closer and closer to Null. This was a first for Cole. He dropped all other thoughts. All that mattered was dealing with Null here and now. He really didn't want this to last longer than it needed to. His body was almost filled with darkness spike, but even though they looked serious and he was bleeding heavily, it wasn't serious. He continued forward. Null of course kept attacking. His attacks were becoming weaker with time though, and he had made a fatal mistake. He may not have noticed, but as he watched Cole charge at him like a beast, and he knew his life was ending, he felt some for the very first time in his long existence. Something he shouldn't feel in front of Cole, something he may have thought was below a being of his level. Fear. He felt fear, and as it did, Cole felt it, and Crae's behavior became even worse. A savage smile adorned his face as his body was covered in blood. His appearance was that of a beast, and the look in his eyes conveyed his intent to devour Null. To the current, weakened, and armless Null, Cole's current appearance was far more frightening than before, even though he had far less power now. As Cole continued to close the distance between them, Null's fears grew and Cole's smile became wider. He could feel it. His condition was stabilizing, the fear was healing him, and the greater the deer, the faster he would heal. It didn't take long for Cole to reach Null, and as he did, Null dropped to his knees. The fear had already started to eat him from the inside out. He, I wonder what you taste like, eating you one bite at a time. Cole said. His voice sounded distorted and filled with amusement. His head moved and Cole brought his head to Null's neck and opened his mouth. Null could feel and smell his breath, but that just increased the fear he felt, making it even more impossible to fight back. As Cole was about to take a bite out of Null's neck, he stopped, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Cole raised his head from Null's neck as he calmed down. What the hell was that? Cole asked out loud, clearly shocked by what just happened. He knew at the end he had clearly lost control of himself and was really ready to eat Null. Congratulations, host, you have managed to barely see the true face of devouring. Cole suddenly heard the system speak to Jim and was shocked. Normally no matter what he did, the system wouldn't answer him unless he was doing a gotcha. What do you mean I've seen the true face of devouring? Asked Cole. Exactly as it sounds. In every universe there is the ability to devour is a powerful ability always held by very powerful individuals, but as much as it allows you to grow stronger, it will bring you closer to what true devouring is, taking away everything, leaving you with an uncontrollable hunger that can only be filled by eating everything in sight. But this isn't really a side effect. Once you have a strong enough mind, you can control this ability instead of being controlled by it and become one of the very few gods of devouring in the Omniverse. Cole listened to the system, and had to agree. He lost control because he didn't know, but now he knew it would be different. System, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Asked Cole. The first instance of it happening isn't hard to stop. If you could, the system would have woken you. The system determined there wasn't a need to warn you before, as there wasn't any danger. If the host doesn't want to take the risk, the ability can be discarded or the host can simply stop using it. Hearing this, Cole just smiled. he couldn't stop using devour, and becoming a devouring god sounded good. System: how many destruction gods are there in existence? There are currently 10 billion destruction gods in existence across the Omniverse. As one of the most powerful divinities, it has the 10th least amount of gods. Hearing his, Cole was surprised before he realized the number looked small, since there should be an infinite amount of universes, and it seemed there seemed to be 9 other divinities with fewer gods. System: what about devouring divinity? Asked Cole. The devouring divinity currently has a total of 20 gods. 96, Chapter 96. Only 20? Asked, surprised at the low number. That's correct. It's unclear how devouring appears in person, or how devouring picks its users, as unlike other divinities it is impossible to develop a devouring divinity through understanding and practice. Cole already knew that, but 20 was a small number, and it was far lower than he expected it to be. System: what about the divinity with the second least amount of gods? Asked Cole. Currently, that would be Abyss, currently with 200 gods, one less than the Time divinity, which is currently in third. With this newfound information, Cole was happy knowing this, as the information was important. So 20 gods who can use devouring just like I can. Cole said with a sigh, but as he was about to continue with his business, the system sounded again. The host may be confused, all the devouring gods don't use it in the way you do, one devours pure energy, one devours emotions, etc. There are many different ways to improve and use the devouring divinity, but the host wouldn't know this as he doesn't have it as yet. Cole in response was silent. What the system said was true, but it didn't matter now. He really didn't have the devouring divinity, so it wasn't a problem for now, and what mattered now was devouring Null and becoming stronger. With that in mind, Cole turned his attention to the downed Null and walked towards him. Standing over the trembling Null, Cole unconsciously smiled. In the presence of a god of fear, fear can never become a strength to rely on. You put up a good fight, now become my strength. As Cole spoke, he activated the devour ability and Null's body disappeared. Cole closed his eyes as his body heated up, burning from the inside out. He could feel his body becoming stronger, and his energy that had emptied was filled and increasing quickly, but it was increasing quicker than his body was, causing even more pain. But Cole endured it and kept quiet as his power kept growing and the crumbling symbiote planet could bear it and completely collapsed. But Cole couldn't be bothered as he ignored it and focused on what was happening to him. A week passed like that, and Cole was now floating in space. No stars, no planets, nothing to be seen for light years. The enemy leaving his body had destroyed everything. But Cole wasn't focused on this as he watched his status on the system. Name: Cole Borson. Age: 15,216. Gacha tokens: 22. Race: previous races have combined and have yet to be named: Elder God, Primordial Deity of the Abyss. Divinities: Fear, Magic, Destruction, Space, Death, Darkness. Abilities: All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation, Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Dark Elves Physiology, Frost Giant Physiology, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Delayed Fate, True Wanderer of the Omniverse. Divine Physiology, devouring a primordial god of darkness, you now possess superhuman attributes and powers which far exceed those of humans and even most other deities. Living Abyss Manipulation, you possess the ability to create, control, and manipulate a fount of eldritch darkness, a manifestation of the primordial void that existed before the universe itself. With it you can create parasitic symbiotes and other such beings. Symbiote Domination, you have become the divine progenitor of the symbiotes and the nexus of their hive mind, now able to mentally influence and dominate all symbiotes' thoughts, size, appearance, etc. Dark Energy Manipulation, you are capable of conjuring fiery purple energy, wreathing yourself in an aura of it, firing it from his hands in a beam powerful enough to incapacitate powerful beings. Superhuman Durability, you are durable enough to survive being blasted by a celestial. Immortality, you are unable to be killed by normal, meaning, even losing your head would only cause incapacitation for a period of time. Regenerative Healing Factor, despite your immense durability, you are capable of being injured to the point of incapacitation. However, you are able to not only survive injuries that would kill other gods but eventually recover from them. Temporal Manipulation, you are able to reach back through the time stream to resurrect persons and even communicate through time. 97. News. Due to recent problems of some readers being unable to read on web novel, I will be uploading the chapters on ScribbleHub as well. As I am busy tomorrow, I'll upload them before the weekend is finished. Thank you guys for your continued support. Also, I am almost finished with the remaining 5 chapters for One Piece, Shadow Lord. After which I will do the others. Also, I am finally getting around to doing AP at Treon. If you be will to support it, let me know. Anyways, I hope you had a great week. 98, Chapter 97. The problem on web novel is solved, so I won't be updating on another website for the time being. underscore 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 un. The power-up Cole received after devouring Null was far more than Cole expected. As he floated in space feeling his newfound power, Cole couldn't help but smile. He still had the Necrosword, he should be able to find the Headless Celestial and devour him as well, boasting his power even more. But now wasn't the time yet. Cole knew he had to return to the Serpent Realm and get accustomed to his new power and divinity. Cole looked around. The space around him was completely dark, no stars. In fact, he couldn't sense a planet anywhere close to here except the symbiote planet that was already crumbling, but then again he had expected as much. To be honest, the damage ended up being for less than he expected. But that was for the best. Even a single one of the space locks put in place remained, condensing a purple ball of destruction in just one hand. Cole threw it at the planet. As the ball of destruction left Cole's hand, it destroyed space and appeared on the planet's surface far away and collided. There wasn't any noise, and as the ball of destruction collided with the planet simply disappeared from existence with all the symbiote left on it. Cole, of course, could have taken them as his own, but with their weakness to fire and infected with Null's mindset, he didn't want them. After all, he could now create them for himself. And the first one would be created soon. To help further his plans, its host would be Loki. Things needed to happen faster than they were happening. The longer things took, the more time the one above all had to realize things, if he even had the time in between fighting with his other half for control over the core. No matter what Cole had planned, to finish his plans before they could finish their struggle and devour them both while they fought for the core, but relying on power gained from devouring the stronger beings in the universe could only do so much. Cole knew he still had to develop his power on his own, and then if that wasn't enough, there was the system as a last option, as now he planned on leaving the tokens to build up once more and only use it maybe in the next universe or before traveling to the next universe. Looking around, Cole quickly teleported away after he took one last look at the emptiness. He quickly arrived back in the Serpent Realm, and as he did, everyone felt his return, but only Gia went to the throne room to see him. After all, she was his wife and she was worried. After all, she knew what he had left to do. And even though she could feel the immense power unconsciously leaking from him even from where she was, meaning his plans were successful, she still needed to see him with her own eyes before calming down. So she went towards the throne room quickly. As she arrived and entered, she found Cole sitting in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. "Did things turn out as you expected?" Gia asked as she approached him. Null deserved his titles and fame. The old god was extremely powerful. The fight was close, but in the end, I still won. Cole answered without opening his eyes. As Gia arrived near him, she dropped into his lap and stroked his face. "Seems the power is more than you expected," she said. "Yeah, it will take a while to make it completely mine," responds Cole as his eyes open and he stares at Gia. "So who's next?" she asked, knowing Cole had more beings he wanted to devour. "For now, no one. I want to get my power under control, and then maybe I'll head to the dark dimension," says Cole. As Cole and Gia spent quality time together, on Earth Thor was still trying to get his powers back, while Fury monitored his every move. But on Asgard, with a bit of help from Cole, Loki was now planning to get rid of both Thor and Odin. Although he didn't have the power to do it, Cole would make a symbiote for him soon enough, so for now he could only use his cunning to find a way to deal with Thor on Earth. The most exciting thing to happen though was that one more of the worthy got a new wielder. And it's sure to make things interesting as it happened as Null and Cole were fighting. Cole's plans aside, things are about to become really dangerous in this universe. Will Cole be able to achieve his goal and get the core? Or will Nu above all settle things before then and destroy him? No matter which way things go, it's sure to be exciting. 99, Chapter 98. You can't play with him, or even Asgard for that matter. They are far more powerful than you think," said Natasha as she watches Fury. "So what must we do to survive? Leave our life and death in the hands of them?" Fury questioned. "It's worked for hundreds of years, so why not just continue doing so?" she asked back. "Because we know better now. We had no idea aliens were out there claiming Earth as their own. Now we know we should at least make sure we can protect ourselves." Fury shouted in anger as he slammed his hands on the table and glares at Natasha with his one good eye. The glare did nothing to intimidate Natasha as she continued. "I understand what you're saying. All I'm telling you to do is not to think of Cole as an enemy. I have no problem with you wanting security against Asgard, Cole, or anyone else who wants to come to Earth, but remember Earth has remained safe because of him, and there are beings out in the universe that only leave Earth alone because Cole claims it," Natasha says seriously. "Fury, you have no idea how insignificant our power is in the grand scheme of things," says Natasha. "So what? Are you just going to go and become one of his followers now?" asked Fury. Hearing this, Natasha's eyes narrowed as she stared at Fury. "You speak as if you are surprised. You already knew what would happen when you told me to try," says Natasha as her voice turns cold. Hearing her, Fury stayed silent, but he regretted it now. Telling her to try to wield the scimitar of world-ending poison was not the best idea he has ever had. Now Natasha was going to leave and he was going to lose a very important asset. Fine then leave, but tell me what did you see that changed you so much? Says Fury. Hearing this her body shook, and her eyes seemed dim. It wasn't so much so what I saw, but what I felt. Fury, I'll give you some advice. It may seem that their powers can be understood but they can't be, it is not until you really have the strength that you understand how weak you really are. Natasha says as she turns and walks out of the tent leaving Fury standing alone. Damn it! He shouted watching her disappear from sight. What neither of the two noticed was that there was another person in the room while they had their conversation. Alice stood in the corner looking at Fury and Natasha, who couldn't even find her with her new power as Alice watched things play out. Things ended up far differently than I expected. She didn't seem like the type to take that course of action. Now I really am interested in what she felt. Says Alice as her smile grows wider. Between the bald man and Thor there should be enough entertainment for the time. I just know something even more interesting is going to happen soon. Alice says as she disappears. Natasha on the other hand had left the shield camp and was now standing alone seemingly waiting for something. It wasn't long after a portal opened up in front of her and she walked through without hesitation. As she disappeared the portal slowly began to shrink. Princess, it seems you are having fun as always, seems things are about to become chaotic. A voice sounded from the other side of the portal as it finally shuts. On the other side of the portal was a completely dark space, and Natasha could be seen standing there on her own. She stood there silently, but the longer she did the more it seemed that something wasn't right, when suddenly the room started moving. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. The move didn't last long as a huge black scaly snake-like head appeared before Natasha watching her with interest. Do you know who I am? The snake-like beast asked. Yes. She responded quickly, seemingly not shocked by the creature's sudden appearance. That's good, you're the first to have made it here. When the master had made those weapons I never thought that anyone would become worthy of my blood, but it seems I was wrong even if it's just one. I am A Klee, the creature of darkness and chaos. I will give you a drop of my blood. If you accept, you will no longer be Natasha, a human, you will leave your past behind and become something new. You will be Daria, a child mine. A Klee said as he watched Natasha. I accept. She answered almost immediately. Getting her answer, A Klee opened his mouth as he bit his tongue, causing a drop of blood to come out. With the size of one of A Klee heads, which is far bigger than Natasha's whole body, one could imagine how big the drop of blood was as it dropped and covered Natasha completely and managed to somehow not slash about but keep whole. Natasha was now floating in the middle of the drop of blood, looking as small as an ant. 100, Chapter 99. Asgard. Loki, the son of Odin, was perhaps his most disappointing and also the most dangerous of his children depending on what version you meet, but the current Loki was weak and easily corrupted and controlled by Cole with some simple mind games. Now he was ready to carry out a plan he didn't even know would do him no good. After all, Odin wasn't sick and dying, and even though he couldn't find any traces of Cole's influence on Loki, he could still see the actions of Loki. And he allowed them to be so. As Loki left Asgard to go to Earth, he did nothing and continued sitting on his throne as if nothing happened. Maybe Hela really is the only choice, he said without opening his eyes, having no intention of interfering in what was to come. Maybe he really didn't think Loki could kill Thor, or he just didn't care, but Odin, the king of Asgard, left things to develop in any way they could. It didn't take long for Loki to arrive on Earth, arriving a distance away from where Thor was with the shield camp. As he looked at the camp, his eyes shined as a black liquid split from his body, forming a completely black monster with long teeth. Anyone with knowledge of symbiotes could see this was one. It was the first symbiote created by Cole, that he had sent to Loki for him to use in his mission. The symbiote was powerful as expected, but bonded differently and acted differently than the symbiote Null had made. Zarin, the first symbiote made by Cole, bonded to the life force of its target, and once bonded couldn't be separated until death unless done by Cole. The symbiote also no longer had its weakness to fire and high-pitched sounds as they had before, caused by the forging of All Black by Null. Another ability of Zarin was the ability to leave its host and fight on its own, displaying great power. As long as the connection between the host and symbiote was broken, the symbiote could operate normally out of the host body for a long period of time before having to return. As for other abilities, Zarin had many that he would showcase in the coming attack on the shield base. Zarin stood next to Loki looking at the camp in the distance. He jumped into the air heading straight for the camp with no hesitation as Loki stayed where he was planning to watch the upcoming action. Zarin blasted through the air, arriving over the camp quickly, as he quickly began to lose altitude. Boom! He dropped into the center of the camp, creating a dust cloud. He didn't hide his entrance so soon. Alarms sounded from all around, as agents surrounded the area quickly, aiming their guns at the dust cloud that was settling quickly. Roar! Zarin let out a roar of excitement, clearly happy with taking action for the first time since his creation. He looked at the humans surrounding him, and his mouth filled with long teeth opened as he spoke. Hand over the Asgardian god, and your deaths will be quick. His voice distorted as he spoke, increasing the mental pressure on the agents. Fire! The command came suddenly and none of the agents really knew who said it, but it only took one agent to shoot as the others fired as well. Boom! 200. 200 shots impacted Zaren's body from all sides as he stood there completely still, and unbothered. But as soon as the last bullet hit his body he moved quickly, appearing in front of an unsuspecting agent he ran him through with his hand killing him instantly. Flicking his hand the body slid off dropping to the ground, and moving on his hands transformed into knives stabbing, slicing and decapitating the agents that were attacking him. From those trying to engage in hand-to-hand combat to those keeping back and shooting even those fleeing, Zaren killed them all once they were within range of his attacks. Blood flowed covering the ground of the camp as the agents died quickly unable to put up any form of resistance. Command tent. Fury was currently with Thor watching a video playing in front of them of Zaren attacking and killing in the camp. Do you know what that is? Asked Fury seriously. No, but it clearly here for me. I'll go see if it will leave peacefully after capturing me. Says Thor as he turns and walks away. Fury said nothing but continued to watch the screen. The scientist and other really important members were already being evacuated. What those agents were doing was simply buying time with their lives. If Fury would escape when things got too bad would be left to be seen, but for now, he continued watching the screen as Thor appeared and Zaren stopped his killing spree to face him. 101, Unnamed. Hey readers, this is the author. As you may have noticed I haven't posted in the past week, and unfortunately that was because I was sick yet again. It seems to be very frequent lately, and as I am feeling better I will be heading to the doctor, after which I will resume updates. It should be no later than Wednesday. 102, Chapter 100. Sorry for the long delay but I'm back. And yes I know it was later than I said but I was told I needed more rest, so regular updates will resume now. I hope you guys will read the book still after the little break. Also, I will be doing the fanfic to be voted on. Underscore 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 un. Thor, for all his shortcomings, was someone who faced problems head-on, and watching the people killed because of him, he couldn't stand still and do nothing. So he walked out of the tent and faced Zaren, who was wreaking havoc in the camp, and as he did Zaren turned to him, his mouth morphed into a deranged smile filled with bloodlust. Looking what we have here, a little god without his powers. What are you going to do, beg for their lives? Zaren asked, his voice filled with amusement. Thor looked at him and responded without any delay. That's right, I'll ask you to spare them. I'm already here before you. What's the point of continuity to kill them when they mean nothing to you? Asked Thor, looking at Zaren without the slightest hint of fear. With Loki. While Zaren and Thor spoke, Loki appeared in the camp completely hidden from sight as he followed along with the escaping scientists who were already aboard a jet and leaving the area. Where are we going? All the results from the fest we conducted are in the camp. You could have gotten them before we left. An old scientist said, clearly angry. Mr. Haynes, your life is far more important than the results of the experiment, and there are even more things to do research on, even more mysterious than the hammer of Thor. Said the SHIELD agent in the jet with scientists. Haynes was about to scold the agent when he heard what he said about the results, but hearing there was something more mysterious to research, his anger disappeared, replaced with interest. More interesting? Is it one of the weapons Cole sent to Earth? He questioned. No, it may be even more powerful than them. We don't know much about it, but its energy signature is much stronger than anything we have ever seen. The agent responded. Good. Good, take me there. Haynes demanded. Sir, we are already en route. The director has already planned to transfer all our intellectual manpower to it. Says the agent. Hearing this, the old man and the other scientists with him showed an expression of shock on their faces. SHIELD putting all its intellectual manpower on one project was indeed a lot. But this information just made Haynes more interested in what the thing was he was going to research. What does Fury think this thing has the power to fight against Cole? Haynes asked the agent. I don't know. The agent responded simply, as the conversation came to an end. But they didn't know that as they spoke, Loki was listening to them with great interest. These humans, even if they had all 5 of the gems, couldn't do much to the master. What could they possibly wish to accomplish with one? Making it worse, they have no idea what they have. It would be of better use in the hands of the master, thinks Loki. With Zaren. Whole Loki left the area. Zaren was still speaking to Thor, and Fury had also left silently, leaving the agents to their death, with everyone present being unaware except Zaren. Keek keek. You really thought you were the target? You have nothing of worth now. Why would we waste our time on you? Zaren asked. We? Asked Thor. But Zaren simply smiled. I time to finish this up. It's a bit of a lot down. I can't eat this Asgardian. After all, when it's all said and done, he is still Odin's son, thinks Zaren. Coming from his thoughts, Zaren looked at the remaining agents and disappeared in place. Everyone present was unable to follow his movements as the agents fell dead on the ground one after the other as Thor watched. As he watched, the guilt and rage build up inside him. As Thor watched the last agent drop to the ground, he shouted. Enough. Boom. The sky instantly turned dark as lightning flashed and crashed down on Thor as his hammer seemed down from the sky into the bolt of lightning. This lightning had managed to attract Zaren's attention, but he didn't act to stop it. As Zaren watched, the smile on his face became wider as he could feel the power coming from Thor. It didn't long for the sky to clear and the lightning to disappear and reveal Thor in his Asgardian armor. Serpent Realm. In the Serpent Realm, Cole watched everything happening and knew that it wouldn't be long until the first infinite gem fell into his hands, and when it did he didn't know how much his strength would increase after he devoured it, but he was sure it would be a huge amount. Things are moving along nicely, and soon I will be the ruler of this universe, says Cole as he sat on his throne. 103, Chapter 101. In a destroyed camp surrounded by trees, the ground was littered with dead bodies, as their blood dyed the earth red. But prepare even more surprising was the monster standing among the wreckage with a man covered in armor kneeling in front of him with a cracked hammer held firmly in his hand. It really is a shame I can eat you today, but who knows, maybe one we may meet again, and I promise you that you won't get away this easily, says Zaren as his tongue locks the blood dripping from Thor's head. Ah! Your royal blood really is delicious, if only. Zaren stops his sentence as he proceeds to walk past Thor, who was in complete shock and unable to respond to Zaren's actions. It seems it's time to join back with Loki. I wonder if he completed his part, or is there another chance for more blood? Zaren questioned as the possibility seemed to excite him if his large toothy gain was anything to go by. I should hurry, can't let Loki have all the fun, Zaren said as he leaps into the sky, speeding off in the direction he felt Loki's presence. With Loki. Loki had stayed hidden during the entire flight, just listening to the scientist and agents talk about such he deemed to be unimportant, and it didn't take long for the jet to land in the base, and that was all Loki needed. Since Cole had taken an interest in Loki's life and planned to use him as his Infinity Gems collector, Cole had not only provided Loki with a new symbiote but also increased his abilities, mainly when it came to controlling and manipulating other people's minds and actions. This was very easy for Cole since his own Chinook abilities were boosted by devouring Ego the living planet. But even without the increase from Cole, it wasn't hard for Loki to control the mind of a single human, and that was exactly what he was going to do. Loki floated into the air, quickly floating in the middle of the entire shield base, but none of the sensors or guards could see him. Wasting no time, Loki closed his eyes as a wave of Chinook energy washed over the entire base. This wave relayed everything happening in the base back to Loki's mind, and he looked over everything until he found what he was looking for. This human seems to have the clearance to access the Tesseract, as they call it. Poor humans don't even realize they have one of the Infinity Gems in their possession, says Loki. His disgust for humans is clear for all to see. The Chinook wave sent out by Loki quickly converged on the target Loki selected, a middle-aged man. The Chinook energy quickly and forcefully drilled into the man's head, quickly changing his thoughts to align with Loki's purpose. The whole process didn't last even a minute. And after it was done, the man didn't seem any different as he continued on his way and soon got into an elevator. While the man made his way to the Tesseract, Loki was watching over the whole process, making sure nothing unexpected happened. As he did, a figure arrived at his side. Loki, why haven't you gotten the gem as yet? You could easily force your way into the place and take it, says Zaren. A few extra minutes changes nothing in our plans, so there is no need to create a big commotion or mess when things could be done much cleaner, says Loki while not taking his eyes off the base below. TCH. Zaren was clearly not accepting of Loki's method, but he stayed put and didn't interfere with it. In the base, the middle-aged man had already arrived at the area where the Tesseract was held, but nobody in the base was aware, as Loki had altered all the cameras he had passed. He was currently entering a room, and as he did, the only thing in front of him was a completely black box. The black box was where the Tesseract was held when tests weren't being done, and the man stepped into the room and grabbed the box. Beep! An extremely loud alarm went off throughout the whole base, as everyone sprung into action, rushing to the room where the Tesseract was held. In the sky above the base, both Loki and Zaren looked on as this happened. Well, so much for clean, said Zaren. He didn't know about the alarm when I searched his mind, but it doesn't matter, said Loki. As Loki spoke, the man in the base kept moving forward, heading towards the exit to meet up with Loki, while agents rushed past him like he wasn't there at all. Clearly, Loki was hiding him so he could escape unseen. 104, Chapter 102. With Loki's help, the middle-aged man escaped the base safely, as he continued to run to the location of Loki and Zaren. Things happened as I expected. If we followed your plan, the area would be filled with blood and dead bodies now, says Loki as he and Zaren slowly fell to the ground. My plan would have been quicker, and who cares if they die? Hearing this, Loki turned to look at Zaren and smiled. It seems you really don't know, this planet is under the protection of the Serpent Realm, and these humans could be said to be descendants of Gaia, the Queen of the Serpent Realm, said Loki. You knew and didn't say anything. Do you think Master will be angry I killed those humans before? Zaren asked, clearly worried. I wouldn't worry. If he didn't want anyone to die, Master would have said something when he gave us the mission. After all, he knows your personality. As they spoke, the two finally touched down in the middle of the camp, still covered by Loki's illusion. It didn't take long for the man to bring the Tesseract in a daze. Clearly he wasn't himself. He quickly handed it over to Loki. So this is the Space Stone, says Loki looking at the Tesseract. It feels powerful. If it wasn't the fear of Master, maybe the thought of keeping it would have appeared in my mind. This power really is tempting, says Loki. I thought you were smart, Loki. Even if the Master was out of the equation, you keeping this thing would be a foolish thought. Your body can handle its power and you aren't strong enough to protect yourself from the kind of people who would want this gem, says Zarin. Hearing this, Loki turned and looked at Zarin. That's probably the smartest thing I've heard you say since we meet. Smart? It's just the truth. Some things are just out of the range of beings with our strength, says Zarin. That's true. So what are you going to do with this guy? Zarin asked, pointing to the man who brought them the Tesseract. By now they have realized he is missing, so even if they don't have any proof, he would now be the suspect in the theft of the Tesseract, so they will be looking for him. It has nothing to do with us, they can do whatever they want to him, says Loki as he slowly floats off the ground, soon followed by Zarin. As they do, the illusion covering the man disappeared and the daze he was in also vanished. Hey, where am I? He questioned. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was covered in bright lights from all sides as footsteps sounded coming closer and closer. He stood there unable to understand what was happening, as the agents of the base quickly surrounded him and captured him, not answering his questions as they dragged him away. With Loki and Zarin, they had long since left the area and were now on a mountaintop far away from the base. They were just it. So are we going after the Time Stone now? Zarin asked. No, the Master only asked for the Space Gem. Since the Master has no intention of getting them himself, I guess we need to leave the Time Gem for the person that collecting them to come to Earth, says Loki. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Nothing, I guess. After sending this gem to Master, if he does not give any more missions, I guess we can do what we want, says Loki. Fine, I'll contact Master, says Zarin as he used the connection between him and Cole to speak to him. Master, the mission is completed, the Space Stone is in hand, says Zarin. This connection was something Cole had strengthened when he created Zarin, giving him the ability to contact him from great distances. Even though all the symbiotes created by Cole would have a connection with him, this would probably be the only one that was this strong. The others would only be so Cole could influence and control them from anywhere. Good job, Zarin, you completed the mission much faster than I thought you would, says Cole as his voice echoes in Zarin's head. I'll send you a location, go there and then contact me again, says Cole. Let's go. Zarin turned to Loki and said as he flew into the distance, and Loki soon followed after him. At their speed, it didn't take long to reach where Cole had said. They had arrived on another mountaintop with a statue of a serpent. It wasn't large or even that good looking. Put the Tesseract in its mouth. Cole's voice echoed in Zarin's head, giving him instructions as he quickly followed them, putting the Tesseract in the mouth of the serpent. Soon after, it disappeared. This was actually one of many teleportations point on Earth. It could fake you to the Serpent Realm or to the underworld. They were created for the weaker members that didn't have the power to enter and leave the realms at will. Of course, there were safety measures in place to make sure not just anyone could use it, and even some who used it could only access the underworld. 105, Chapter 103. Serpent Realm. Cole as usual was sitting on his throne as he relaxed and observed the universe from his throne, keeping track of things happening, making sure things didn't go in a direction that would affect his plans. But, if one looked closely, one could see a speck of anticipation and excitement in the eyes of Cole, even if it didn't show anywhere else. The Space Gem, I wonder what will happen when I devour it. Cole thinks to himself as a cube appears before floating in the air. Just sitting there, Cole could feel the power contained in the cube, and he smiled. He had long since passed the point where the Infinity Gems could be of any help to him if he used them as Thanos did. The best choice could make was to devour them one by one, using them to enhance certain aspects of his powers. Therein comes the Space Gem. There is no doubt that Cole has developed his divinity for space to an extremely high level, but there are still certain things he can't do, like traveling to alternate universes or teleporting to anywhere in the universe with a single thought and more. But if he devoured the Space Gem, an artifact closely intertwined with the Marvel Universe itself, he would be able to do two things previously mentioned and many more. Cole stared at the Tesseract intently, then opened his palm slowly. Devour. He whispered as a dark vortex appeared and pulled in the Tesseract. Cole closed his eyes as he slowly felt the changes happening to him. Unlike the other times Cole devoured Hades and Null, Cole didn't feel any changes in his physical body. But the changes happening to his divine energy amount were obvious, and Cole could feel his understanding of space and his closeness to it increasing as the time went by. And slowly he was covered in a film of purple as the presence of Cole increased and decreased constantly. It was like he was there and he also wasn't. And as time went by, the feeling became stronger and stronger. The residents of the Serpent Realm could feel the fluctuations from Cole as they waited for the final result, even if they didn't know what Cole was doing. The whole process went by relatively peacefully compared to previous uses. The process lasted a whole month before finally, the fluctuations stabilized, and Cole opened his eyes. This is very different than what I felt before. It's as if I'm space itself, or is space me? Cole questioning his newfound power had left him with a very complicated feeling. But he also knew how to get his answers. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,216. Gacha tokens, 53. Race. Previous races have combined and have yet to be named: Elder God, Primordial Deity of the Abyss, Embodiment of Space. Divinities: Fear, Magic, Destruction, Death, Darkness. Abilities: All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Dark Elves Physiology, Frost Giant Physiology, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Delayed Fate, True Wanderer of the Omniverse, Divine Physiology. Living Abyss Manipulation, Symbiote Domination, Dark Energy Manipulation, Superhuman Durability, Immortality, Regenerative Healing Factor, Temporal Manipulation. The status didn't change much, but I lost my divinity for space and gained a new race, as an embodiment of space. All the evidence point to this being some kind of upgrade. I expected something like this. After all, I've been trying to do this all along, but my body couldn't handle it. But now I've done it with one of my divinities. The strange thing is I don't feel any stronger physically, yet what he failed to do because of inadequate physical strength was now accomplished, thought Cole. Maybe I've been going about it all wrong in the first place. Says Cole out loud as the information on the new race enters in mind. The embodiment of space. By absorbing an artifact with immense spatial energy and power, you have reached the stage of embodiment. You are space taken physical form, and as such you control it with your mere whims: teleportation, destroying, repairing, expanding and shrinking, etc. Whatever you want, space will follow your command and do as such. The only being who could hope to have better control over the space of the Marvel Universe would be someone who has reached the point of source. As Cole read it, he was very happy, but he didn't miss the important parts. Above the embodiment stage there was the source, and that itself was self-explanatory, and the other was the system. Made it a point to mention that I only had control over the space of the Marvel Universe. 106, Chapter 104. Cole was in a very good mood, seeing that his strength had increased once again, and he was sure he was one of the top 4 strongest in the Marvel Universe at present. Not that revelation would change much in the plans he had already made. Cole would still continue his mission to devour other powerful beings, to make sure his approaching fight with Toaa would be swift and be carried out without any sort of surprise. The only things that left Cole kind of confused now were: 1. He still could feel the existence of the core of this universe even after his recent increase in strength. 2. The system's special mention of his control of the Marvel Universe space. If only this system would respond when asked questions. Cole thought. The system does respond. Hearing the mechanical voice, Cole was surprised, as the system had always only answered his question when something big happened. Is it because I reached the embodiment stage? Cole questioned. It is. The system answered quickly. Hearing the system answering him again, Cole, still surprised, jumped right into what was bothering him. Why did the explanation given make a point of mentioning the Marvel Universe? As I explained before, powers used in one universe will not be able to be used in another when to travel in the future, but there are expecting to the rules. For example, the devouring ability, even if you want it to or not, will be with every new body you have. The only difference would be that it would be weaker than the devouring ability of your main body. Another is by becoming an embodiment or source. These are things that are samples in all universes, even if they may be called different names. You right now are an embodiment of the Marvel Universe's space, which is intertwined in the space of the vast Omniverse, so even though you won't be able to control space in other universes you travel to the same level as in the Marvel Universe, it wouldn't be long after you arrive in the said universe before you could. Cole, hearing this, nodded his head in understanding. The system explained it perfectly, so currently out of all the powers he has, only 2 of them could go with him when he travels to another universe in the future. What if I become a source? Asked Cole. Saying that is very easy, but doing it is something else. Even if you could find and devour a billion more of those space gems, you wouldn't even be 1 foot in the door of becoming a source. If you somehow managed to become a source, it would mean you have become the source of space not only for the Marvel Universe but the entire Omniverse. Do you understand how powerful you would be? It's that hard. Yes, and no. What do you mean? Asked Cole. In the beginning, the Omniverse was not as it was now. The source of space, death, destruction, and other concepts and elements had no consciousness. They stayed in the core of the Omniverse, endlessly creating their respective concepts, energies, etc. But over time things changed. They awakened their own consciousness and no longer stayed in the core. What they didn't realize was, even though logically they were the strongest in the Omniverse, there were still ways to kill them or take their powers. Not knowing them staying in the core was hiding their presence, making people who wanted them unable to find them. As they left, they were exposed and either killed or escaped or devoured. If you kill a source, its energy is transferred to you, and even though you won't become a source, you will have a leap in strength, and the Omniverse core would create another in the core one that had yet to awaken its consciousness. The beings that devoured a source would become the new source, and the Omniverse would not create another until the existing one died. The source that survived and escaped soon fully learned to control and use their power, making them almost impossible to harm, so they were safe. There can only be one source of any concept or energy etc. at a time, and with how powerful they are now after creating over an uncountable amount of years, it is impossible to kill them, but devouring them is still very much possible. So everything leads back to devouring, and you really told me I could stop using it? Says Cole. If after I explained the consequences of using devouring to you stopped using it, it only meant your will wasn't strong enough, and you weren't meant to go far. Ha 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 ha, of course, I will reach the top of the Omniverse, it's only a matter of time now. 107, Chapter 105. Time stands still for no man or even gods in the Marvel Universe. Time flew by as things had calmed down on Earth since the attack on the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Loki and Zarin had been silent, doing their own things, as Cole hadn't had any tasks for them since he contacted them one time after to contact a female woman named Jane Foster. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. was very upset with this, but what could they do? They didn't know where the enemy was or even what the Tesseract was, so how could they do anything to Loki? As for Thor, since getting his powers back, he had returned to Asgard with a new mindset, taking his responsibility seriously, and has even become far more powerful after being defeated by Zarin. S.H.I.E.L.D., even though they still monitored the weapons sent to Earth by Cole, had other things to deal with, and seeing Cole hadn't made a move in a long time, they had gradually stopped worrying about Cole too much, but of course, they couldn't fully stop worrying about him, as Alice, who was still on Earth, was a clear reminder of his existence. Alice had continued to enjoy herself with no one to bother her. She had not gotten in contact with Fury again and was still waiting for the moment he would be forced to call for her, begging to be made something better than human. The Ancient One was also rather busy as she began training her disciple, who had come to find her in hopes of healing his hands. While all this was happening on Earth in the universe, things were moving along nicely as Thanos continued his quest and would soon turn his attention to the Earth to collect the Time Stone, even if he was rather worried about the presence of Cole. But like all who rely on external power, Thanos was sure he could beat Cole once he had at least 2 of the Infinity Stones. Of course, this was just Thanos' wishful thinking, not knowing he was only playing into Cole's hands. Cole, on the other hand, had been busy, as he had devoured 2 more beings of great power, increasing his strength to an even greater degree. It did cause him for a moment to want to give up his plans and try killing the living tribunal now, but he soon realized even if he could, it would alert Toaa, and he surely still wasn't ready to deal with him. So after devouring the last 2 beings, Cole was about to continue his plans when he felt the side effects of devouring acting up greatly. Left with no choice, Cole stopped his plans and focused on suppressing the side effects. This brings us to the current time. Cole, having finally suppressed the side effects, quickly checked his status as he sat on his throne. Status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,216. Gacha tokens, 200. Race. Previous races have combined and have yet to be named: Elder God, Primordial Deity of the Abyss, Embodiment of Space and Hate, Cosmic Being. Divinities: Fear, Magic, Destruction, Death, Darkness. Abilities: All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation, Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Dark Elves Physiology, Frost Giant Physiology, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Delayed Fate, True Wanderer of the Omniverse, Divine Physiology. Living Abyss Manipulation, Symbiote Domination, Dark Energy Manipulation, Superhuman Durability, Immortality, Regenerative Healing Factor, Temporal Manipulation. Energy Absorption: he is able to absorb the life force from planets or stars. He is also able to absorb an entire domain. Energy Projection: used in with his energy absorption, even in a weak blast, is capable of destroying solar systems. Force Fields: he can erect near impenetrable energy shields. Levitation: he can traverse or glide through air and space using sheer willpower. Size Alteration: he can increase his size as long as he uses a proportional amount of energy. Molecular Restructuring: he can manipulate, reshape, and rearrange the molecular complexions of any organism, allowing him to rebuild or redesign things internally. Matter Transmutation: being a cosmic being, he can control matter in any object, which allows him to turn something tangible like lead into something intangible. Resurrection: he can raise the dead. Life Creation: he can create complex, sentient, biological, or biotechnical life forms seemingly from nothing, or at least using his control over molecules to do so. Soul Control and Manipulation: he can control and manipulate the souls and spirits of living beings at will. He uses this power to alter the memories and emotions of others. Recreation: being a cosmic being, Cole is able to recreate an entire planet including population, etc. in every detail. Power/ability bestowal: Cole can bestow fractions of his power to whoever he wants. interdimensional and intradimensional portals, he can create wormholes between dimensions and within dimensions. Looking at the new status, it was clear the being Kull had devoured were Galactus and Sire Hate. 108, Chapter 106. Sire Hate and Galactus weren't even in the top 5 of the beings Kull originally wanted to devour, but, as they were the easiest to find, they got the short end of the stick and were devoured by Kull. One might ask why devour Galactus if Kull wasn't trying to gain Toaa attention. But, coupled with his ability out of sight out of mind, and the fact that Toaa was currently trying to refine the core while fighting back its other half, it didn't have the slightest time to notice the demise of Galactus before. Of course, Toaa would feel something wrong, but he couldn't check it out at the moment. After all, whatever happened didn't matter. As long as he could refine the core, he could fix whatever it was after he had full control of the Marvel Universe again. Kull knew this as the system since he became an embodiment was answering his questions more often now. So after knowing this information, he devoured Galactus, and then Sire Hate, which caused him to have a very large increase in power, but it didn't matter much as he made Bo move after. Time passed and it was already time for another Marcel movie to play out as Kull watched on. On Earth, the Ancient One had accepted a disciple for some time now. As she was nearing her end, the fact Kull had interfered with her connection that was keeping her alive didn't help. Now she had trained her disciple for a far shorter time than she did in the Marvel movie. Kull, of course, saw this and knew Dormammu would take her death as a chance to invade Earth. But that was exactly what Kull wanted, and when Dormammu appeared, Kull would defeat him and devour him, increasing his strength once again. As for Doctor Strange, Kull had no thoughts on whether he would be able to defeat Dormammu or not. If he did, he did. If he didn't, he would suffer the consequences. But even though that time was quickly approaching, it wasn't time yet. The Ancient One wasn't dead yet, and since she was still alive, no matter how weak, Dormammu wouldn't come to Earth. As for the Ancient One and her disciple, they were currently having their final conversation as student and teacher. Strange, you mustn't anger the Serpent Realm. You don't have the power to fight against them. They have protected this world for thousands of years, but as you can see from my current situation, they can also take action against us. The Ancient One spoke slowly as she lay on a bed, her face wrinkled, and her breath was weak as she seemed to age by the minute. Hearing this, Strange next to her had a grim expression on his face. Is there really nothing that can be done about your situation? He questioned. No, I have lived longer than I was meant to anyway. My life was good, I have no regrets. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid, said the Ancient One. It was clear that she was worried. And her worry was needed. She didn't say, but she had seen in the many possible futures, instances where Strange had made some decisions concerning the Serpent Realm that lead to his death. Even though they were in the minority, the chance still existed. But even with all this, the futures that Strange turned out to be a great protector of Earth were still great, and the future showed Strange was still her only choice as the next Sorcerer Supreme. I won't do anything foolish, you don't have to worry, I am not as arrogant as I was before, Strange answered. Good. A silence enveloped the room, but it didn't last long as it was quickly broken as a playful voice echoed in their ears. You don't have to die, you know. Strange was quick to react as eldritch magic caused orange sparks on his hands as he looked around the room. Alice, what do you want? The Ancient One asked. Ha 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 ha, I just want to give you a way out. After all, I can feel you're dear from here, she said as she appeared in the room next to the bed the Ancient One was currently on, not sparing Strange a glance. Strange, seeing the interaction between the two, stayed silent and stopped his magic. Of course I'm afraid, but I won't accept your help. I guess you want me to become a follower of your father, right? Of course, father is always looking for powerful subordinates. With how far you reached as a human, just imagine what would happen if you were reborn as a devil or better yet a god, said Alice. I'd rather not. If I did, I probably won't want to die. This is my destiny, she said, struggling as she closes her eyes, falling into eternal sleep. She could have survived a few more hours, but she stopped holding on. It seems she didn't want to have time to think about my offer, says Alice as she turns and was about to leave. 109, Chapter 107. Wait! Strange shouted as Alice stopped and faced him. Hey, I'm pretty sure I heard her tell you not to do anything stupid, so why did you stop me? Alice asked. If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving. It's best you spend your time preparing for the upcoming vision of Dormammu than mourning the dead. After saying this, Alice simply turned and disappeared, leaving Strange alone. Strange stood alone in the room, unable to do anything as Alice left, but as she said, he knew he didn't have time to mourn his fallen master, and even if he knew Kull would not watch the Earth be destroyed, he still needed to take action. His pride would never allow him to simply wait for Kull to take action. So left with no other choice, Strange left the room, going to make whatever preparations he needed to make before his time was up. As these things were happening on Earth, Kull and Dormammu had felt the passing of the Ancient One. Kull had already expected this and was not surprised by her death, and stayed on his throne looking at Earth, waiting for his next target to appear. Dormammu had also known the Ancient One was on her last legs. After all, she was living by stealing from his dimension, and her death made him very happy. Once he felt it, he was on the move, getting ready to invade Earth. Of course, Dormammu knew Earth was under the protection of Cole, but so what? The last thing he heard Cole doing was fighting Zeus, and even though Zeus was strong he wouldn't give Dormammu much trouble, so Dormammu wasn't afraid of Cole based on the information he had about his strength. But little did he know that information was far outdated and would lead to his death, but even if he had somehow heard of Cole killing Null, would he have believed it? Or would he even care? After all, saying who is stronger between Null and Dormammu would be hard, but he didn't and wouldn't be able to think that Cole could devour his opponents adding them to his strength. So no matter how things would or could have gone, Dormammu would end up dead and being devoured by Cole, one could even say that it could be his destiny. Serpent Realm. You're going to help them, right? Gia questioned her husband as he sat beside him. Of course, no matter how little they have a piece of you in them, for that alone they deserve my help. Cole answered without hesitation. So is that why you declared it under your protection all those years ago? She asked, clearly curious. It was one of the reasons, the other was as you've seen already 3 of the Infinity Stones appeared on this one planet. You should know that in itself isn't exactly normal. Says Cole. It isn't. It seems planned. I guess you could say that but would say it differently. Says Cole, his gaze still fixed on Earth. Oh, what would you call it? Gia asked while she played with Cole's hair. I would call it destiny. Yes, it was the destiny of that planet, or maybe its people to have those stones. Says Cole. Destiny. Gia said as she fell silent and her hands stopped in Cole's hair. The room filled with silence as a solemn atmosphere formed. Are you sure you want to get involved in this if destiny is involved? Gia questioned, clearly worried. I have no choice now, some actions I've taken have already passed the bottom line of what is allowed. Now we only have one choice, and that's to keep going against the destiny of this universe, otherwise we will die when Toaa is finished dealing with his business and has time to really notice my presence. Says Cole without a change in expression. Well, we have no choice, since they will see our family as a threat. They don't need to live now, do they? Gia said, her voice cold and filled with killing intent. Sensing the change in his wife, Cole smiled and finally shifted his gaze from the earth to her. He scooped her up into his arms and smiled. You're right, there is no need for them to live anymore, but I'll deal with it. You calm down. Says Cole. Gia, hearing his words, gradually calmed down and returned to normal. What about Alice? She's still on Earth and you know how much she likes trouble. I've already sent her brother to look after her. She won't be in any danger. The time for her little adventure to end is coming anyway. After this she will return home and continue her training. Says Cole. Things are starting. Says Cole as he returns his gaze to the earth. 110. Notice. Sorry for the long disappearance, but it was unavoidable lately. Things have been out of control, from my eyes swelling up to almost losing my job. I've been pretty much fully occupied, unable to focus on anything else, but it seems things are starting to return to normal, so I've returned to canteen writing, but because I am not up to date I'll use the rest of this week to read the novel so I can start writing new chapters. Once again sorry for the disappearance, hopefully chapter will be out starting next week. 111, Update. Hey readers, it's been a while. And that's my fault. I won't give any excuses as I've made you all wait for a long time, but good news is I will be start back to write full-time starting next week. And I've even made a timetable for the release of the fanfics I would be doing. Monday, becoming the strongest in the shinobi world, 2 chapters. Tuesday, a new god in Marvel, 2 chapters. Wednesday, in Marvel, the soon-to-be heavenly demon. Thursday, the true original family. Friday, an angel in the multiverse, starting in Twilight/The Pope and the Crow, a Soul Land fanfic. I haven't decided on this as yet. For those wondering about One Piece, Shadow Lord, it will happen. It's just a lot of great stuff is happening in One Piece right now, and I want to wait a while before I start writing a fanfic about it. A new Lord of the West, I am thinking of doing it on weekends. I thank you all for your support and see you all next week. 112, Chapter 108. Things on Earth were becoming less and less normal. 2 of the 3 sanctums had already been destroyed, with the betrayal of Caecilius. Strange was left completely unprepared for this result and was unable to stop it. So with the destruction of the sanctums, Dormammu's plans were moving along nicely, as the dark dimension would be able to be fused with Earth. It was clear to all parties that the final battle was approaching quickly, and even the ordinary people of Earth could feel something was about to happen, and the overall mode of the inhabitants of the planet was one of fear. Currently, there were only 2 people on Earth that looked forward to the coming events. Alice and Kairos, the children of Cole, are currently on Earth waiting for the events to begin, as they were already informed of everything by Cole, and Kairos was here to keep his sister out of trouble. Hey, Kai, I heard Dormammu is supposed to be very powerful. How long do you think the fight between him and father would take? How many planets do you think will be destroyed? How many lives do you think will be lost? Alice questioned happily. I don't know, from what mother told me father and Dormammu are no longer on the same level, so once father takes action things should be dealt with quickly and with the least amount of damage. Says Kairos. So he's weak, and here I thought I would finally get to see father's true form. Alice says upset. But as Kairos hears her his body shivers as if remembering a terrifying experience, but it was only for a second as he quickly composed himself. Father's true form is beyond words, Dormammu shouldn't be able to make father go that far. Says Kairos. That's why I said he's weak, maybe even Ion and the other would beat him. Says Alice. Dormammu has a major weakness when it comes to time, Ion would beat him no doubt, as for the other I'm not sure, and you shouldn't call some you can't defeat weak Alice, you are only insulting yourself. Says Kairos. You really are no fun, I would have much rather if father sent Gears, at least he pretends to have a sense of humor. Alice complains. Fine, I'll tell you a joke, when you return father plans to finally carry out your in-depth divinity training. Says Kairos. Alice's expression became serious as all the previous playfulness disappeared. Hearing his sister's sudden silence, Kairos smiled and turned to look at her. I wish you the best of luck, but now is not the time to be sad, things are starting. Says Kairos as he looks into the distance. As Alice and Kairos looked into the distance, their vision traversed hundreds of miles as they looked at the earth shifting and breaking apart as the master of mystic arts carry out their battle. A mirror dimension. Kairos says. The fight is boring. Alice commented. Indeed. Kairos agreed. Even though they both called the fight boring, they kept observing as the combatants fought throughout the city with Strange and his allies still not stopping the traitors as they got away. Dormammu will descend soon. Kairos says. They will surely be killed if father doesn't interfere. Says Alice. Serpent Realm. Honey, aren't you going to Earth to deal with Dormammu? Asked Gia as she sat on Cole's lap on his throne as they observed the situation on Earth. I am, but this Dormammu was overestimated by me, the humans will be able to save their planet themselves. Says Cole. Even though she died earlier, it's playing out the same as in the movies, ID Destiny correcting things. Cole questioned. Dormammu is weak, I will devour him easily, but let the humans save themselves first, then I'll act. Says Cole. Okay. Dormammu turned out to be much weaker than Cole was expecting, but it didn't matter, Cole would still continue with his plans to devour him, maybe if it was before Cole devoured Ego and Null and the others. Then maybe the current Dormammu would be a person Cole took seriously, but now he isn't. Cole power had increased to a new height, leaving Dormammu far behind. He was sure he could easily subdue Dormammu and devour him, and the hardest part of it would be not getting bored. As they continued to observe the happenings on Earth, Strange finally managed to defeat the traitors and headed to the Dark Dimension, and as Cole saw this, he lifted Gia from his lap and stood up. It's time for me to go, I'll be back soon. He said, resting her on the throne. Be careful, I'll wait for you right here. It won't take long. Says Cole as he disappears, heading to Earth with his real body for the first time in years. 113, Chapter 109. Dark Dimension. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange appeared as he looked around at the strange environment. Fragments of what seemed to be planets were everywhere, as he stood on a floating rock. It was long after a giant face with purple eyes appeared as a beam shot towards Strange. He formed a shield to protect himself, but it was easily destroyed and he was killed. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange appeared again as if nothing happened. An illusion? Dormammu questioned. No, this is real. Strange answered quickly with hesitation. Good. Sword formed beneath Strange's feet and impaled him, killing him once again. His body disappeared as a familiar sentence was heard again. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange appeared once again unhurt. Die! Dormammu screamed as he slams down on Strange, crushing him to death, but once again a sentence was heard. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange appeared again unhurt, and the cycle continued for an uncountable amount of time. Dormammu killed Strange, and Strange appeared once again unhurt. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange appeared once again, breathing heavily. Clearly this was tiring. We are stuck at this moment, destined to repeat it again and again for eternity. Strange says. You won't win. Dormammu says, clearly frustrated. But I can keep losing, I can lose again and again. Says Strange with conviction. Ah! Dormammu screamed as the cycle started again. Dormammu continued killing Strange as he appeared every time in a different way until he had run out of ways and was repeating them. Release me! Dormammu shouted at the newly appeared Strange. Strange was currently on the ground when he heard Dormammu. He struggled to his feet. Stop your invasion of my world and sealed the way here, you are not to return again. Says Strange. Dormammu was silent. Clearly, he was thinking of doing it. As Dormammu was about to answer, a voice interrupted him. I must say, the once proud Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, reduced to this by such a simple trick is funny. The voice contained endless ridicule, clearly not caring if he offended the ruler of the Dark Dimension. The voice shocked the two as they looked at the source. There floated Cole wearing his armor and a glaive in his hand. Who are you? Dormammu questioned. But Cole paid him no mind, he turned to look at Strange. Boy, I believe the old woman must have told you about me. I am Kull, ruler of the Serpent Realm. Says Kull. Kull? A foolish Asgardian, after beating Zeus, do you think yourself powerful? Dormammu questioned. Zeus? That was years ago, and I never looked at Zeus as an opponent. At most he was but a bug that I killed with ease, much like you, the only difference being you are slightly bigger. Says Kull. And I don't like being interrupted. Says Kull as he waved his hand in Dormammu's direction, and he was quickly covered in a purple hue and his movements stopped. Now, how about you and I bargain? Says Kull as he looks at Strange. What do you want? Strange? Questioned as he stepped back. He wasn't afraid of Dormammu, but Kull was another matter altogether. His body was screaming at him not to move, and the thought of playing dead even appeared in his mind. No need to be afraid, I just want the gem. Says Kull. I'm sorry, but that is impossible. Strange, against his brain screaming for him to agree, refused Kull. I see you are as stubborn as the old woman, but remember this: the only reason you all have kept the gem is that I didn't need it. When I do need it, there will no longer be the opportunity to bargain. I will take it. Says Kull as he waved his hand and space collapsed and Strange disappeared. Now Strange was gone. Kull was alone with Dormammu. You know, I've come to realize something. The being with little power like you, Zeus, the old woman, and this Strange all seem to think too highly of yourselves while thinking lowly of me, but it doesn't matter, you all will be dead as I continue on my quest to become stronger. Says Kull looking at Dormammu. Anyways, you have the honor of becoming a small part of my journey to the top, so become my power. Says Kull. Devour. Kull shouted as his body becomes bigger as he opens his mouth, and completely as a black gas erupts and consumes Dormammu and returns to Kull. I wonder how much stronger I'll be after this is finished. Kull questioned as he felt the power starting to merge with him. 114, Chapter 110. It didn't take long, only a few minutes, and the power of Dormammu had completely become Kull's. Truth be told, he wasn't that much weaker than Null, but his power doesn't seem to have made me as powerful as I expected. Says Kull as he floats in the dark dimension while checking out the condition of his body. My power is too great now, devouring more powerful beings won't do much good, along with the side effects of devouring it. Best I save it for the gems. Says Kull. Sigh, the years have been long, but the time is fast approaching, and the closer it gets the easier it is for things to go wrong. Just a few more months and things will be over. Kull says calmly as his eyes shined with ambition and longing. As he was focused on his thoughts and the upcoming final battle, a portal appeared behind him and two figures existed. Dad, why didn't you take the gem from him? That stupid trick wouldn't work on you, right? A cheerful voice echoed in his ears. And with it, a smile appeared as he turned to face his children. Alice, obviously father has his own plans. What the use in questioning him? His son asked. It's all right, I'll tell you both why I left him with the gems. You both should know of Thanos, right? Kull questioned. The fool who wants to destroy half the life in the universe? Alice asked, tilting her head. The Mad Titan? His son asked. Indeed, he is a fool and he is mad, but his goal would be achieved normally, but he has a clash of interests with me. You see, we both want the Infinity Stones, and only one of us can have it, and since he plans to find them, I plan to let him find the others, and when he steps foot on Earth for the Time Stone, I'll take everything he has and then take the Time Stone for myself. He will do all the heavy lifting and make all the sacrifices needed to get the stones, and Jay will take them in the end, says Kull. So how much longer, before everything is in place for your final phase to begin, father? Alice asked. Before the end of the year, there will be a new ruler of this universe. Says Kull. Underscore 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 on Earth. The events of the battle between Strange and Dormammu weren't deeply felt, as the people present didn't even remember it, but S.HEI.L.D remembers and takes it seriously. After losing one of his best agents to Kull, Fury had doubled down on completing his Avengers team, but things were proving to be far more complicated than he had imagined. Tony Stark, the playboy, hadn't joined the team, Thor had left Earth and hadn't returned, leaving his team currently with only one reluctance member in Dr. Banner, also known as the Hulk. Strange, after being expelled from the Dark Dimension by Kull, had returned to the remaining sanctum trying to learn more about the future and the power of the Time Gem. And while all of this was happening, no one knew Kull had already sent his people to take the other Infinity Gem on Earth apart from the Time Gem, while he and his children had already returned to the Serpent Realm. Serpent Realm. Kull was now sitting on his throne again, looking through the vastness of the universe until his eyes landed on Thanos in his ship traveling towards his final destination before heading to Earth. He's going for the Mind Gem, good things should happen in the correct time frame. Says Kull as he stopped observing Thanos and turned his attention to the Earth. It seems I'll be getting another gem soon. He said as he smiled. Status. Kull called out. Name, Kull Borson. Age, 15,216. Gacha tokens, 266. Race? Previous races have combined and have yet to be named: Elder God, Primordial Deity of the Abyss, Embodiment of Space and Hate, Cosmic Being. Divinities: Fear, Magic, Destruction, Death, Darkness. Abilities: All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Dark Elves Physiology, Frost Giant Physiology, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Delayed Fate, True Wanderer of the Omniverse, Divine Physiology. Living Abyss Manipulation, Symbiote Domination, Dark Energy Manipulation, Superhuman Durability, Immortality, Regenerative Healing Factor, Temporal Manipulation, Energy Absorption, Energy Projection, Force Fields, Levitation, Size Alteration, Molecular Restructuring, Matter Transmutation, Resurrection, Life Creation, Soul Control and Manipulation, Recreation, Power/Ability Bestowal, Interdimensional and Intradimensional Portals. Cole looked at his status, and even though he didn't gain any abilities from devouring Dormammu, many of his existing abilities were strengthened. 115, Chapter 111. On Earth. A portal opened and a similar figure stepped out and stood in the sky. Looking appeared and looked down. His gaze penetrated the house below as he focused on the woman inside the house. Jane Foster, host of the Ether. For whatever reason it hasn't been active yet, but this woman should be very lucky, seeing that if the Master hadn't killed all the Dark Elves her life would be in danger right now. Says Loki as he continues to observe the woman. It's a pity, I have no way to take that stone out of her without her dying in the process, but it has to be done. Either way, if it's not Master's will, she would die all the same when the Mad Titan comes to Earth. He says as he slowly descends to the ground and approaches the house. Loki quickly approached and knocked on the door and waited for a response. And it wasn't long before the door opened and Jane Foster appeared before Loki. Hello? She asked, looking closely at Loki, as she seemed to be thinking if she knew him. Hi, I am Loki. It's nice to meet you, but let's get to the point. You have something I want, and I'll be taking it, so just relax. Says Loki. As he spoke, Jane's expression changed from deep thought to fear quickly as she quickly tried to slam the door shut, but it was quickly stopped by Loki's hand. Now, don't be afraid. I just going to take something out of your body that will leave you dead, but I'll make sure you don't feel anything. Says Loki. He quickly waved his hand, and Jane fainted, falling to the ground, as Loki quickly walked into the house and closed the door. Let's get this over with quickly. Says Loki. Underscore 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 un. Serpent Realm. System, what are my chances of winning in the end if things go according to plans? Asked Cole. Cole asked this question knowing the system doesn't always answer, but he hoped he could get an answer this time. Host needs not worry, if things go according to your plans you will become the new ruler of this universe, but I must warn you the chances of things happening the way you want is closer to 0% than you would like. That really isn't unexpected. I made that plan thinking everyone involved would do what I want them to do like puppets, but they are real and powerful beings. It's expected that their actions would deviate from what I want. Says Cole. But your chances aren't completely zero, I must say, host. Even with my help, the fact that you are in the position to even consider taking a core of a universe when you are truthfully an infant, taking into consideration the average age of beings who are even close to your current position, you have every right to be proud of your current progress, as long as you understand you are still a bug to be stepped on by the truly powerful being in the Omniverse. Listening to the system, Cole smiled, hearing the system. I am proud, I've come a long way from where I started, I even have a family that I truly love, for that I am truly proud, and they are the reason I will continue on the road I'm walking until I become the ruler of the Omniverse. To ensure their safety I will do anything. Says Cole. The fact you can say that, then you really have changed. System, the reason you never answered my question earlier was that you didn't accept me, right? Cole asked. That's right. Are you ever going to tell me exactly what you are? Asked Cole. Knowing what I am now won't help you, wait until you have control over a few universes before I tell you. Fine, I'm looking forward to that time then. On Earth. While Cole and the system were having their talk, Loki was carrying out his mission and was almost finished extracting the ether from Jane. With this, things are moving towards the end, the final battle was fast approaching, and with it, things would change or they would remain the same. The universe would either have a new ruler or not, but one thing is for sure, either Cole or Toaa will be dead by the end of things. 116, Chapter 112. Time moves by quickly, and things were relatively peaceful as Cole made no movements after devouring Dormammu. Of course Jane Foster was dead and the Reality Stone had been devoured by Cole, increasing his power to an even higher level, so all that was left was for Thanos to bring the others to him. Serpent Realm. Huge planets floated about, each filled with unique life forms created by Kull and his creations, and in the middle of these planets an enormous palace floated on a continent. This was Kull's home, and he was currently standing on the roof of his place taking in everything in his realm. How many years has it been? Kull questioned aloud. It has been almost 16,000 years since then, my love. Jia's voice sounded as she appeared seemingly from the surrounding space itself. What's the matter, my love? Your emotions are in chaos. She said, her voice filled with worry and surprise as she walked up behind him and embraced him. You're surprised by this turn of events? Kull questioned as he continued looking at his creations. I am. All these years we have been together, it is the first time I've seen you this hesitant after making a decision. Jia says as she moves her hands from around Kull's chest and steps around, looking him in the eyes while grabbing his two hands. It would be weird if I wasn't hesitant with my actions now. There is no longer any going back once I take the final step. Says Kull. Isn't it too late for that, my love? From the moment you devoured the space gem, things were set with no way of changing them. Jia says. That's true, I've put our family in danger of being completely wiped from existence. Aren't you a bit upset with my decision? Kull asked. I'm not. Jia answered without hesitation. I know what your real motivations for your current actions are, Kull Borson, as much as you have tried not to believe it, but your motivation over the years has evolved. Jia says as she smiles. From a cold-hearted, ambitious, decisive, powerful young god, to what you have become now, you aren't the same person. You started with no responsibilities, now you have many. You started caring for no one, now you have a family. The weight on your shoulders now is more than you have ever carried in your life. Jia says as the smile on her face grew wider. The fact we have to have this conversation is proof enough that you have changed from who you were before. Your motivation is no longer just your ambition to become the strongest or rule the universe, it's also to protect your family, to give us true safety, which can alone be achieved when you are the strongest. So how could I be mad at what you are trying to do? Jia questioned. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Jia's question, Kull broke out in laughter. I really lucked out with you, didn't I? You did. Count your lucky stars, you have such an understanding and beautiful wife. Jia says with a smile. I count them every day. Kull responds as he leans forward and the two kiss. The kiss didn't last long, but it was enough as Kull stared into the eyes of his wife. What if I miscalculated? You didn't. What if the unexpected happens? You will handle it. What if I'm not strong enough? You are the strongest. What if I fail? You won't, because you can't afford to. The end result will be a victory for us and our expanding family. Jia says as she rubs her stomach. Another? Kull questioned. Yet. Kull looked at his pregnant wife and pulled her into his arms. As a god of fear, Kull had never allowed himself to fear anything. Even now with the looming battle against Toaa, he wasn't feeling fear, just hesitant if this was the best decision for his family. But the previous hesitancy was now gone. Since Jia knew why he had to do this, and supported his decision, it was fine. He would continue his plans even with the odds of things happening as he wants them to be being low. It really was too late to back out now anyway. It was all or nothing. Thanos was fast approaching Earth. He could feel it. He was only missing the space, time, and reality gems. He had everything else. Once he touched down on Earth, his life would be done and the final stage would begin. Well, my future queen of the universe, I promise you the position and the accompanying crown made from the body of the fallen ruler. Says Kull as a smile appears on his face. Well, I look forward to it. Jia responded, also smiling. 117, Chapter 113. Time waits for no man, and Thanos was now only 2 days away from landing on Earth, as some of his armies had arrived before him and attacked the Earth in an attempt to collect the remaining gems before the arrival of their master. Of course, this ended in failure. Even without the formation of the original Avengers, the Earth still had protectors that were in fact more powerful than the Avengers. The believer of Kull had taken care of most of the invaders after Kull had issued the order, exposing them to the modern world for the first time as they destroyed the invaders of the Earth in the name of their god. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., without the Avengers, they tried their best, but they suffered heavy losses with little contribution to destroying the invaders, as they were saved by Tony Stark and the Hulk. With the exposure of the believers of Kull, his name appeared more in the mouths of the humans on Earth, as his religion, which had always recruited in silence, had now been getting a large number of people seeking them out. Of course, most of these people were turned away, and a small amount taken in, as they took in those who had really started to believe in Kull, and the others looking for power were turned away. Of course, they could have been brainwashed or many other solutions, but they weren't. After all, Kull really wasn't in need of more believers or subordinates at the moment. With everything happening on Earth, the people were now very much aware of how fragile their life was and was looking for any way to protect themselves. The only person who was relatively the same was Nick Fury. This man, even now after the losses S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered, had not called out to Alice to use to offer she had given him. He still had hope and didn't want to bow his head and admit Alice was a god. Any other human on Earth currently with such an opportunity would use it immediately, but he didn't. Fury in some way thought of this decision as a win against Alice. But little did he know Alice had long since forgotten who he was. In the grand scheme of things Alice bothered to remember from her time on Earth, there was food and everything else she did for fun, but no fury. The forces mentioned took care of the invaders. But it was clear this wasn't the end, as Dr. Strangehand contacted Tony and even tried getting the help of the Serpent Church for the upcoming battle, but was met with an expected answer. We won't get involved unless our God orders us to. The Church's answer was short but firm. Strange's only other choice was Wakanda, who of course agreed to give their aid. But while Strange was making all these preparations, he really didn't need to make. Thanos was getting closer and Cole was keeping track of him. Cole had no intention of drawing out what was to come. As soon as Thanos stepped foot on Earth, he would die. Since the hesitation was dealt with, Cole wanted things to be done in the fastest time possible, but Thanos still need to reach Earth before he acted. He didn't know why, but he felt that would be best. Serpent Realm. Can I devour the remaining gems together? Cole asked. Host can, but you must be prepared for the pain that comes with it. That's fine. Toaa already knows that 2 of the gems disappeared. If another disappears, I don't know how he would act. It best to devour them all at once, says Cole. Just a few hours left now. Cole whispered as he looks at his latest status. Status. Cole called out. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 15,216. Gotcha tokens, 266. Race. Previous races have combined and have yet to be named: Elder God, Primordial Deity of the Abyss, Embodiment of Space, Hate and Reality, Cosmic Being. Divinities: Fear, Magic, Destruction, Death, Darkness. Abilities: All Speak, Asgardian Physiology, Fear Empowerment, Space Manipulation, Destruction Energy, Magic Manipulation, Conquer Haki, Annihilation Maker, Devourer, Immortality, Limited Future Sight, Life Force Absorption, Control over Life and Death, Hellfire, Death God, Ruler of the Underworld, Olympian Physiology, New God Yuga Khan, Perfect Worthless, Dark Elves Physiology, Frost Giant Physiology, Out of Sight Out of Mind, Delayed Fate, True Wanderer of the Omniverse, Divine Physiology. Living Abyss Manipulation, Symbiote Domination, Dark Energy Manipulation, Superhuman Durability, Immortality, Regenerative Healing Factor, Temporal Manipulation, Energy Absorption, Energy Projection, Force Fields, Levitation, Size Alteration, Molecular Restructuring, Matter Transmutation, Resurrection, Life Creation, Soul Control and Manipulation, Recreation, Power/Ability Bestowal, Interdimensional and Intradimensional Portals. Reality Manipulation. Your will is reality. With your will the reality of the universe can be changed or erased, and alternate realities can be created. 118, Chapter 114. One chapter today, and the remaining chapters, which amount to about 3-5, will be the last chapters of this fanfic. There will be a spin-off when I decide the universe Cole will travel to next. The remaining chapters will be posted together when I am done writing them. I thank you for your support throughout this fanfic, and your support in my others as well. Underscore 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 un. Cole looked at his new status and was happy. His power had increased, and he was now really powerful. After all, the truly powerful beings can manipulate reality, but it also made him want to have some questions he had to be cleared up. I can now change the reality of this universe, but it doesn't seem to be real change, it's more of an illusion if anything. Says Cole, clearly confused. Host should not be confused. The truth of the matter is, as you observed, you aren't the real owner of this universe yet. The most you can do until then is create a layer on top of the existing reality. Of course, to anyone else other than Toaa it would seem as though you are controlling reality. So this power would have no effect on Toaa? Cole questioned. No, it would not, but you need not worry. Toaa also really can't control the reality of the Marvel Universe. Oh, how so? Host, the system may not have explained it to you fully, but this universe, as you already know, wasn't created by Toaa. He just found it and assumed control of it, as he didn't have any competition at the time. He may be responsible for the development of this universe, but he didn't create it. So who created this universe? Cole asked. The will created everything. The will is the beginning and the end, and the will is nothing and everything, the system responded. Hearing this, Cole was confused for a moment, but soon he had an assumption of what the system was talking about. The will of the Omniverse. Correct. So Toaa isn't as powerful as shown in the comics. To put it simply, Host, the Toaa you will face has less than 50% control of this universe. The one seen in the comics had 100% control of the universe he created. This is a big difference. I will tell the Host clearly. A universe that has a ruler who has 100% control of the core of a universe is different from this one. You would never be able to beat a ruler with 100% control in his universe. They are truly all-powerful in their universe. With a simple thought they could make anything disappear. truly disappear once you are in their universe. You could never have more power than they have, never. So how exactly am I to continue my journey ruling more universes if it's impossible to take one from its ruler? Cole asked. The host only has two options, one is to hope to enter universes that do not have a ruler, and the second is to enter universes that have a ruler but they haven't fully controlled the core yet. I'm guessing this is all up to chance? Cole asked. Yes. Why did I think things would get easier when I was finished in this universe? Asked Cole. Hopeful thinking. Sigh. Cole turned and continued to observe the approaching Thanos, but his mind was truly elsewhere. Toaa, and the other universes he would soon travel to, these were things that really deserved his attention, not a weak purple man. It seems all things considered I was truly lucky to pick this universe as my start, I could only hope that the future universes are the same. Says Cole. On Earth. Things were normal, well as normal as could be for the Earth at this time, with the forces all preparing for war. A war that was upon them sooner than they would expect. The sky above New York darkened suddenly and the people below who were carrying out their day stopped and looked up. They fell silent. Above them was a giant spaceship hovering above the city, the hatch of the ship opened quickly and it was empty for a time. Swoosh. Boom. Before they could react, bodies fell from the sky. Ah! They screamed as aliens appeared one after the other. More and more fell from the ship as the streets became crowded and the people around quickly began to flee in all directions. The skies became packed with more ships as the aliens began to rush in the direction of one building. As they approached, a circle with orange energy appeared as a man appeared walking out of it looking at the approaching aliens. As the invasion began, the other forces on Earth had been alerted and they have begun to move from Tony Stark to Nick Fury to the hidden country of Wakanda. They have all begun to move. While they did that, Cole had withdrawn his observation of Thanos, who was landing on Earth soon. He took a step walking towards the balcony of the room he was in as a black and green armor appeared covering his body, and his glaive appeared in his hand. His eyes shined and he spoke. The time has come, I will be back, my love. Cole says as it disappears. 119, Chapter 115. The Earth was in complete chaos as Thanos and his army invaded Earth. The heroes of Earth did the best they could, but the numbers were against them, and Thanos had made his appearance fighting against the Avengers trying to get the time gem. As the fight carried on, it was obvious it was only a matter of time before the time gem fell into his hands, but the heroes carried on fighting the same, using everything at their disposal to stop that outcome from happening. When suddenly, forcefully everyone's movements stopped, their chest tight as they looked for the source. With Cole. Cole left the Serpent Realm alone. Even though his creations weren't weak, they weren't strong enough to interfere in the fight between him and Toaa. So as he left, they all cast their gaze to Earth, keeping track of the creator. Cole, of course, knew this but didn't care. He would win and carry on with his plans. So as he left the Serpent Realm and approached Earth, his presence spread out, reaching Earth, completely covering everything on the planet, causing them all fear and worry. On Earth. As everyone stopped, Thanos, with the help of the gems he already collected, managed to move to take a step approaching Drive Strange. His target was no doubt the time gem. You all are disgusting. A cold voice echoed in the minds of everything on Earth as one by one the invaders simply started turning into purple particles, being blown away by the winds. All the previous aliens were gone. Thanos watched this happen. His entire army was wiped out and he didn't even see the person who did it. But it didn't take long as Cole appeared in the air, floating down to him slowly. I see you have done your job well. He spoke as he extended his hand and the gem is embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet rushed into his hand. Cole smiled as he looked at them. These little stones were so much trouble and power. The power, the soul, the mind gems, all that left is the time. Cole says as he cast his gaze on Strange standing not too far away. Holding on to the gems he had, Cole turned and his glaive brushed past Thanos' face as he did, and his body crumbled into dust and blew away in the wind. I told you it was simply because I wasn't ready yet. Well, I'm ready now. Says Cole as he pulls the Eye of Agamotto off his neck and crushes it, revealing the time gem. The time has come, the final act has finally entered its final stage. Cole whispered as he disappeared, leaving Earth. Cole reappeared an uncountable amount of light years away from Earth in the vastness of space. Devour. Cole wasted no time and acted as the remaining 4 gems disappeared and the energy in his body. As Cole finally devoured the final gems, his body began to glow as cosmic energy poured out of his body, breaking apart his physical body. The power he had now was too much for his body to bear. Cole's body was adapting, but not fast enough. As the energy present increased, the entire Marvel Universe began to respond, shaking in protest at Cole's unconscious release of his power. Cole was in deep pain, but the fact was this process couldn't take as long as it should, as he would be vulnerable to the coming attacks of Toaa. My body will take a while to fully adapt to this power. The increase in power this time is too great. It seems like Plan B will have to be used. Cole thought to himself as his body slowly broke apart. In an unending void, a gold transparent figure was standing in front of a shining ball of light as the figure stared at the ball of light intently. Slipping myself in 2 parts was a foolish thing to do, especially when I didn't have a way to fully control my other half. The figure spoke. How many more universes could I have conquered already if not for one foolish decision? The figure asked himself. The figure suddenly turned and looked deeper into the void. My other half should be dealt with soon, then I'll finally have control over this universe again after billions of years. The figure says as he raises his foot to take a step in the direction he's looking when suddenly his head snaps upwards. The expression on the figure's face was unreadable, as it disappears from the void completely. With Cole. There is only one option, discard this body and create a new one. Cole thinks to himself as he immediately starts to act on it as he knows he hasn't the time as Toaa must have already noticed the things happening here. 120, Chapter 116. Since the decision was made long before when Cole was planning out his actions, there wasn't a pause in his actions as he proactively destroyed his own body as it turned into pure cosmic energy. From his fingers to head, Cole's body slowly disappeared, but his consciousness was still there as he quickly took control of all of his energy. The shaking universe as if responding to his action was shaking even more than it was before, but Cole didn't have time to pay attention to the damage his actions were causing. Solar system was collapsing and countless stars and planets were destroyed. But Cole didn't stop as all the energy moved under his control, forming a tornado that was so powerful it seemed to be breaking apart the very fabric of the universe. Cole's actions continued. In seconds he had gotten all the energy, as the tornado quickly began to shrink, completely disappearing in a matter of seconds only to reveal a new body for Cole, that was leaking an enormous amount of power, that seemed to be able to destroy everything with but a simple move. Cole looked the same as before, with blonde hair with dark black eyes that shined with power. Now he was wearing a simple black robe as he floated in space. It's done. Cole thinks as he observes his body. As he floated there, Cole turned and looked to the left as a bright golden light flashed and a gold transparent figure appeared before him. You're here, I thought I would have to come to find you. Cole says looking at the newcomer. This is very surprising. Why haven't I felt your presence before now? Toaa asked, clearly confused about how he had never known about Cole. You aren't as powerful as you think you are, that's all. Cole answered, his eyes never leaving the body of Toaa. Ah, I see, even a bug can escape my senses now that I am not at full power. That's right, if you were whole now you would probably only need a thought to kill me, but now it's not so simple. An ant who doesn't know that vastness of the omniverse, to someone like me who has traveled to other universes your confidence is just ignorance. Toaa says. I know more than you can imagine now, that's enough. Cole was interrupted as the universe shook. Boom. 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 The shaking was becoming more violent and much stronger. Your little stunt earlier had caused more damage than I expected, you even managed to weaken the seals I used to confine my other half. Toaa. Cole hearing this wasn't too surprised, but it did mean he had to speed up his actions after all. He didn't want to fight the two of them at the same time. Once he devoured one, the other would be much easier to deal with. Decided on what to do, the energy in Cole's body moved to expose itself and taking on a destructive quality everywhere it passed collapsed. Noticing Cole's actions, Toaa responded in kind as his energy made an appearance, but unlike Cole's that destroyed everything, his seemed to be the exact opposite. As it passed, nothing was destroyed, but it was just as strong as Cole's. It didn't take long for the two to collide. Boom. Boom. The already damaged universe suffered more, and countless lives were gone, but the two had already expected that. Ignoring the collapsing universe, Cole charged at Toaa as a glaive made completely out of destruction energy appeared in his hand. Toaa responded in kind with a sword of light. As the weapons collided, the universe became silent, and a shockwave spread out, shredding everything it passes to nothingness. The power of the two was practically equal as none of the two fell into a disadvantage after the attack. The two quickly separated and clashed again, as the two moved, not caring about the damage they caused. Their every move caused galaxies to be destroyed, and their clashes made reality crack. Toaa and Cole had already clashed countless times as time passed, and the consequences were evident. Everyone else was dead except the one below all who was still trying to reach where the battle was taking place. Cole had felt as the Serpent Realm was destroyed and his family was killed, but he couldn't do anything but fight and win to bring them back. Boom. As they clashed for maybe the millionth time in the hours since the battle started, the result this time was different from before. Cole actually fell into a disadvantage as the glaive collapsed as the sword of light reached for his neck. Seeing the incoming blade that could kill him, Cole made a quick move, spinning the remaining glaive and hitting the sword, changing its direction slightly as it barely misses Cole's neck. 121, Chapter 117. Having redirected the sword, Cole quickly made some distance between himself and Toaa. I almost died, thinks Cole as he watches Toaa vigilantly. Because our reality manipulation is on the same level and other abilities wouldn't do much damage, we have resorted to this kind of fighting. The glaive and sword we are using may seem simple, but they contain enough power to kill either of us if one attack hit, thinks Cole as his expression suddenly becomes even more serious. His energy has dropped. Why hasn't it dropped? Cole questions. You look confused, it seems you can't understand why my power isn't weakening like yours. Says Toaa. As I said, you are ignorant, you have no idea what power I have. Says Toaa. It's the core, he is drawing power from the core to maintain his energy, at this rate host you will die in the next 100 clash. The core thinks Cole as he smiles and looks at Toaa. It seems I have no other choice than to do what I had planned in the first place, thinks Cole. Whoosh. Suddenly Cole's demeanor changed, and a devilish gain appeared on his face as he watched Toaa, and everything seemed to be getting pulled into his body, as if he wanted to devour everything. What did you do? Toaa shouted as he felt the energy in his body being stolen from him. Cole didn't answer him as he was trying to keep his mind in check. The use of devour was already causing him problems with him fighting to keep himself in check. Cole formed another glaive in his hand and rushed Toaa again. Toaa also responded. Boom. 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 The intensity of the fight increased time over from before as they clashed faster and stronger. With every clash Cole stole more and more energy from Toaa. And the situation was reversing, but as time passed one could see Cole was slowly losing himself to the ability as he continued to use it in such a manner, but it was all that could be done. The moment he stopped using the ability, Toaa would gain the advantage once again. But, even at this rate their battle would last longer than either one of them wanted. They hadn't forgotten about the loaming treat of the one below all who at this moment in time was almost done breaking through the seal. So time was of the essence, and the two combatants knew as their attack became more daring. This battle needs to be done soon. Cole thinks to himself with the limited awareness he had left. Host, Toaa is stronger than we imagined, the control he has over the core, while not much, he has had billion of years to get accustomed to it. Right now the chances of you winning are low, but so are his. The one who would benefit if this continues would be the one below all. You are really talkative lately, aren't you? Thinks Cole. Host, you only have one option that leads to your victory. I only hope you can regain your sanity. I will. Cole responds. Boom. The two clash again as Cole backs away, and the glaive in his hands disappear, surprising Toaa. Have you given up? Toaa asked. Of course not, I've come too far and lost too much in this battle to give up now, but continuing like this is of no good for either of us, so I've taken it upon myself to end this. The universe is completely destroyed, no stars, no planets and no life to be seen in this universe anymore, even my family is gone. Says Cole. Giving up was never an option even if I have to lose myself for a while. Cole said as he smiled and closed his eyes. Cole stopped resisting the urges coming from his devouring ability, and it soon took over his entire being. A black gas began escaping his body, as it did even though the space and fabric of the universe were barely intact they disappeared completely gone. The gas had incredible power as it pulled everything to it, devouring it. Toaa watched the process and he trembled. What exactly is this? He questioned aloud. The gas expanded quickly and its power acted on Toaa as he resisted with all his might trying to get out of range of it. The sword in his hand was already gone, devoured, and the cosmic energy in his body was following at a rapid pace, but he managed to keep ahead of the gas. Soon the gas stopped expanding and rushed back to Cole's body which hadn't moved. Boom. Cole's body shone black and began expanding greatly, touching every part of the current universe, and as the light disappeared it revealed Cole. He was now a serpent, his length taking up the entire universe and his width was wider than a small galaxy. His head moved and looked down on the shaking Toaa, as the body of this gigantic beast passively continued to devour the universe. As Toaa watched the behemoth's head began approaching him, he stood shaking as an emotion he hadn't if for many billions of years appeared and started consuming his entire being. Fear. Toaa felt fear because he could feel it. Cole had become something far surpassing him. Cole had let his devouring ability take over. He had become devouring itself. Even if it was the weakest representation, it wasn't something Toaa could resist. So as the serpent opened its mouth and devoured him, Toaa did not resist, or better said he couldn't. The spent did waste much time as it continued moving, not even waiting to fully adapt to Toaa's power as its head broke through space and appeared where the one below all resided. One below all looked exactly the same as Toaa, but he was made from purple light and gave off an evil feeling, but this didn't matter as he too couldn't resist being devoured. As the serpent finished devouring him, it finally stopped moving, simply floating in what was left of the Marvel Universe, which was nothing but the core. Years later. In the Marvel Universe, there was nothing but a man floating in front of an orb of light as he watched it. System, how long has it been? Cole questioned. Exactly 2 million years, 10 months, 2 weeks, 3 days, 8 hours, 40 minutes and 10 seconds. I managed to regain myself in 1,500,000 years, control the core in 500,000 years, and spent the remaining time familiarizing myself with its power. Says Cole. System, show my status. Name, Cole Borson. Age, 2,015,216. Gacha tokens, 2 million. Race? Divinities, all. Abilities, out of sight out of mind, delayed fate, true wanderer of the omniverse, devour, omnipotence, only in the Marvel Universe, he can do anything. Omniscience, only in the Marvel Universe, he knows everything. His omnipresence, only in the Marvel Universe, he is everywhere. It's time to return the universe to order. Cole says. It didn't take much, just a simple thought, and the Marvel Universe returned to how it was before Cole's battle with Toaa, and no one was aware of what had happened. Cole then simply disappeared, leaving the core space, and appeared in the Serpent Realm standing in front of Jia. I'm back, and as promised, your crown, says Cole as a crown appeared in his hand, but Jia didn't even bother as she threw herself into Cole's arms, happy to see his return. Time skip. 10,000 years have passed, my children have made names for themselves in the universe, and I am now even more in control of the power of the core. It's time I travel to another universe, I just wonder which one. 122, thanks. This is the author. I would like to thank all of those who read this book and supported it. I know it isn't the best as it was one of the 3 I started as my first fanfics. But I appreciate your support, and this isn't the end. Cole will travel to another universe, and when the time is right I will continue the story in another world. In the meantime, check out my other fanfics. Once again, I appreciate your support. Vote for Cole's next world. When I am ready to write the next part, I will come here to pick the world.